At 6:03, I'm going to open the May 8th meeting of the Southampton Village Board of Architecture Review and Historic Preservation. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Joining me tonight are my board members, Jane Clare, Jeff Broadleaf, and John Gregory. On Zoom will be Alex Wallach, our planning director. Of council with us tonight is Alice Cooley, and in the back we have Sage Curtin running our AV, and we also online have Emma Edwards, who's taking minutes for tonight's meeting. So with that, I believe we should move to the first thing on our agenda,
Did we open?
which is, pardon?
Did we open?
Oh,
We did.
open.
We
Yeah,
did.
we did.
Okay, sorry.
did. So the first thing on the agenda is minutes approval. So first of all, the minutes from April 10th. Has everyone had a chance to review the minutes from April 10th?
Yes.
Were there any questions or changes?
Nope.
Then I'm going to move we accept the minutes from April 10th. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Second thing are the minutes from April 24th. Did everyone have a chance to review them?
Yes.
Any questions?
Nope.
Then I'm going to move we accept the minutes from April 24th. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next up are written decisions. First up is the written decision for Matthew and Heather Stoppick at 40 North Main Street. Has everyone had a chance to read the written decision? Any questions or comments?
Nope.
Then I'm going to move that we accept the written decision to deny the application for a gate at 40 North Main Street as a 6-foot gate as presented. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next up is the written decision for driveway gates at 196 Wandanch. Has everyone had a chance to read the written decision?
Yes.
Any questions or comments? Then I'm going to move we accept the written decision for 196 Wandanch Lane for a driveway gate. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Third is the application for 224 South Main Street for a certificate of progress for exterior alterations and additions to an existing dwelling.
It's 242 South Main.
I'm sorry, 242. Did everyone have a chance to read the decision?
Yes.
Any questions or comments? Then I'm going to move we accept the written decision for 242 South Main Street. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next up is the written decision for 1 First Neck Lane for a certificate of appropriateness to remove and replace the existing row of arborvitae at the premises. Everyone have a chance to read it?
Yes.
Any questions or comments? Then I'm going to move we accept the written decision for 1 First Neck Lane. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay. So next up on the agenda is the demolition evaluation for 40 Prospect Street.
Before we do that, can I just make an announcement on affidavits?
Yes.
We're missing affidavits for 11 Squabble Lane, 61 Pheasant, and 118 Harvest. If anyone's here for those, if you don't have affidavits with you, you're not going to be heard tonight.
Okay, so 40 Prospect Street. John, I'm assuming that's you for the applicant?
Yes. John Bennett for the applicant, Bennett and Reed. On February 8, 2023, our office filed a request with the building department for an approval to demolish the existing building at 40 Prospect Street. That was 4 months ago. 4 months ago. On February 9th, the building department referred this application to the board for demolition evaluation. February 9th. This is critical. Pursuant to Village Code 116-37A 6C2, quote, if the board fails to issue a notice or proposed designation of such building as a landmark, pursuant to Section 65-3D within 30 days of the referral by the building inspector may issue such permit. This is not this is an automatic provision. This is a default provision. This is not like when you're reviewing a house in a historic district where it says you have 30 days. This says if the board fails to issue the permit. So this is an automatic default provision. In the other section, probably your only remedy when you're reviewing a house in the historic district. Probably, if you've gone past your 30 days, the remedy of the applicant is, believe it or not, is to bring an Article 78 proceeding in the nature of a mandamus to compel the board to act. That's not what this says. If the board fails to issue, you have failed to issue the permit. You have failed to issue something suggesting that you want this landmarks. It's an automatic provision. And so the board didn't issue the proposed designation within 30 days. That was March 11th. So we're entitled, as a matter of law, to an okay. In addition, we had included an evaluation of this property prepared by Civic Visions dated January 28th. They evaluated the existing structure, determined whether the structure meets any of the criteria for landmarking. To date, we have not received any evaluation completed on behalf of the village, although we would, as we said, it's too late. This home is not located within the historic district. It's not a historic asset in the village historic district inventory. So in reviewing the criteria for landmarking structure, this home does not possess special character, historic or aesthetic interest or value as part of the cultural, political, economic, or social history of the locality, region, state, or nation. I'm reading, as I don't usually do, but I'm reading because I'm trying to get this in quickly, because you have a long calendar. The home is extremely plain in style, characterized by Civic Visions as no style. It's clad in aluminum siding. Portions of the metal siding were pulled away from the gable trim, and there's no evidence of any removed elements, such as brackets or sawn ornaments, to suggest that the home was previously more elaborate. Civic Visions characterized this home as economical. It's not identified with any historic personages. We obtained a chain of title going back to 871, when the parcel was part of a larger 26-acre property. Was a farmer, but it's all been developed as semi-suburban. The oldest available map depicting a home on the property is from the early 1900s, when the property and the adjacent vacant parcel were owned by Leander Poley, who was listed as a mason. Census data from 1910 shows that the property was owned by a McAllister who worked in a grocery store and later was a salesman in a department store. McAllister's wife occupied the residence until 1950. Civic Visions demonstrated this home was not associated with any historic personage. It does not embody the distinguishing characteristics of an architectural style. Visions characterized it as unremarkable. Clad in aluminum siding with metal replacement window frames and in many instances sashes. A kitchen addition was constructed on the existing residence, changing the volume of the structure, and the structure in the central chimney has been removed. It's not the work of a designer whose work has significantly influenced in age, no record of the original builder, and it's unlikely that there even was an architect. People built houses without architects in those days. Interestingly enough, a lot of the houses that everybody cherishes in Southampton, no architect was in sight. This home does not represent an established and familiar visual feature of the neighborhood because of a unique location or a singular physical characteristic. This is one small tract in the development that has no unity of architecture or site character. If you drive down the street, there are new and renovated houses dominate the context surrounding this home. It's not situated in a unique location, nor does it have any singular physical characteristic. In no way does this structure meet the high standard for landmarking. In addition, there was a report by Steve Lemansky, identified significant issues with the foundation and framing of the residence, concluded that the structure is totally inadequate and does not conform with the state building code. So I don't think there's a need to send this out to a historic consultant. You're in default of your time period, but you don't have to worry about saying that you don't want to landmark this based on a mere technicality, i.e. the time period, because we've given you more than enough information for you to, in good conscience, come to the conclusion that this house is clearly not at all the type of house that should be landmarked. So I'd ask you to just let it go and do what the code says should have happened already anyway, which is to have a demolition permit issued.
Okay. Council? Here's what I'm going to say to you, John. First of all, I agree with you, the timeline is messed up. From the position where I sit, what I see is we created a new flow chart in how we're dealing with houses built before a certain period of time. And we went through a period where we were without a historic consultant for the village, as you know. And we now have a historic consultant. They've been backed up with projects that were in line ahead of this one, and we're trying to catch up. You have a couple of them, actually. So while what I would ask is patience for a meeting because it's the next house on the docket reviewed. And I just think for due diligence on the part of the board, it's fair that we ask for an independent review of a house when it comes to a house of this age before we make a final decision.
I understand. Well, I would not consent to any adjournment because you're past your date to act. And I would not consent to any of that. If you do that, you're at your risk. I think I'm, as a matter of law, entitled to a demolition permit. Again, it's not like the code language where you have something in the historic district where it talks about 30 days but doesn't have any teeth to it. This talks about a board failure to act, and you have. And it's not your fault. I mean, I'm not saying it's your fault. It's the administrative problem. God knows with what the building department brings in fees, they should be staffed, easily staffed enough to be able to have these things dealt with as per the village code. Or you could even say to the village trustees, maybe we need more time. But as the code stands right now, it's 30 days, and and when I say you, I mean the organizational you, not you,
I'm not
Mark, of
taking
course,
this
have
personally.
failed to issue a notice of the proposed designation. So as far as I'm concerned, as a matter of law, I'm entitled to it.
Council opinion?
I'm not familiar enough with the history of what happened here to give an opinion, so I'm not going to do that. But I will ask John if you can repeat what Steve Lemansky said. There were issues with the foundation and something else.
Oh, sure. He says there are issues, it's in a full report, but he said there's significant issues with the foundation and framing of the residence. The house
Okay.
is in, I mean, a layperson could walk through this house and see that it's literally crumbling. But he put it in the record.
Okay.
And he said the structure is totally inadequate. And when he says it doesn't conform to the New York State Building Code, I mean, listen, I'm not going to pull the wool over anyone's eyes. You can't find a house in the state of New York that doesn't conform in full, even a brand new one, to everyone's concept of what the New York State Building Code says. But
That's
what I
true.
think he's trying to say is this so out of whack with the building code. But even if you didn't even if the house didn't have all these inadequacies, and even if you hadn't missed your time period, there's nothing significant about this house. So, again, I can't, in conscience to my client, agree to anything. I think you're in default. I can't agree to any adjournment because that would be contrary to the position that I would take, that you don't have any opportunity to do anything but acknowledge that you've missed the date and you're not going to landmark it. And again, I understand it's not you guys individually, it's a systemic thing that's going on
I
here.
understand.
Okay. My thought is missing the date is one thing. Sticking to the letter of the law is another thing, and perfectly appropriate and right. And the spirit of the law would mean that we should also be operating expeditiously, which we have endeavored to do. The house has stood there for, 100 years. I don't think another 2 weeks in deference to your client is going to move things dramatically. But I believe we have the right, forget about the right. I believe in consideration of what's being asked of a house that stood as long as it has, and that once it's gone forever, that it deserves, the house and the village deserves for the file to be complete. I regret and apologize on behalf of the board and the administration, including the trustees and everybody else, that it's taking longer than planned. But if that's,
I know when people start talking about the spirit of the law, when lawyers all know that when you start talking about the spirit of law, that means you've missed the letter of the law. And things are written
Yeah.
for a reason.
yeah,
You have a 30-day period. It's a short period. It fails to act. It's not like the other sections. This is not where I have to bring a mandamus action. This is an automatic default provision.
so
So I'm entitled to it, and I don't, I understand intellectually where you're coming from, but my client has rights under the law, and I'm
Right.
here to enforce them.
So my view is our right is to ask for a complete file, and if that violates the law and your client thinks that we've acted in violation of the law or our authority, then they can pursue it.
No, you know what? That's really an unfortunate thing that has happened more and more. I don't expect a board to say to me, if you don't like it, bring a lawsuit. I expect the board to follow the law that's written. And you may say to yourself, the trustees in their wisdom should have given us more time. They should give more time on these things, but they didn't. They gave you 30 days. So you're constrained by the law. So, again, you don't have my consent to any sort of adjournment, and again, I will demand of the board, as I demand of the building inspector, that they acknowledge that they failed to issue a proposed designation as a landmark within the required time.
Counsel, is there a difference between fail to act and unable to act? Well, we were unable to act because if we didn't have a historic consultant to give it to at the time frame, which while we were hiring one, we actually did not have the ability to act based on the flow chart we built for houses built for a period of time.
That's not a prerequisite in this section of the code, so I would say it's not relevant. Unfortunately, sorry.
Okay. Any other board members? Thoughts? Well, here's what I honestly think in this case, because we have looked at the house. I guess I honestly think that John is right. The village has not acted in a period of time, and it's of no one's fault, and no one's fault of the board. But I feel like our choices in front of us are to either approve or landmark the structure, and I do not believe it's probably going to rise to a level that it would landmark. But there are times that we don't have the ability, but we also have to be fair to the applicant, and I feel like this is one of those times that, unfortunately, I don't know that we have a choice but to vote, and take a vote to approve or deny a demolition permit for this house, because I think we are actually out of time.
And I appreciate that,
You
but,
concur?
okay, I'm sorry.
Yes.
And I appreciate that, and it would be nice if you voted to say you can't landmark it, but even if you do that, that'd be icing on the cake. My position is, as a matter of law, you pass the time, but if you're gonna vote, you're gonna vote.
So there's no reason to vote.
So if we choose not to landmark it, that signals an automatic demolition.
Correct.
Well, it's automatic to the extent that the building inspector has the
May
The right.
issue the
He
demolition.
may issue, he can choose not to, but
No,
it would have to, it would have to fit, no, John, let me
Yeah,
just finish
okay.
this, I'm not gonna say
Yeah.
anything differently than what you would say. It would have to fit one of the 5 criteria.
But that's why he referred it to you, and the
Right,
decision is
exactly.
yours. He has to issue it. The may is so legit, is a nice way to say that he has to, if obviously, if I meet the requirements in the code for demolition, which is I show him all the required criteria for a building permit, they call it a building permit, it's a demo permit, then he has to issue it.
So,
It becomes what do they call it? It's a ministerial act at that
Mhm.
point.
I'm less inclined to forego landmarking it based on the time, which is the letter of the law. But as I review the criteria, then I think we would be hard pressed to check off any of the boxes. And the one that could be most applicable, if it were even totally applicable, would be number 5, represents established and familiar visual neighborhood feature. And it's generic of
It's-
the
It's generic in the
house, but not a specific
and it's not
visual
one of a
neighborhood.
cluster because the other houses in the
Right.
neighborhood have been renovated, so
Yeah.
I can't make an argument that's one of a cluster.
Yeah.
So what do we do here? Do we just make a decision not to pursue
I
landmarking?
think that the vote should be that you're going to decline to notice for landmarking.
Okay. I'm gonna move that we decline to pursue landmarking for 40 Prospect Street. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you for
Okay.
listening to me. I appreciate it. Thank
It's
you.
not a decision that makes us happy, but because we're out of process and understand that, but I also understand where you're coming from. From a time perspective, the village was not right here.
And I thank you.
I think, yeah.
I thank you.
There we go, picked off another one.
Okay, so that moves us to public hearings for carryover matters. First up is 16 Jen Lane, Woolden Manor. I know the applicant's here.
Good evening, Melissa Dedovich, Peconic Environmental Associates. I'm joined by Kirk Lehman from AML Architects, as well as Zach Studenroth, who is our historic preservation consultant. I believe you should have gotten your package. We submitted some amended plans, which Kurt will describe.
We did.
So for the matter of the doors on the south side of the facade, we listened to the board last time and did several studies and came up with a new proposal which we feel is in keeping with the Tudor style and greatly diminishes what we were requesting last time. Previously, we had 2 sets of 4-panel doors. We reduced that to 2 sets, which is very similar to the windows that are there. We feel this is a good proposal that gets the client what they need and does not change the character of the house. That was it.
There was also, no, there was another question last time too, because we had talked about doing a site visit. What were we going to look at?
There's a roof structure on the front
There's a
of the
roof structure.
property, which I can describe as well. We never got to that last week.
Oh, we did.
No,
No.
we didn't need to discuss it.
What was it that we were talking about going for sites? It was not the door.
It was at the very end.
There was another part of the house that there was discussion for site inspection.
Correct, but we didn't get into the details of it.
This is right here. And the board, we had started to present it, and the board was saying that they'd like to go to the site first, so we said, okay, and that's,
Right, that's what I remember.
So this portion, I just want to remind the board, is behind a 6-foot-high brick wall on the inner courtyard of the house, is not visible from any public way. And we're using the style of the existing portico in other areas of the house to basically just create a covered walkway from the staff area to the kitchen.
Okay. I'm going to go to board members.
Can you zoom in on, give me the windows? No, the
The
windows
sliders.
facing
The proposed sliding doors.
the windows facing the beach.
You're talking about this proposed sliding
Yeah.
doors.
Mhm.
this is actually, there's a sheet that has the original, the existing, so.
This house is landmarked, right?
Was that,
Is this house landmarked?
I don't believe so.
No,
It's in the historic
historic
district.
But it's not landmarked.
And I will remind you that where the French doors are going to be is also the 1994 addition, which we talked about last time as well.
You can see the reduction of the doors has created more brick and timber panels coming back into the facade. Very similar in proportion to what's there now.
And the actual window framing, do you have a large version of that? You know, the munions and the whole,
It's what was approved previously by the board, which is the leaded, it's a leaded transom with an open light below, which is similar to the door that was approved in the kitchen area.
and for the
And
sake,
I've seen the units, they're quite beautiful.
Okay.
when you say approved before, and this is for my benefit, the board's benefit as well as council's, in referencing which approval are you talking about?
John David Rose had received approval, I
Yep.
believe, about a year ago.
Yeah, you're talking about the approval on March 8th, 2021?
Correct. And the permit was issued in February of '22.
And we just renewed it.
Okay.
We also have Zach wrote a report discussing the merits of the project too. That would be great.
There are a million things in here. There's a light over here.
So like your kid.
Good evening, Zach Studenroth, historic consultant to the applicant. You have a brief report in your packets there. I think what's most significant from my viewpoint is that the proposed changes, alterations are modest in nature. They don't change the mass or massing of the existing house. And as Melissa pointed out, they are changes to the 1994 extension. Of course, you have an interest in any change to any designated building, which this is. But if you read the nomination form, it describes not only the original structure, but also the large addition which was built in 1960. So that was in place for 2 decades before the nomination form was written. And when that was written, it refers to that large addition, and it includes that as well. I think what's important is that when the structure was first enlarged, effectively doubled in size, that entailed some very distinctive Tudor Revival features, such as facade gables with very wide barge boards, arching features in the wall. These are all characteristics of the Tudor Revival. When the house was then extended further in '94, which is of course within the jurisdiction of the board, that extension is of 1 story, and it's basically a service wing that stretches off to one side, fairly modest because it's only 1 story, and therefore the detailing of that extension is very, very simple. It entails vertical boards painted black or dark brown, separated by brick panels consistent with the Tudor Revival, but not introducing any significant architectural feature. A very, very sympathetic, harmonious 1-story extension. And it is to that building that these alterations are being proposed. And they're within the vocabulary of what's already there. So I feel that there's really little to concern your board in terms of altering, changing the mass or massing of the building, or introducing any architectural feature or vocabulary that's inconsistent with what's already there. So that's my conclusion.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Here's what I find troubling. One of the requirements to bring an application to the board is elevations. You've given us a rendering, but you've done.
There are elevations in the original.
I don't have any, I have no updated drawings that show these doors this size. They were not presented in my file. All I have is an elevation.
If I may.
No, all I have is an elevation.
There's 2 full scales, and I have mini copies as well.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
We had the original proposal from last week, but I don't see the new version.
Just let me put it for a second.
I've got it here. Because they weren't in my folder, but hang on.
This is, this is the original one. Let's see.
Well, they're here now, so I can look at them. All right, do me a favor and now go through width, size, color, and just for the record, the details of the doors.
Sure, absolutely. The doors are 66 inches wide as a
Okay.
2-pair, 33 per leaf.
And what you presented last week was,
They were 66.
they were double the size, right?
Double, yeah,
Okay.
124 actually. And the height is about 9 feet, a 7-foot door with a 2-foot transom.
And the transom pattern matches the transom pattern to, I guess it's to the west?
To the west,
To the windows
correct.
to the west.
And other areas of the
Okay.
house, which is leaded.
And the brick, and you've added back in timbering, and you've added back in brick to match.
Correct. 45% more than the original proposal.
Right. Okay. Well, here it is. What I wanted to see was the window pattern and the details
Yeah.
list. All I had was an elevation. All I had was an elevation.
Okay, so this is.
John, did you?
No, I guess.
There, this was last week's, okay. Jane, there's the elevation.
Do you need this back?
Yeah. For the file to be complete, we need the elevations. All right, board members, what do you think?
I can go first. I think it's a vast improvement from where we were last week. The only issue I have is that you said that it is part of the addition, in 74, you said, or?
94.
94. And in that way, the addition itself is kind of set back a bit. It's, subservient to the main structure of the house. Somehow, It's the transoms I'm having a hard time with. Without the transoms, I think you'd have that continuation of the brickwork that was in the original addition that somehow sets it apart and if it's subservient from, like I said, the rest of the house. I understand it matches the transoms of the other, adjoining part of the house. I just like the idea of it still appearing separate in a way, and not having the transom windows on the addition might do that. I think the doors are fine from my perspective.
To differentiate from
Yeah.
the main house?
Yeah.
Jane?
It's definitely a huge improvement, putting back the brick and the wood. Much better scale now that they're half the size. I don't have a problem with the transoms at this point.
Yeah, reducing the doors and thereby having more of the timber and stucco or whatever is more consistent. And I think having the transoms does work to keep it in line with the others, so it's more consistent.
We do have an image from the beach with the transoms without, which we can submit. They don't read great, they're a little bit dark. I do have multiple copies.
Yeah,
There
no,
is there.
that's okay.
My point is, you can barely tell.
I'm interested.
Because in a deep shadow line, there's a deep overhang.
We did walk the beach, Mark.
There every morning.
I think because of the large overhangs, it's, the transoms are minimal.
All right. Well, from my perspective, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm glad that the drawings in the file. I think adding back in the timbering and it's much more cohesive to me from the beach across the back of the house by adding back in the details that match the rest of the house. It looked less like a contemporary addition to an extremely historic house. It's a very important house to the village. So from that perspective, I think they're harmonious. I see where John's coming from on the transoms. It's not the hill to die on for me. Because the window to the right actually has panels over it, not transoms, the window to the east. But the transoms match the existing door that's to the west. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah. So from that perspective, and that transom door that's to the west, that's part of original house, or was that part also of an addition?
That's 94 also.
That's 94. So I think, for me, it's consistent across the back that I think it's fine. I actually think it's much improved over last time, and I think you've made a more cohesive house. And a house that we all care about a lot, both individually, probably individually, but as a village, because it's an important house.
So just from a housekeeping standpoint, if this is the folder, I don't see the full-scale elevations in here. Not that it's gonna delay the process, but.
I know Kurt just provided you
Yeah, I
with them too.
provided two
You
full
just
scale
full scale.
and
That's what you just handed
Hang
me.
on, they may be,
Okay, so we'll have
are
to.
these full scale?
Yes.
Yes,
We'll
they
have
are.
to stamp those in. There's the stamp there, young lady. Yeah, that's not the stamp. Let me see if there's.
I got 3 stamps here. I got super secret, I got original document, I got
Okay.
approved.
Should we take public comment?
Are there any public comments? Yeah, these are to scale. Mark that original. Try. There you go. And we'll put these into the file. We'll put these into the actual file. All right, so I think you've made it much more harmonious. You provided us the detail. I'm going to move that we submit a written decision.
We also have, unless you're looking to separate the decisions, but there's the,
Oh, the roof.
I'm sorry?
Go ahead.
Well, there's the other aspect that you were part of this application.
Correct.
You want to show that to us again? From the roof standpoint, how does the board feel? We'd asked if you wanted to go on site and see it, and if you do, we can do a.
We actually
site
did bring a
inspection.
picture. Do you have the picture?
Well, how does the board feel?
What, in terms of?
The
looking
the
at
roof,
it?
do you want to see it before we approve this application?
Take
It
Let me
really
get a
is
better
not
view.
visible from any public view. It's barely visible from their own courtyard, if I may submit these.
Yeah,
I walked it from the beach side, not, I didn't go on the property, so I couldn't see it.
so.
So as you pull in, there's a motor court and a beautiful garden wall that separates the main house from the staff area. This is behind the brick wall down an alleyway, which you can even see here. This
Yeah.
is the brick wall that I'm referring to. It's probably 7 feet tall.
These are all the same?
Yes.
Yeah.
Multiple.
So where in this,
Where you see the balloon is the
Yeah.
roof overhang, the proposed overhang.
so, and what do you wanna do? So show me what you wanna do with the
Sure.
overhang.
Absolutely. So if you look at that photograph, you can see on the right side of that kitchen gable,
Mm-hmm.
that roof peels off and pulls forward. That wall is closer to you than the wall that is on what we're proposing. We're gonna match that just by tilting the roof plane out to create this covered walkway.
Wait, I'm sorry.
So we're basically taking this roof, which, this wall is
So
currently back.
where is that in relationship to
Sarah,
this
do you mind if I
picture?
come?
Yeah.
Actually,
This is
lay it on the
it's
table,
down in here.
lay it on the table and push it some, because we need to get it on public record.
So this wall is 4 feet closer than this wall currently is.
Mhm.
And they achieve that by peeling this roof off and pulling it, by creating a tilt, a flare in the roof. Does not exist on this side. So we're gonna do the same thing here, which is just peel that roof in about 4 feet to create this overhang, to create the walkway. So the eave line, everything remains exactly the same. You can barely even tell that it changed just by peeling that roof out to create the flare.
It's not a covered walkway now, it's just,
No, it's open, right.
it's open with.
This will
oh,
cover it, it'll be open there, but it'll be covered,
Okay,
right.
okay.
Right, no GFA.
Okay.
It's really just so you don't get wet going from one side to the other.
John, any comments? Concerns?
No, I think it's a relatively benign change.
Yeah. Okay, so then I'm going to move that we accept, we submit a written decision, the application for 16 Gin Lane, based on the plans submitted to the board on, actually tonight on May 8th. Do I have a second?
Second.
All approved? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you very
you.
much.
Nay.
Sorry. Okay, so next up, we have 783 Hill Street, which has been adjourned pending the receipt of the historic consultant report. John is back.
This stands on a little bit different ground. As a matter of fact, I've even consented to an adjournment on this, so I realize you're still waiting for a report. Right, 783 Hill Street, demo of existing building.
Yeah.
Correct.
So it was on the last time, you thought you'd have it, you don't have it. I consented to the adjournment. It's in the historic district, so it stands on a little bit different grounds than
Yes.
than what I was, so I'll spare you
Let me ask
the
one
same
question.
recitation that I had
Let
before,
me
because
ask-
it's a different standard.
It's a different standard, but let me ask Alex a question. Alex, it's on the agenda as adjourned pending receipt of historic consultant report without a date.
I'm sorry, there's a slightly newer version of the agenda, I hope you have it, it just says pending receipt. The adjourned was a mistake, it's up to the board whether they want to adjourn it, so sorry about the confusion there.
I didn't hear. This is a date sine die, as we call it, which means it doesn't help anyone move things along. It's just an open date.
Next
So-
meeting, do you want to adjourn to the next
Yeah.
meeting?
So why don't we adjourn this to the meeting on next meeting is May 22nd.
May 22nd. Any idea whether or not you'll have
We'll get there.
it? Okay.
I'm going to move that we approve the applicant's request for adjournment to May 22nd. Do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so next up, we have 200 First Next Avenue for a two-car garage.
Were the affidavits in for this one?
So this was heard 2 meetings ago,
This
I
was heard
believe,
2
for the
meetings ago.
first time. They didn't show last time, and it appears they're not here tonight.
Okay,
Probably built it.
so. Do we adjourn or remove it? This is a second no-show.
I would adjourn it. I'd give them one more shot.
All right, I'm going to move we adjourn the request for 200 First Neck Lane for 200 garage to the meeting on May 22nd. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Which brings us to 92 Cooper's Next Lane, modification of existing approval for the demolition of an existing garage and construction of a new attached garage, addition to dwelling, detached office, pergola, and rear porch.
Good evening, Melissa Dedovich, Peconic Environmental Associates again. I'm here on behalf of the client. I'm also joined via Zoom by Tom Kligerman, who should have his hand up, if someone could let him in. Got him? Thank you. Margie Lavender, who's here also representing Kligerman Architecture and Design. Joel Snodgrass, Steward Preservation Services, who's right here as well. And Julie Hatfield, the president, one of the presidents of Wright and Company, the builders for the project.
Okay?
Just want to start, did everyone get this in your, and read the letter?
We did.
We also have Julie's here to address any questions the board may have about the building, or we could go forward with our presentation.
I just think some explanation of why we're here would be good from the builder. Because the windows in question had to have been ordered weeks ago.
Julie Hatfield, Wright and Company Construction. Not usually here. I'm not used to presenting, so I'm a little nervous.
That's okay.
Good evening, board. I want to thank you for your service. I did it myself in Sag Harbor for 8 years, so I'm very aligned with your goal and agenda for preserving historic character and material in the village. We also sort of take historic restoration very seriously, having done Rogers Memorial Library for Peter Marino, sort of the old 11 Jobs Lane. So very, very serious. What I have learned from watching this application 2 weeks ago is a really important lesson, and I want to thank you. And that is that I need to make sure that my site personnel, we're required to have the permitted drawings in the trailer. I always do, but I need to require that my site supervisors and the foreman and the people ordering the windows are checking the permitted and the certificate of appropriateness approved plans before ordering any windows and before really building anything that might be modified. So, you know, I appreciate that reminder. I apologize for not having done that, and it's a good lesson learned for my company. That's really the why. We get there's a permit set, and then we get 4 construction plans. That's where the disconnect was. So the why exists somewhere in between, where we didn't check to make sure that they were conforming to your certificate of appropriateness. And for that, I apologize.
So somewhere along the line, the plans that were submitted to the building were changed before they were given to you?
Well, I get 4 construction plans, so that's when I step in. So I don't know the process beforehand.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you coming and telling us that.
Yeah.
Because it's been a little confusing, because I think, as we said in the last meeting, just to remind everybody who's out there and listening, this is a house that, it's a very important house. And we went through a big process to get it approved, and along the line, a lot of changes were made that are against the approvals that were originally done. So now we're just trying to figure the way forward.
It's a
here.
beautiful old house, and it really gives me great pleasure. And I'm hoping that the rest of the presentation can explain how we think that it's actually becoming more historic. But I leave that to the team who's more expert at that. So
Okay.
thank you for your
Thank you.
time.
I'll reserve my comment.
Okay.
Back to you.
To the board, what I would say is we have an approved version of this house. So what they're going to present right now, you have to consider not approved. You have to consider for consideration. And if we don't feel what the changes are for consideration are appropriate from what was approved in the original approval of the house, that is our right. So I want you to take a look from that standpoint. So when you're going through the elevations, I would ask you to go through elevation by elevation and also point out what was approved and what was changed, so we understand the totality of changes that were made based on, and everyone else understands the totalities of the changes that were made post-approval by the board.
Just one nuance to that. The board did approve certain things, but there were certain things that did not need approval, which were existing in the original Atterbury design. So I'm at a loss without seeing that original house, but proceed and then we can address that.
But I think what matters from here to me is what change, we approved a house.
Right.
So what I want to know is, right now is
What
from what we
changed from
approved,
this?
what additional changes have
Yeah,
gone through.
that's
Right.
Good evening, Joel Snodgrass, Steward Preservation Services. I'm here on behalf of the applicant.
Okay.
And I have, Melissa's handing out some materials which were included in my report. I just wanted to give you your own set so it's a little easier to discuss them.
But these have been completed, is that correct? Is that,
We're going to look at them as if they haven't been.
but,
Okay.
On the phone,
but they
just need one.
have been, yes.
But they can fix them.
Oh, yeah.
Any changes we don't feel appropriate can be removed, so.
Yeah, please. So Melissa's helping out by handing you just basically a duplicate.
I'll help
Before
you out and pass that
you've
to
seen
John.
these before, which is, these are the, this is the infamous blue form, which the state funded all around the state for inventorying historic structures. This is in 1979 when it was done in this section of Southampton. I was actually part of this whole process in the mid-'80s, but I wasn't part of this particular review. However, I'm trying to give you visuals where you're saying this is the photo in 1979 that came off of the blue form. And you have both a blank copy and you also have the copy where I overlaid it, if you will, with the historic influence, I'll say. I want to apologize if last time any of my comments were misconstrued, that I was trying to impose personal opinion for justification for doing things. That wasn't the case. What I was trying to explain is that this photograph actually serves very well for providing quite a number of things that influence design or have been retained. And so I know that the windows was a real point of contention the last time, and rightfully so. What I wanted to point out, if you look at this, is that in this photograph, you can see that this is a colonial revival building in shingle form, clad in shingle, that the 6/1s are predominant in this photograph. They're all over the place. And so that the emphasis on the design was trying to unify the building with the 6/1 theme. And I know there's some questions about what things went on, but that's where this stimulus to do 6/1s, any changes to 6/1s, was coming from the historic photograph. Mind you, this is the earliest photograph that we have of this building that I've been able to find. We certainly have the historic maps that show the changes over time, but in terms of fairly intact, and there are some elements here that no longer exist that were on, that are now being justified to not put back on, such as the porches, which are no longer in this photograph. The original porches actually were wrapped around on the south side and extended to the north, and then over time, when they were re-added later on, after this photograph, they were not of the same configuration. They did not wrap around, they did not extend. But if you look here, you'll see there are a number of things related to the windows that this photograph tells the story. So for instance, at the 3rd floor, there are casement windows that are up there in this photograph. These are casements, not double hung sash. And so the precedent and part of the design for casements in the 3rd floor is really stimulated because there's a requirement for egress. You have to have egress suitable windows, which the casements are. So that's deriving from this photograph. The second is that as you know, we're putting back the 2 oculus windows, one of which is being salvaged. They were able to restore 2/3 of it, I would say. And in my report, you saw there was some pretty heavy rot and cracks and things were coming apart. The second window completely came apart, and so that one's being fully replicated. But that, again, was verified. I mean, I did a drone scan on site and was able to verify these original windows, but the photograph starts to tell the story. The Palladium windows on the north and south sides of the main block, Gambrel, are also verified here. Those are going back as well. The trim has been salvaged. The windows have obviously been custom updates. And I wanted to remind you that almost all of the windows in this house were replaced since 2000, in the aughts, if you will, with Pellas and Marvin's and so on, which actually were in terrible shape when I reviewed the building. Surprisingly, for the quality of those windows, they should have been much better. But they were all changed. They had heavy muntins, they had not true divided lights and so on. So the stimulus was to then replace these with something that was more appropriate, going back to the 6/1s as you see here. And also you'll notice in the lower right-hand corner, I've circled what's the leaded light windows. So where there are original windows surviving or details, and these are leaded light panels that are quite decorative in this bay window in what was the dining room at that time, that is going back, as is the casement windows with Cremone bolts that originally were in the dining room and much earlier were transferred over into the barn on the second floor. Those went back, and you know about that. That was part of the previous
That's part of the
application. What you don't see here, sorry about that, what you don't see here is the three small round-headed windows, one which is right to the left side of the front door, right where my pen is pointing right now, which is a 20/20 double hung sash, very small panes. It's back in place already. And then around on the north side, there are two 1/1 round-headed windows of the same size. Those are all going back. Those are all being put back. So the windows that were original, there's an effort to salvage or completely retain to the degree possible. Those are going back in. The windows that are being replaced actually do have historic reference, as you can see here from this photo, and that was heavily drawn upon for this purpose. So the windows of the entire building really were being referenced back to this drawing, this photograph, excuse me. And when I reviewed the site, as I said, I did a drone search for what I could not see up close and personal, and we were able to tell that the Oculus windows were very early. You may remember that we argued at the time to get rid of some oval windows that were part of this building because there were some questions of whether or not they actually were original, and clearly they were not. So we did quite a bit of investigation to try to move it in that direction to begin with. You'll notice that I've just referenced the fact that this is shingled again, so it's keeping with what was the original treatment. The form has not changed, the massing has not changed on the original building. There's reference to the portico porte cochere in terms of stylistic detailing and so on that's been used elsewhere. You know, on the connection, there's now a portico entrance. That's drawing upon porte cochere's detailing, but not mimicking it. And I want to really stress that. There's not a segmental arch. We're trying to speak to the flavor and the language, the architectural language of what's there, but not outright mimicking. And that's also true for the low project, it's a very shallow depth portico that's on the garden side. And as you can see in the photograph here, this entry, when the building was purchased, it was a very crude, modern Pella French door. Very modern, large panels of glass. It's been now trying to reference the front again to have a subtle portico that's very similar to the one for the connection, again drawn upon the detailing of the portico and the porte cochere. And it's trying to be keeping it a very low profile off the wall for that purpose. The one thing that I don't have on here, but actually speaks to the same effort, is the brickwork for both the end of the porte cochere, the low, it's not even a knee wall, it's higher than a knee wall, but it is a knee wall, as well as the foundation. The brick was in bad shape. The brick for the porte cochere actually had been sandblasted. It really had been whacked up pretty good. And as a result, when you do that to historic brick, as you probably know, the outer skin is off. It's much more absorbent. It tends to decay much faster. As a result, you get very rounded edges on all the brick and actually some caving and sloughing off of the material itself. But there was a good effort to match what was there. And if you need, I have a photograph that has 10 different historic pallets of bricks, sample boards against the porte cochere to try to find the best match that is there. So effort was put into place as well as that. So what I was really trying to emphasize here more than anything is that this was taken very seriously, both not only referencing the historic documents that we could, and in this case we actually were fortunate to have a visual, but also when I went to the building, I really spent time going around looking at every window to make sure we knew what was original versus not, and trying to look at any detailing that was worth saving. So from the beginning, the design team knew that these were elements that needed to be retained. But I know because of last time, there were questions of what was the stimulus behind any of these things that were being perceived as changes that might be inappropriate. And I wanted to make sure that you know that it was coming. We were trying to come from the right place.
When were you brought on this project?
I was brought on this project, goodness,
September 21.
September 21, yeah.
So you were brought on the project before it came in front of us?
Yes. Yeah, I was part of the original team. So for the approved set of plans you had, I was part of, and then I have a report that was submitted to the
Right.
ARB as part of that process.
Call me a simple man, but what normally happens here is people go, they do all this work, they draw these beautiful plans, they bring it forth, they show us why they're going to do it, we go back and forth whether or not we agree, we come to agreement, then we go and we build that house. And I think this is, really good information, but I'm just surprised that it seems to be you're justifying after the fact changes that were made to the plan. I don't understand why they were made when you first originally brought us the house.
I'm not trying to justify the
Yeah.
way things evolve.
Okay.
What I'm trying to say is that the design precedent, the influences that I'm showing you were things that we had talked about from the very, very beginning. So there was an honest and genuine effort to make sure that the right thing was done from the get-go on this process.
Okay.
And so I wanted to make sure it was clear that, because I realized that it may not be clear what type of homework we were doing to try to make sure this was steered in the correct direction. And the architects took this very, very seriously.
Okay. Thank you. Board members have any questions before we move on? Because now I want to go through elevation by elevation, talk about what was approved and what was changed, and we have to look at it, and then we have to,
Yeah, no, I can.
go from there.
And I think Tom is gonna do it on Zoom, but I'll be sort of following along with the board with that,
Oh, you get that job?
yeah.
Okay.
Display.
Careful, there's a microphone under there,
Oh,
and you'll drive poor Sage crazy.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you guys hear me?
We can.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for hearing us again, and I look forward to our conversation. Do I need to remind you all this is the site plan? Should we go through that, or can I skip ahead to the house itself?
Just one simple question. Were there changes to that site plan from what we approved?
That I don't know because I'm not the landscape architect. I can't answer that.
Okay.
The changes I've made are the ones associated with the accessory structure approval in January. This matches the most recent ARB approval.
Okay. Then let's move on.
Okay. I just want to show everyone this just as a reminder of what we're talking about. The hatched, can you see my cursor?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is the historic house in the middle, the white part. And the hatched parts are the additions, the non-historic parts, except, I apologize, this is the barn, which is also historic. That is, and then in this pale sort of turquoise are some things that were changed since your approval, the initial approval. And including, so part of this bike shed back here, which I'll show you, there's a access to a basement here that's down very low, it's in the bushes. And then this is that entrance that Joel mentioned a minute ago that replaces the Pella unit that was put in. So why don't we start with this. This is the comparison. What we've done is we have circled in green here the areas that have changed. Oops, I'm sorry, that have changed. Sorry, I'm not the best driver of this, but there we go. On the main house, let's start by talking about the historic structure.
Do you have this?
The things we have changed on that are, as Joel mentioned, there were in the renovation from 2008 or whatever it was, the windows, all these windows again were new when we got a hold of the house. These upper windows were 8/1s. One of the changes we made was to put them back to 6/1s, which matched that historic photograph, but also would have been typical of a house of this era in the what they called at the time the colonial revival. They didn't call it shingle style at that point. So that's one change. We also, on the historic part over here,
Hang
this.
on 1 second, I'm gonna catch up to you, 1 second. What page are you
Okay.
A300A.
Yeah,
It's like 3 or 4.
Yeah, just because I want to see a big copy.
Yeah.
I got a great big copy.
So, keep going.
One more patient second, my friend. All right.
Okay, no, I'm fine. I just,
It's a little bit spread up here. Okay,
The Dead Sea Scrolls.
please go on.
okay. But just also, before I continue, what I want to do is go around the whole house, and then we can come back if I could, because some of these things that are on this elevation will become clear what they mean when you look at the other elevations. So I'm happy to talk about them whenever you would like, but some things, like this side entrance we added, you will see on another elevation.
Okay.
I think on this elevation, on the main historic part, that's all that changed here. If you move over to the right, I want to address the other historic part of the house, and then we'll come back and look at the additions we did, is the barn. And on this elevation, we changed the sash. Not the opening size, not the original trim, but the actual piece of sash that goes in there. And we went from these 4 light units to 6 light. And we did the same thing in this dormer. And here, we went with smaller lights. The reason for that is, when we look at the south elevation, you'll see that the historic window around the corner has a much smaller light size in the sash. And these sort of postmodern lights, the windows just didn't really have the character that I think a window of the 1898 carriage house or barn would have had. So we didn't copy them, the historic window, but we got closer in scale, I think a more appropriate scale, to what was there, what was added in the 25 years ago, whatever it was. I want to move back to the left side of the drawing and to start by looking at the additions, the new parts of this project, not the historic parts. You can see we bubbled the dormers. These are shed dormers. Really, the changes to them were a result of the plan inside, issues coming up with some structural stuff that we had to deal with. So you can see it's three windows here, 3 here. This dormer got a little smaller. This just didn't fit that well. In truth, we probably rushed this into you a little too quickly, but these were adjustments we made to get the plan to work, and I think they're still in the character of what we had done on the new part of the house before. We made this door a little lower. There's a stair landing in here. I know this is architecture stuff we should have seen, but in developing the plans, those were things that changed. Just as we made 6/1s here, we did the same on this end of the this gambrel part of the house. Again, this is part of the new building. If you skip over to the link between the historic house and the historic barn, is this?
I'm sorry, just like I didn't interrupt for just a second. On the proposed west elevation, the part you just mentioned, it's not shown here as a change, but it's different than the previously approved plan. It's the windows that are one above the other. There's a two over two. Yes, those.
Yeah, yes, I think that was the same thing. I'm trying to think where that is in the house. That was a combination of the plan, and also some of the reason these windows look different. And I agree, these are smaller in the new version. Is they're just better drawn. There's more information about the windows themselves. So they might look different here.
That's fine. I just wanted to make sure I understood if it was different or not.
You're correct.
Okay.
They were. Yeah, I apologize. You're right.
All right. Good. Thank you. You can go.
Okay, is that Jeff speaking? I can't see who's speaking.
No, it was me, actually.
No.
I was saying there was no change to any of the rough openings, as I understand.
Correct. I'd like to move back here before I move on. I mistakenly last time, the way we drew the plans originally, the shutters look like they're flat panels. They are actually louvered, as you can see in that
That
photograph.
was good.
that Joel
Yeah.
presented.
Thank you for that.
That's what should have been there, and that's what is there, and we're replacing them all.
So,
with louvered shutters.
So they're as approved then, right?
Yeah.
They're, yes, or they're what was on the historic structure. They just don't show in this drawing. But I just wanted to clarify that.
Right.
Well, while we're on A300A, talk to me about the barn got a chimney.
Right, I was gonna talk about that just now. So in this addition, we added skylights. This is a conservatory, it's sort of a garden room. There are 3 skylights along this side, and the client would like to add a wood-burning chimney, fireplace at the end of the room, and that is necessary. If you have a fireplace, you can imagine, you need to get the smoke out. There's a chimney here, which matches in detail and brick, the chimneys on the main house.
And that's part of the historic barn?
It cuts into the roof of the historic barn.
And then you have an exposed brick chimney going down the side of the barn that wasn't there, it was not historically accurate.
You will see, yes, you will see the barn against, the chimney against the facade of the barn.
Okay.
And just so you know, there's a window that is in the middle that will be split into 2, flanking that chimney. So it's not just that there is a chimney against the barn that cuts in the roof, but we're actually separating the windows to allow that chimney to run through.
Or at least you'd like to.
But
Okay.
yeah, but that's what we're proposing, yes.
Okay.
Yes. All these things are,
Yeah.
it's weird to say propose because some of them exist, but I'm just talking about our thinking.
Okay.
And then here too, so I already pointed this out, the smaller light sizes to, I think, better reflect the scale of the historic windows on the south side of the barn. Can I move on, or would you like to look at this a little bit longer this side?
Board members, any other questions on this page? Jane? John?
Nope.
Jeff?
On this
No
page.
questions.
Okay, we
We'll
can-
comment afterwards.
So I don't.
On the east side, this is the side that faces away from the road, away from people's neck. Looking at the historic middle of the house, these were the little double hungs that I mentioned last time that we had changed to casements in the middle here. It was casements, the double hungs in there. Sorry, I'm getting my the menu out of the way so I can see. We put them back to casements, and that did 2 things. Mainly, for one, it allowed that bedroom, which we had not investigated carefully enough. It allowed it to be legal, but it also was what was in the tympana of this of the house, and that happens here as well. They were frankly cheesy windows that we've replaced with very, very good quality casements.
Okay.
We also have taken this window here, a single, we've made it a double window. And then we have ditto the same thing where these sort of, if you see the those windows in this dormer up here, we've made them into a smaller scale. I think, closer in keeping to the windows in the upper, sort of in the 3rd floor of the building instead of these sort of postmodern X's. On the barn, same comments, smaller scale lights to, repeating myself, to match, I think, not match, but better speak to the historic window, which we'll see in a minute on the south side of the barn. On the additions, this was a screened porch that you approved originally. We would like to, it is now glazed in. Those are floor to ceiling double hung windows and fixed sash that sort of, they're in the same scale of these screens, but now it's an all year long room.
Can I stop you can I stop you for a second for a question?
Yep, yep.
In the next, just to the left, 'cause I don't know where we are, where you screened in the screen porch on the 2nd floor, it looks like you've taken what was a single window and made it a double.
Yeah,
Is that part of an addition? That's part of an addition, not part of the original structure?
that is part of the original house.
So you have actually changed the window opening on the original house?
I have to look at the plans more carefully. I'll have to go back to that green hatch. I think it's part of the original house.
It appears to me to be part of the original house.
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
And I agree, it's important. Obviously, all of this is important. It is, but it is not aside. It's not in the public way, but it doesn't mean it's not the historic part of the house either.
Right. Okay.
So the biggest change, there are two changes really on the right side of now we're on the addition over here, right? Everything from this chimney on, basically, and really this piece here is addition or new. The client wanted a window in the garage, so we added this window down below here. And this was simply initially a bicycle shed, just one big room. It is now a bicycle shed, and there's an outdoor shower, so you can see it went from a window into bicycle shed to kind of a louvered, sort of more outdoor experience for taking a shower on the right hand, the sort of north end of the building. On the left, if we move back across to our connector, which is new, again, skylights on the back side of the house facing east, and then here again you can see the chimney rising up along the side of the barn.
It seems to me you've changed the number of posts.
Number of
Are there four
posts.
Are there 4 pillars going into that connector where there were 3?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, it's the same.
No, I'm sorry. Go down to where you see where your bicycle shed is.
Yeah.
Go to that doorway.
Yeah.
In that connector.
Yes.
The
You're
porch,
right.
yeah.
We have an extra. We added an extra column in there. That should have been bubbled. This was not an attempt to slip it by you. It's an honest feat. Thank you for pointing it out. It was not an attempt to slip one by you at all.
Yeah.
We eventually
4
catch
columns.
everything anyway, so.
Yeah.
it's-
No, it's good. We have a desk for you at work. I think that's it, but you may spot something else. But those are what's going on the east side of our building.
You realize with a house this big, it's kind of where's Waldo, but okay.
It's a big, complicated house, and as Joel has said, we've taken it very seriously. We think we're doing the right thing by this building. Any other questions on this side?
No, I think we can move on to unless board members change.
Actually, I do want to correct Tom, that area we talked about was screened in porch, that is an addition that was done in 2007.
The screened-in porch.
But it's
or-
actually the space adjacent
The
to it
space
is
adjacent,
also
it was an
addition.
addition. So where he was talking, he thought it was part of the original house, it actually is part of the addition that was done in 2007.
Yeah, because we were
Yeah.
talking about
You're talking
these
about
The
windows.
part,
This
Here?
window.
the part coming, let me go back to that. Much of this is new. I think a lot of this is new. I don't know what it was at now, but this used to be a pretty unpleasant screening room and all kinds of modern stuff that had a very, not a great
Yes.
apartment above
But
it.
the window to the
This-
left.
No,
Tom,
go,
it's the area to the
But-
right of that, yeah, right there, that little spot?
no.
No, the other
To
side.
Right
left.
to the left.
The other
To
side.
the left.
To the
There,
left.
there you go.
That's the original
Yeah.
house.
Yeah,
The one I'm trying to hide, that is, I think, in the original house.
That's the
I would
original house.
like
We've
to
actually
triple
changed it.
check that. Maybe Margie, while we're doing this, you can look at the drawing, but I think that may be in the original.
And would that be the same case for the
oh, yeah.
the
that is-
doors
you're right.
beneath?
That is the original.
Yes, this surface here is one of them.
Okay.
Okay, so let's move on to A300C.
Okay, this is, we're now looking at the north side of the building. These windows were made into casements instead of the little double hungs that were up there. One of the issues we had, which I know is not your, I can't imagine being particularly sympathetic to it, was that when we got the as-built drawings, there were some mistakes in them, so we corrected them to what was actually there. But we made these back into casements. And then, I think, I can't remember exactly what we did, but this is just, we changed the number of lights in those windows. Again, the 6-over to match the 6-over ones on the rest of the historic part of the house. We changed these to,
Talk to me for a minute about the two dormers, the windows and the dormers that are over the garage doors to the left.
Well, you know, so what happened is there's a lot of dormers on this house, and for the most part, they're casements.
Right.
And we've just made it more, you know, I don't want to use the word homogeneous because I don't think this building is exactly homogeneous. There's a lot going on, but we have tried to make like things like. So if it's a dormer, it has a casement. There's aren't dormers with double hung, dormers with casement, dormers with awning windows. Try to sort of give it some continuity. In other words, complex building, both in terms of elevation, massing, and all those things. So just trying to sort of tone down the options a little bit.
Okay.
On the left is the bicycle shed and shower. It was originally a long, you can see it was a pretty long, undifferentiated component to the house. And here, can I zoom into it? Just so you can see it more easily? What we did was we made the roof shorter. And that enabled us to give them an open to the sky screen porch. Again, this is all new structure. We shortened it this direction, and we shortened it this direction to create a flat roof between the main body of the building and this building here. So it sort of has a smaller scale, more subservient scale to the rest of the project. A covered walkway between the garage and the bike shed. We put an arched door in it. And then this is a single casement here in this side of the building instead of what we had before. We had nothing there, just a little more lighted. And ditto on the shutters, same comment on the shutters. You can see in this drawing we didn't publish, but that's the side of the glazed porch.
So actually, you made the dormer that's above the new window to the right of the garage, you made wider and double the windows.
Yes.
And just, can you give me the logic with all I've heard about it was 6 overs versus 9 overs, why I have 4s? Can you talk to me why you've made this pane choice on these 4 dormers, which seems inconsistent to me with the rest of the house?
Well, because they're a more vertical proportion. You know, the original, what the previous owner had was windows and dormers that had square lights, and we went with a, you know, the proportion of the lights on the house for the most part are more vertical.
So in the window above, you've got 6 lights, and those are casements, right? But these casements are suddenly 4 lights, okay.
Well, it's just the geometry of the house. They're in the roof.
No,
They're
I think
just
they
a
could probably
smaller
they
window.
could be divided, they could be lighted differently, but okay.
Yeah.
And then,
they're just.
and then, I'm sorry, I probably missed it, and I apologize. What was your decision to change all the shutters style?
That we actually, well, it was to put it back to what it would have been, which is louvers. We just didn't show them in your approval. You can see we showed them looking like they're solid.
Yeah, you showed them
But
as
they are, they're
flat,
louvered.
you showed them all as flat panel shutters.
Yeah, but they're not. They're louvered, and I think that if you look at that photograph that Joel passed out, you'll see that the old shutters, which are disintegrating, are louvered, which is what this house. It's not a sort of Mediterranean style house. It's a shingle style house, and those typically have louvered shutters, so we put those back. But it is what was on the historic part of the house originally.
Okay.
So,
Good.
do we know for sure that's what was actually approved though, the last time around?
What was approved is up here.
Right, but were the ones that were approved louvered and just misrepresented on the drawing, or?
I think we didn't draw them very well. I don't actually remember.
I think what happened is they went at a really, really fast pace to get in here and get approval, and then went and looked and went, oops, we need to make some other changes. Because this is a vast number of changes to an approved house, but let's move on. Because these are not insignificant number of changes to a large approved house. Let's move on to A300D.
Okay, above is the approved house.
Okay.
Again, putting the casements in where there were these double hungs. And they are slightly larger, but they're all casements. Here, this is the pediment entry again that speaks to the portico share. It's detailed the same. It's sort of based on the Doric order, which is what the columns are at the existing portico share. And then this shows you this is the historic window at the top here. You can see that's the historic window. And you can see how small the windows are in it. So we have shrunk from the sort of little double hungs at the end there at the time. We've just made them smaller, not to copy, but to get them more in scale with this kind of moment on the house, on the barn. The windows, Joel pointed out, the windows, these are leaded glass. We're just restoring them. They're going back in the original leaded glass windows. I don't think we talked about that at any point, but we keep your comments.
Have you changed the size of the openings?
It looks like it on this, but in fact, I think what's going on is they're just better drawn. We just drew them better with a little bit more information. So
You told me
sometimes
that no rough
Yes or
opening has
no?
changed.
What's that?
One so
You
We
told me
didn't
that
change
no
that
rough
window.
opening has changed, so the existing window rough opening of the historic building.
Yeah, no, we
change.
did not change it. We didn't change rough opening. A lot of those windows, particularly on the big part of the house, the original casing is still there. I think for some reason, almost all of these casings made it through the last 120 years. Some of this up here did not, and we're replacing that. Like this little guy here, one of them is rotted away. We're literally milling a new one, matches. But we didn't mess with the opening sizes.
And talk to me about the change that you made on the first floor windows near your proposed pediment. First of all, you took a window out. Was it original?
I don't know if that was original or not.
That's
but
the,
we
that's
made
the
a
original
larger-
part of the house.
Yeah,
None of the windows, there was only a few original windows, there
Well,
was three, and that was
Well, there's an
not one of them.
opening now missing.
Was it
Did you close
It
an
was a
original
door,
opening?
wasn't it a door, Joel? Yeah, it was a
We
door.
need comments on the record.
there was a big sort of Hella-type opening into this room that was a cheap Pella window, and so I think what's happened is when we did this proposal, we had the door here, we put this into match, but there were two windows, and then there was a big Pella window here.
But
We got that out.
wasn't the question.
And this is for entertaining and stuff like that. This is sort of a major access point from the house to the south courtyard on the sort of in the crux of the main house in the barn.
Joel, maybe Tom is not, he's missed what Mark is addressing. To the right, on the upper drawing there,
This.
that window, yes, that window no longer exists.
No, it doesn't, but I don't think either. I think the whole configuration here, before we started anything, was a door, kind of where my little hand is.
I understand, it was the butt. So, that you removed an original window,
Yeah.
rough opening. Okay, that's
Yeah.
it.
So
It was-
you removed and changed an original rough opening.
No, I don't think this was here.
In all fairness,
Whoever said
folks,
that.
there's a window on that diagram.
That's the approved.
We
opening.
need all comments on the record, so one at a time, and if you could identify yourself and
talk
come up
me
to the
about-
mic.
Then talk to me about why did you make, in the approved, there's a bunch of trim detail below all the windows on the first floor next to this door that's now gone.
That was all replacing the, I don't know what you want to call it, that the previous owner put on there. It was really flimsy,
But was it existing?
terrible. It was sort
Actually, I
of,
think we
it
have to go
was.
through a whole new
From the 1980s.
study of the house, don't we? I mean,
Well, there's nothing to study because the house is.
Well, I mean.
No, the house, the trim quality and details on the house was extraordinarily bad and cheap.
That's not the point, but, you know,
Let him go on, and then I
Can I actually
can
try to-
comment afterwards.
Okay.
No, let's just go on through the elevations.
Okay.
It's a long meeting, so we're gonna move this along. Let's just go on with the rest of the changes.
Yeah, I apologize. I'm going as fast as I can.
Okay.
Here is before with the windows in the middle, and here they are separated. the chimney. And you can see a section, there's the chimney inside the conservatory.
And that's the proposed chimney that's in what was the historic barn.
Yes, it's against the face of the historic
Yeah.
barn.
Okay.
I think I've covered everything. Questions?
All right. I know that was kind of painful, but we
No, no, it's
actually
fine.
needed to understand, because we can't look at the house because you've already taken everything off the house, and some of this has been put in, so this is very confusing. All right. Where can we start? Jeff, any? I'll get rid of this so I don't kill for us.
So, actually, for the sake of expediency, and because I've been able to look over Mark's shoulder as he was taking notes, I'm just going to limit my comments to generalities. That there are multiple changes that I surely wish you would come here beforehand. You are all professionals. You know the game. Whatever lessons you think you learned, I don't know how you forgot them, but you did. That's unfortunate. It's regrettable. But I'm not going to take you to task on that other than the statement I just made. But Mark has a list of things, and they number at least a dozen.
Jeff, can I say one thing real quick?
Sure.
I don't know if it's helpful. I just scrolled through my phone and I found a photograph of that. Remember we were just talking about that window?
Right.
I have it here. I can try and forward it to you, but it was.
No, actually, no, because we're not going to finish this tonight, and it's not fair to everybody else in the audience for you to be looking through your phone. If you had something to show us, it should have shown us before we got to the meeting.
Right. And in fact, one more comment. The irony is that which I was most concerned about, the fenestration, is the least that I'm concerned about.
Okay. Jane, John?
Oh, I mean, I have a laundry list. I wonder if it coincides with yours, but
Go ahead.
on the west elevation. Well, first of all, I still need some clarification on the shutters. I'm sure we went through a historic review of this home when we went around the first time on this, and I have to believe we would have approved things that were based on the historic accuracy of that study. That said, if the shutters change from what we approved, if the shutters we approved were flat and they're now louvered, I think that's something we need to investigate. Some of the changes I like on the left side of this elevation, that door on the first floor that you changed on the addition, I think it looks good. I think for me, the skylights are a non-starter, period. I mean, I think it contemporizes the house in a way that's just not appropriate nor attractive. The fenestration overall, the number of lights in some of these windows, I mean, if it's historically accurate and we can prove that out, that's worth discussion. I just think it adds a heaviness to the house that didn't necessarily exist previously. And also I think the original barn, I think that chimney is just that can't happen. Not to a historic portion of the home. You've totally you're suggesting changing the structure itself, and I think that's something we typically don't even consider in this type of renovation. Again, on the east elevation, I think the fenestration just seems much heavier and busier than it might have previously. The north elevation, I think it is okay, except for the dormers over the garage doors. I think they need to be reduced in size as was originally approved. And on the south elevation, the first floor, that new entrance just doesn't make sense to me. First of all, we need to determine whether or not an original opening was changed or covered. And aside from that, the design of that entrance just, to me, doesn't seem consistent with the design of the house. And I'll leave it at that for now.
Jane?
I'm just gonna say I wasn't originally here for the first first submission with this. I'm very overwhelmed by the second one and all the changes. A lot of the windows look like they are overkill. Hard to see on our very small screen here, but
Okay. Jeff?
Oh, no, like I said,
You- you-
I'm deferring to you because
Okay.
your list was as long, if not longer than mine.
Here's,
I can't, for some reason I can't hear them.
Oh,
well,
I'm saying
I'll make it easy for you.
I'm deferring my
I'm sorry.
comments
Oh,
to the
okay.
chair.
Listen,
I'm giving my
I'm,
time to the
I
chair.
sort of, look, in certain stances, some of the changes you've made make sense, and I understand why you made them. I think your process is backwards, and you should have done more time taken before you came to us in the first place, but we've said that a number of times, and now let's just move on. Let me get to page 300. So here were my comments. Let's see. I think the chimney going into the historical barn is just a no, because it changes the original intent of that structure. So I think putting the chimney is not consistent with the building, its history, or its massing. The skylights in the connector, I think, are a disconnect with this house and don't make sense. So the skylights I would have a problem with. The dormer window, the question is whether the dormer sizes were changed or original, but those are on extensions. So that one doesn't really concern me too much. I am concerned about that question of whether the original opening was taken out and covered up, and I'd like to know, and whether or not you tell me that the original trim was flimsy does not mean it wasn't there and then replaced. So I want to know what was originally on A300D. In your original drawing, there was trim work that was below the windows on the first floor next to the sliding glass opening that you proposed the pediment for, that trim detail, that was approved. So I would like to know what was there originally. We can't look it up because the house has been stripped now. So we need to understand if that trim was original or was a suggestion in that last meeting, because that's part of the historic part of the house. I think the pediment does not work for me because it feels grand to that side of the house versus the original intention of the massing of the architecture on that side. So I think the pediment is problematic. On the windows, on the A300D, don't really have a big question there, but the question I would have is seeing the chimney stand up or the barn, but since I think the chimney shouldn't be there, I think that's not a problem. That will cure
Sorry,
that
say that
problem.
again, which
I
one?
think seeing the chimney in that elevation will go away, just because I don't think the chimney should be there. It's not original to the historic part of the structure. When we get to 400, there was a question of, again, the skylights facing the east elevation. I also disagree with the skylights as a top. I think your proposal change for the bicycle room is fine, but this is not the comparison page. I don't feel like I'm pulling them again. To the bicycle room. The added window, I actually think for that size, I think for changing the fenestration percentage on that gable in what is, I guess, the garage and the bicycle storage room is fine. I actually think that when I look between the original and the proposed, your 3 columns were more successful, but what you haven't marked on here is above that, you've got 3 columns and a big window. There was a door and a window, and in the change, you've also, that's been, well, is sort of marked. I actually think the 3 columns are more successful, but for me, that's not the hill to die on. I do need to understand why you proposed this with solid panel shutters for the entire house. Now I've come back and changed it completely. I think you have some historic evidence on that. We would just like to review it. And my only other question has to do with the dormers. I think your window patterns are not successful in the dormers over the garage and to the right of the pediment to the right of the garage, because suddenly those 4 lights seem contemporized to me when you've gone to so much effort to do 6s. So whether those casements or 6-panel casements, the 4 seems to me the one odd entry when you work so hard to be consistent throughout the house, and suddenly you've gone inconsistent just to one elevation, and that would be my comment.
Let me just add a couple of things. On the chimneys, I noticed that you added some caps of some sort, whether they're mechanical or otherwise. They take away from the simplicity of the house, and they add a contemporary element. So I would ask if there's another way to achieve whatever it is that you're trying to achieve by either venting or whatever it might be, that's done without it having an architectural impact. And then on the bike shed and outdoor shower, I think that complicates that whole section. And you take what was to be a barn-like garage, and now it's becoming more like a living structure. And it, in the elevation, anyway, and it jumps out differently than it did before. So, just mind you.
And where was the one historic opening
I know.
that you actually changed?
And this little structure here had the cute on the bike shed or whatever it was before, where it just had like an oval window. You know, that was a
Yeah.
cute little structure. Now you've added a whole nother element with the outdoor shower and the additional window. So now it doesn't look like the barn. So you've added complexity to an already very complex house.
And the other thing I would like to know is on page A300, and not tonight, but come back and give us the history on it. And A300B was that opening that was moved from a small window to two side-by-side casements to the, so I guess it's to the north of the now proposed screened-in porch. Was that an original opening that was made larger? Because if it was, I'd want to take it back to the original opening. So those are the comments. Do we have any comments from the public on it? I know you've been listening a long time, and I apologize, but this one's a complicated one, and it's an important house. So, Ed, do we have any comments from the public here or online? Okay. Do you guys have any comments? Anything else you want to tell us before? I'm assuming you want an adjournment to May 22nd to address all these concerns. Okay. Are you asking for an adjournment to May? Okay. It's a lot of comments. Listen, you've heard the frustration. I think we have it from time to time that people come in quickly, get things approved, and go and make changes. This is just such a large example of it that it's both surprising and frustrating, which you've heard. I appreciate the letters very much. I appreciate the spirit in which you've come back to us, and we will find our way forward. But I think as just a lesson all the way around, because I don't know that the builder is completely responsible either here, because somewhere between our approved drawings and what they got as construction drawings, things were also changed. But in the normal process in the village, there are two sets of, everyone should know this, there are two sets of plans that we sign. I, as chairman, sign off on the approved plans, two sets. One of those sets is given to the builder. So the reason we do that is so we don't end up here. But I think the right thing to do for this house and frankly for this applicant is to find our way forward. So if you will take all these in the spirit in which they're intended, we will appreciate it. So I'm going to move that we accept the applicant's request for adjournment to May 22nd. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
They'll blow all my notes. Hang on. Okay, so I have next up 385 South Main Street, Searsucker LLC for modification of existing dormer and to add a balcony. Is the applicant here?
Yes, for the applicant, David Warren, using Troy, Bridgehampton, New York. We have the architect Stephen Chrisman.
We're
changing the color.
Okay, hang on.
On Zoom.
I'm going to ask you to wait for 1 second. They just handed me a different agenda. All right, I'm sorry.
We have Stephen Chrisman, who I believe is on Zoom. At the last hearing, the board asked us to bring in a materials board, which we have, and I'll put on.
You brought a really big materials board, which we appreciate.
Can't miss it.
Okay.
And if Stephen is here, he can take you through what we're thinking.
Yes, hello. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
So at the last hearing, you'd asked to see the colors of the shingles and the trim and the shutters, so you can see that in the mock-up. And we're here to answer any questions you may have about those colors. I can go through the specific colors if you'd like.
Actually, if for the record you would tell us the actual colors that they are, so Alice has it for the record, that would be great.
Sure, exactly. And I believe it's noted on the board, or was part of the transmittal, but.
I think it's on the back.
I can't see it.
It's not on the board.
No, go ahead and read
It's on
them,
the
but
transcript.
actually, please read them into the record.
Sure, of course. The shingles and the trim are both Faro and Ball Windborne White, number 239. And the shutter is a Benjamin Moore Tarrytown Green historic color, 134.
So that's, in their language, that's AC 134? HC 134?
HC,
Yeah,
correct.
great.
Yeah, very good.
Okay. I believe that was the last detail that we were waiting on, because you changed the color from natural to white. We wanted to see the
That's
colors
correct.
to understand it.
Exactly right. So
All right.
we want to make sure you see the colors and then hopefully approve them.
Board members?
Pretty big white house.
Yeah, I actually prefer the natural shingles.
I'm not sure why they went that way, but.
Well, this is your chance to say that.
I think given like you said, the size, the mass of the house, having such a stark contrast to the landscape creates sort of visual pollution. I just, especially in that setting.
Can you give us the rationale again of why you're going to white?
We did have it originally as natural, and the client had asked for white. I think after seeing a lot of the white painted shingle houses in the historic district, which does seem very summary and very appropriate. Numerous examples of historic houses that have a white paint to them. So that's what essentially is coming from the client. But
Okay.
he's very interested in being part of the architecture that seems like it's always been there, that it belongs in the historic district, so on. So.
Jane, any questions? Or any thoughts? Jeff?
When I thank you for bringing in the samples. So now, having done so, it leads me to believe that a house of this scale in the historic district is more consistent and harmonious if it was shingled, with natural shingles.
I tell you what I honestly think is it's a beautiful house. I think the detailing is beautiful on the house. I think when you paint the whole thing white, first of all, it takes the massing and makes it appears much larger. But it also, the details of the house disappear a little bit into a white mass, where I think the soft contrast between the trim color and a natural shingle and a green is more harmonious to that neighborhood and more in keeping with the house in this particular style and this particular size. How married are they to white? I actually, doesn't
Yeah, I
feel
think
right.
That's a good point. I mean, all the details, the beautiful
Yeah.
details of a beautiful house are
Because I think the
lost.
trim, you're losing the trim detail, you're losing, because it just turns into a big white house versus the amount of scale, the amount of, just everything about it is just so pretty that I think you just lose a lot of that when you paint it white.
And it's a different style and design than the house you might be ready to say, well, there's a White House across the street. But it's a very different style.
What I think we're hearing is I don't think I'm hearing a lot of support that this house should be white. I think you're hearing a lot of support that it's a beautiful house. We hear a lot of support that green and the white against the natural shingle is probably more in keeping and architecturally harmonious with the language of the village. So how much of a hill to die on is this for the client?
I don't know. The client was very much energized about it. And again, I think he was thinking that there's lots of other historic houses and newer houses in the historic district that have been approved with the white color. So I think that's what he was really hoping to have here. And I think from our point of view as the architects, it does feel harmonious with the community and the historic district, which we're very much interested in being part of and supporting. And I think you've been to the site too. And
We have, yeah.
so,
Several times.
you know, it is hard to see the house from the street. There's very dense historic plantings all along the edges and so forth, and very dense trees. You made a good comment about the trees and the property. So for both Maine and Gin, it actually is very difficult to see the house. I know that's not the most important aspect of it, but it isn't something you're going to see because it is held back from the street on both frontages. Very large mature trees in between the street and the house.
Well, I think, friend, what you're hearing is I don't know that you have the support that you need for white. I would suggest you, and thank you, and the sample board even proves it because those are whites. So what I would suggest is, I would suggest you have a conversation with your client and see how married they are to white. Because I don't know that you have, from what I'm hearing, I don't know that you have the vote support to approve a white house, this house in white.
Right.
Okay?
The cedar shake really does epitomize the design of the Hamptons. The cedar shake is really much more harmonious with.
Whether it's red or whether it's red or whether it's yellow shake, yeah. All right, so I'm hearing, first of all, let me see, do we have any questions, any comments from the public?
Hi, this is Connor Rand from First and Shimamian. I just wanted to ask if the client does want us to argue for the white shingles, are there comments that the board has to the current proposed board, the material board that's on the table, that you would like us to modify to make it more in keeping with what you'd like?
I think what you're hearing from the board is you're presenting a house that's normally done in a natural shingle. In sort of this style house, and from what we're seeing in that neighborhood, a house of sort of this architectural style and massing and appropriateness in that neighborhood would not normally be white. There are white houses, but they're very different houses. They're more square traditional houses, if you will. So I think what we're hearing is, what I'm finding is you don't have support for painting it white. If you want to propose a different color that wasn't quite as bright or a different form of white, but I think what we're pretty much hearing is that you have a lot of support here for a beautiful shingle house with green shutters and white trim.
Okay.
All right?
Well, we appreciate the comments about the beautiful nature of the house.
It's beautiful.
It's gorgeous.
It's very nice to be there. And I would very much like to build this house and
Yeah.
hopefully make a contribution to the historic district.
Yeah, it's beautiful. So I'm hearing you ask for an adjournment?
We're asking for an adjournment. We'll come back in 2 weeks with
Okay.
guidance from the client.
So I move that we accept the applicant's request for an adjournment to May 22nd for 385 South Main Street. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Moving right along.
Okay. Next up, we have 109 Hill Street. No, that's been adjourned. There's a request for adjourn for 109 Hill Street for replacing a privet. I move we accept the applicant request for adjournment to June 12th. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next up, we have a request for an adjournment to June 2nd for the Latchet Southampton Village, 101 Hill Street for pedestrian
June
grade replacement.
21st.
I'm sorry, to June, no, this says June
It
12th.
says June 12th.
Oh, okay. I thought you said second.
June
Sorry.
12th. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next up, we have Chester House LLC at 288 Halsey Neck Lane, a request for adjournment to May 22nd. So
This
I
was
move we-
already adjourned.
It's already adjourned, which takes us to new matters. So next up then is 275 South Main Street for exterior alterations. Leslie Biddle, are the affidavits in order?
Yes.
Okay. 257 South Main Street, is the applicant here? I might have. Great.
Is this a good time for any, make another announcement about affidavits?
It's a great time to make an announcement of affidavits.
Okay, 61 Pheasant Lane and 118 Harvest and 11 Squabble. I don't have affidavits.
I love that address.
Good evening, do you hear me?
Squabble Lane. Yeah.
Yes, we can, David.
Thank you very much. Let me know when you want me to save the screen or share the screen.
Go ahead.
Okay. There we go. Okay, so I'm still reeling from 92 Cooper's project. Quite a lot to digest. Thank you very much for all the time you guys and ladies put into this this process. Just as a little bit of background, I was the architect of record for a renovation to this house 10 years ago. And a little bit like 92 Coopers, we actually had 10 years to realize there were things that we needed to change rather than within a couple of months. So the client has gone back to a designer in the city who I'm working with to work through some of the things that we didn't quite get right the first time. So just I want to just pop up, this is a picture of the house many, many years ago. There's a fair number of these pictures in the historic areas in the village. So that was sort of from way back. This is a picture of the house, what it was like 10 years ago. It was sort of a boarding house, split up into all sorts of things. And what we did at the time was we took this volume at the front and turned that into the living kitchen area. And we got rid of this wonderful carport and did some changes to put a pool in. And there was many debates which way the kitchen went in this big room, and it proved that we should have gone with our first instinct and had the kitchen orientated the other way. So what we're doing now is reconfiguring the floor plan of this volume, and that will then necessitate certain changes to the windows. And I'm just going to jump to my favorite tool in the world, which is Google Earth. So we still have the ivy covered chimney in the front of the house. What we did was we took away the carport and created a deck here. And the kitchen was on the north side of the volume here. And we've now switched that around. So we now want to go back and change, we put this, can you see my cursor? Sorry.
Yes.
Yes, we can.
And let me know if I'm talking too fast. Oops, sorry, I should have done that.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Now we're in space.
Yeah, well, it's amazing what we can see here. Well, we all have drones, so it would be wonderful. So what we're doing, let me know if I get too close. So what we're doing is changing the windows on the east side of the house of this volume and also on the north side to facilitate the egress and the sight lines from this single story part of the house. The original house is this bigger part of the back. So I'll jump to the two elevations. Hopefully I'm not losing you. So you have the set of drawings I submitted. We can go through the site plan, etc. But I'd like to maybe just jump to the two elevations. The first one is an elevation that has the chimney that is ivory covered, which we didn't show here. So this is what we have right now.
Yes, so we're on the same page here. You're on the existing east and proposed east elevation, page A6?
Correct. So there is the
Great.
existing
Thank
and
you.
the proposed on that one page. Thank you, Alex. So what we're doing is, we put this window in based on the way the kitchen was laid out. We now want to change these windows to change some sight lines out into the front yard. And like 92 Cooper, we are going to be putting a chimney here, but this is part of the existing area. So we're basically matching this chimney and putting one on the north side of the house. I can jump to the other elevation for the north side if you want, or do you want to digest this one?
Nope, let's take us to the next one, which is page A7, I'm assuming it's the proposed north elevation.
Correct. So we have the existing north elevation here, where we have a window here, and like we have a dormer, where the chimney will be going up past the dormer. We're going to slide two windows in each side of the chimney. The chimney will be matching as close as we can to the chimney on the east side of the house. And to match the doors here, we're now going to do two doors on each side of the chimney going out onto the deck that we created 10 years ago.
And this extension that you're doing this work on is how old? It's 10 years?
The work that I did on the house was 10 years ago when we had the carport there. We
So
basically,
this, so the section where the chimney is going is in the portion of the house that's only 10 years old?
no, the original volume was there, but what was there before, I mean, I can go back to pictures, there was a huge sunken courtyard in here. The building was split up into 5 or 6 single roof occupancies, et cetera, et cetera. And this deck that is here now, we created 10 years ago. So
Okay.
essentially, we are taking the one window out
Okay.
in the north elevation, and we're creating 2 doors onto this deck,
Okay.
which is the way we can get to the pool and enjoy the landscape.
And can you take us through now color and materials?
Colors will match existing, what's there now. All the windows will match what's existing. All the trim will match existing, and we will endeavor to make the chimney match the existing chimney on the east side. We don't think we plan on putting ivy over it, but who knows what the client might agree to. But,
Is that
but,
is that an outdoor fireplace there?
it is, yes.
That'll have fun with the ivy.
Yeah.
All right.
Exactly.
I see no exterior light fixtures, so are there any exterior facing light fixtures on either elevation?
Not that's any planned. There are, I've got it again. There are light fixtures here that will be going away.
The surface mounts?
Now with LEDs, the need for outdoor lights is so diminished. There's none proposed. So anything on this existing deck we have now
Okay.
will
you might
stay
need
the
one by
same, or
code.
be reduced because this deck is the existing deck. We're going to have 2 doors coming out onto it, and there's going to be plenty of light coming out from the house.
Okay. Board members? John?
I think I don't see anything that really
Jane?
Yeah,
seems like a problem or an issue.
as long as the chimney is matching the existing chimney.
Except for the ivy.
The proposed ivy, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And I think this is just a progression of the house. We're trying to be as thoughtful of what went on before. We're not doing anything radical. We're just a little nip and tuck, and it's taken us 10 years to do this nip and tuck.
This all makes sense. Jeff, any comment?
No.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's great. So do we have any comments from the public? Okay. I'm good then.
Mark, before you do that, since I have to write this one, it would be helpful to know what those existing materials are that it's going to match.
Okay, if you could go ahead and run us through the existing materials, both color and type.
Once again, white painted shingles, siding, the brick of the chimney will match the existing, and the window type of the 10-year-old French door on the east side will be matched on the north side.
And their casement windows?
No, these are French doors going out onto the deck.
No, but the windows on, what are the windows on either side of the chimney? Just for Alice's.
They'll just be fixed. It's going to be quite a tight, they're just 2 windows that are basically to allow light back into that dormer.
Okay.
So at the moment, the dormer will exist, and when the chimney is built, these will just be fixed windows.
Okay. Is that enough specificity?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Seeing how we put no public comment, I'm going to move that we submit a written decision, the application for 257 South Main Street based on plans dated April 22nd for changes to the rear of the house. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
There you go.
Okay, once again, thank you very much for your time and efforts.
Thank you, and thank you for your detail. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Take care.
Okay. So that brings us to, where am I at? 104 Post Crossing. Are the affidavits in order?
Yes, they are.
Great. Before I go on this project, I just want to, you guys can come up, talk about where we are. this house originally came to us as a very large garage and a half that had a pediment. Then it went back. That was denied by zoning because it needed variances it did not get. The house then came back to us with a much smaller shed in the backyard, and earlier this year, I don't remember the date, that was approved. And in part of the site plan that was part of that approval was a driveway that has a circular driveway that's been on the house, probably since it was built. Since that time, the client started digging out the front yard. A stop work order has been issued on this house, and they're now asking to come to a variance. But I want to remind the board that we need to look at this not as if none of the changes that they're proposing have happened. So that's where we're going to go from. So please go.
Hi, T-Shree Hill, Mara Doherty for Gardner.
Okay.
So at this, not the last meeting, but I think the one before that, so maybe the second time it was proposed, was before the board. Sarah Latham had made a suggestion because the original driveway scheme that we put in was closing off the egress closest to Post Crossing. And she said that she felt that it really was more historic, keeping the half moon driveway.
Mhm.
So we took that to heart, and we went back and we refigured the driveway, keeping both egresses and then providing parking for the house. We have 5 bedrooms, so we have to provide 4 bedrooms by code. So that's what we've done, 3 here and 1 to the side.
Can you put this on the camera for me?
Sure.
No, I'm talking.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
Not me, I can't do that.
Yeah.
Sorry. Is that good? Can you see it? Yeah. So the porte cochere we're not going to be using because it's only 9 feet wide. You can't pull a car in there, you can't open doors, you can't do anything with it. So it's going to be more of an entrance and also a bike.
Okay. Let's like this go back. You'd like it to be.
What, sorry?
It's not what we're going to, it's what you'd like to do.
Well,
Go
that's
ahead.
what we'd like to do
Right.
in that thing. It's just that we can't use
Okay.
it. There's no reason to keep a driveway going through it because we can't use it as a driveway. So that's what we did with shorten up here. We added 3 spots here and 1 spot over here, which was on the original plan. And actually, we foreshortened it. We used to go much further back, and we've shortened it up.
Okay. In the original plan that you came through for that shed that was approved,
Mhm.
had the original driveway still on it.
Correct.
Right. And then you just decided to make a change and dig it up without coming to us.
No. I went in December to the building department and asked if I had to present to any board, did I have to get any approval to change the driveway? Absolutely not was the answer. Okay, I brought drawings.
Yeah, who did you speak to?
I spoke to one of the representatives in the front,
Mhm.
but then he went and got an inspector. I do not recall his name, but at the same time, I did request a FOIL. I could go back and find out who that person was. But I said, I need to do anything here to get this approval if I want, because originally we were gonna shut down this egress. And he said, no, you just have to speak to the highway department about that. And that we would then be closing it up, and then we would then redo the sidewalk, whatever needed to be done on that end.
But it's now the same building inspector who put the stop work order on your house.
Not Tien. Tien, I did not speak to him originally, it was somebody else.
Okay.
And he came back to me and said, I called him up and I asked him, and I said, how come? I mean, we came to you, you said you don't need it. He goes, well, the ARB has purveyance over all the landscaping, everything else. So I said, okay, we'll come back with that. So that's why we took Sarah's notes to heart, and we kept the same half moon driveway, and now we're providing 4 parking spaces for the 5-bedroom house.
Okay. Board members.
The parking is on Elm Street, and it's in front of the house. I just don't think that is characteristically what we see. But that's where it's been historically.
No,
Well,
Where has the parking been?
in the driveway.
In the driveway, but as we
Right.
all know, driveways are not, unless you're.
let's get all the board
Okay,
comments.
sorry.
So had the Half Moon Drive been kept as is or as approved, there would have been ample parking for all the required spaces in the house.
Ha-
And there's no blocking because you have 2 entrances to the space itself, in addition to the one you have on the side.
Right.
But if,
It changes the
So-
character of the
so,
house, first of all. I mean, it's a historic house in the historic district. What you've done is actually, you've changed the street-facing appearance of the house by doing this, in addition to not actually needing to do it because there was ample parking to begin with.
Well, I
So-
have
so-
to, I have to.
Okay,
let's
so-
finish, please.
Sorry.
Let me finish up here. So I concur with John. This is probably one of the quintessential, among many houses. Post Lane is, Post Crossing, excuse me, is considered, again, the quintessential historic street. People recognize that those houses probably could not be built today with the current zoning, but that's what makes them so special. This house, its presence on that corner is particularly reflective of that. The Half Moon driveway and the expanse of green is very much a part of that house. And yes, is there parking? Yes, there's parking in the driveway. The statement that a 9-foot expanse can't accommodate cars is just not so. The average car is 5.8 feet.
But you can open the door.
So anyway, yes, you can.
At 9 feet, you can't
Yeah,
open
yeah,
the door
yeah,
because
you
there's
can.
the knee wall on the right-hand side.
But
Okay, sorry.
there's a reference to a house in the city that I know has something even shorter than that, but we're talking Southampton, so it's not relevant. In any event, the change that you're proposing, in addition to changing the look, that on top of all the other changes that were made, taking down trees on Post Crossing, putting in the pool, putting in the other thing, you're changing, this is, no, I know, but I'm saying the trees were taken down, the look of the property is changing. So I'm not in support, and I could not approve a parking patio porch or a parking lot in the front. Parking lot, yes.
Well,
I think the other thing about this house, sorry,
Sure.
this house is
Can you
very
move your
confusing in the
microphone? We're having
fact
a
that the
hard time
address
hearing you.
is,
Jane, can you put your mic closer?
that the address is Post Crossing, but the front of the house basically is facing Elm Street, as perceived by many people who grew up in that neighborhood.
Well, there's only, the front door is where the porch is,
Right.
and that comes off of Post Crossing.
Right.
And
Well-
that is the legal address.
I understand that's the legal address, but because the driveway is here and that's
Yeah.
where, for the entire 60-plus years that I've been going to this house, you think of the house as being
Yep.
front-facing to Elm. I know it's not. I know the front porch is here, but even today, when I went to look again, I said, where is that house on Post Crossing? And I went, oh, right. That's the old Frankenbach
Yes.
house,
Yeah.
which is on
Right.
Elm Street, but not really. So I'm just saying, to put the 3 cars in the front of what's perceived to be the house is just,
Well, I mean, are you suggesting that we put it on Post Crossing then? Switch
No,
the
I'm
driveway
missing-
to the front? I mean,
Let
unfortunately,
me
it's-
go.
Sure.
One of the things that we do here is we look at the streetscape and the history, and we
Absolutely.
maintain the history.
Mhm.
This house has had a circular driveway that goes through a porte cochere. Now, it may have been a horse and buggy, it may have been a Model T, I don't know what drove there, but 9 feet wide accommodated the car. But the way the house presented to one of our most historic streets, Elm Street, was a setback house with a long sloping lawn, very pleasant in the back. So now, in your current consideration, first of all, it's inconsistent with the original architectural intent of a historic house, which is to have a porte cochere. And now you've taken that and you're calling it a carport, but you're telling me you're not parking.
Well, we're leaving the
So what I'm going to say
Yeah.
is, now that from the way you've dug the yard out, having cars pull in, turn, headlights facing Elmwood Street makes it look like a bed and breakfast. It makes it not look like a residential neighborhood anymore. And I think it permanently changes and is disharmonious to the streetscape on one of our most historic streets. So what I'm going to suggest is that you need to go back to what the original driveway was. I cannot support this turnout the way you're presenting it. I think it's disharmonious to the street, and I think it differs from what was actually approved the last hearing in front of us before you started building. So I just think all the way around, it's wrong for the house, and it's not respecting the original structure, and it's
Okay,
not
and so
respecting
then
the street.
If I can do that, present something. When you have a driveway,
Mhm.
it has to be very wide. I mean,
It doesn't have to be very wide, but go ahead.
Well, to get a car to park and a car to pass. That does
No,
have to-
one car can back out the way they always have on this street, and that's code.
Well, they can back out through here, yes.
They can back
But
out,
when
yes.
the problem I think I find with two egresses,
Mhm.
okay, is that I come in, I may come in this side, but then someone comes in the other side.
Well, you can
Now-
drive, you
now
can drive
this-
through the porte cochere and not open the car doors and keep going.
No, I have to say. the
You're
porte
not
cochere-
honoring the original intent of that
porte-
porte cochere is
but
what
the
I'm
porte
telling you.
cochere
It's
is-
not negotiable, so.
Yeah.
Well, it's so incredibly tight. Have you?
But, yes, and that's, yes, it is, and that's the way it was designed. It's in a historic house, in a historic district, going to the
like
street.
a Model T.
Well, or to drive through without opening your doors, as you
I'm
state, but
just saying we
I think
can't-
what you're hearing is you have literally no support for this board, for this
Okay.
plan. But before we do anything else, I'd like to go to public comment.
Okay, and
So-
could I just, is there anything else that we have on here that you have?
No, there's nothing about that plan
So
I would
it's
approve.
just the driveway?
The driveway would need to go back to what is the original intent for the house, in my opinion.
If we didn't do, let's put it like this, if we didn't have the driveway come through the porte cochere, because personally, it really doesn't make any sense. You cannot drive a car through there. A very small car maybe.
Why don't we hear public comment? Because
Okay.
we're not going to design it for you. What we're
No,
telling you
I'm
is what
just
we're not
asking
going
if
to
we-
approve.
Okay, if we can go back to that, and we do that, can we still come in front of the porte cochere rather than using the porte cochere?
I personally am going to tell you I prefer that you didn't, because again, you're in a historic district. There's been a historic relationship with the driveway to this house and its original intent,
Mhm.
and you would be forever changing that historical, the intent of what that porte cochere was and what that driveway represents to that house on that corner. And I think that's inconsistent to what we do in historic districts in the village. But right now, let's get to public comment. Do I have any public comment?
Hi, my name is Barbara Wilson. Should I step up here?
Yes, please.
Hi, my name is Barbara Wilson. I live on Elm Street. I just think that the board has a firm understanding of what's going on here, and I thank you.
Okay.
Can you tell us what number on Elm Street?
165.
Thanks.
Okay. Do we have any hands up online?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Yes.
Oh, hi, I'm Susan Hopkinson. I live at 95 Post Crossing. I just want to add to this conversation that a heritage tree was chopped down that the prior owner said was at least 65 years old. The hedge was moved so that now the front facade of that beautiful house, it has one of the largest facades for Post Crossing, is now dissected. They took a hedge, opened up the pool to the street, and ran this hedge. And it doesn't look good.
To be fair, I think the hedge removal is for construction, but, because they'll have to put because they're building because they're going to have to put a pool fence back up. But do you have any comments about the proposal in the driveway?
I think the columns they have two brick columns at the driveway. I don't know if that's gonna look good. Garbage in the front. We wrote a letter, I wrote a letter with a lot of concerns. But we wanna get the tree back as well.
Okay, well, do you have any comments on what this exact proposal that's in front of us tonight?
The drive.
The driveway.
Yes, I agree with what you're saying, that I think it's too much parking spots and they've taken away way too much grass.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Anybody else online?
Well,
Okay.
is there anyone else?
Hang on. Sage, is someone else coming in? Thank you, sir.
Let me know when you can hear me and see me.
I can hear you and see you.
Yeah, good evening. It's Max Holmes. We're at 92 Post Crossing, so we're the immediate neighbor to the west. It's really, truly unbelievable to me that we're at this hearing. This house, Mr. Siegel, came in front of the zoning board 4 times, came in front of this board, I believe, 3 times. There was numerous public discussion, myself and numerous other people. And now they show up with a gardening plan, a site plan that's totally different from everything that they showed to this board and to the zoning board. It's totally different. It's totally different. It's got a parking lot on Elm Street. It's got a hedge going in a different direction. As Susan said, a heritage tree was chopped down. It's just totally different. And that's unbelievable to me that they just ignored the prior approvals and just said, okay, we're gonna start over with a completely different plan. So I think every aspect of this plan should be removed, and they shouldn't be able to do anything until they replace the heritage tree that was chopped down in violation of town ordinance.
Okay, the tree is not in the purview of this board, so let's.
Yeah, but you can take notice of the fact that
We have.
You can take notice of the fact that they did this when you consider further approvals, right? Both you and the town. Look, the Mr. Siegel is a real estate developer in a different state.
Okay,
So
okay, I'm gonna cut you off there. If you have any more comments about the actual application, I'll hear them, but I won't hear comments about a person.
All right. So I'm pointing out that what I'm trying to point out is that, and I've testified before, right? I thought the prior submissions were in bad faith. This is a bad faith submission, right? And should be denied until they get in compliance with what they did previously.
Okay, thank you.
By
Okay,
the
thank
way, I
you.
wanted to add that the current owner is the one who changed the address from Elm Street to Post Crossing. It was previously for 80 years, the address was on Elm Street, so.
Okay, thank you.
Correct.
Do I have any other hands?
Hi, Brian Raven. Can you hear me?
We can, sir.
Okay, thanks. I'll be brief. I'm adjacent to the property at 49 Elm Street. So in other words, my driveway borders this driveway. We had, aside from other concerns raised, we had two concerns, and I'll just add them here. One is the placement of the garbage. I was told by Mr. Martin, Mr. Siegel, excuse me, in the new plan, which unfortunately I can't see, that it has been moved from, sort of pushed over to us to a more sort of, call it neighborly location adjacent to his house and would be enclosed with shrubs. So, we thought that was a positive development. But again, I can't see any changes, any updated plans. So we're going on faith on that. And then, there was the matter of arborvitae, and when this plan was approved for the shed with bathroom, it was on the condition that arborvitae, in fact, would not be used. The genesis of that was, I believe, a comment by me during the previous hearings, essentially saying it's really, uncharacteristic to, try to build these gigantic, hedges in this neighborhood, and it really moves, I think, it damages the line of sight and it moves us all in the wrong direction. So that was part of a precondition. So I just want to, make sure that if that is now, if arborvitae are being suggested, that, one that goes against what was previously done, and if there are exceptions to be made, then, it's part of the conversation. And I've mentioned to Tish, who I know, who had done work on our house previously, that there is the possibility that if we, set as a, we may be open to something in the back, not the front, assuming, we can put in stone. So in other words, in perpetuity, that these are kept at a reasonable height, we can determine what that is, but I figure it's somewhere around 12 feet or something like that, especially for this area. So I'm sorry, to add a couple more things, but I think that is, useful. And the current plan doesn't call, in certain places, it calls for osmanthus, which is not an arborvitae. But anyway, I wanted to raise that because I think things were sort of in motion. And I don't know what you guys are looking at. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? All right, so I think it's pretty clear you don't have the support of the board for this plan.
That's fine.
And I think one of the things you're going to have to realize is when you buy a historic house, you have a historic house, quirks and all. If you heard that unbelievably long process we went through for the other house, one of the things we paid attention to was original intent of the house, including size of windows openings, location window openings, and intent. And I think that you need to take that into consideration because I think what we're looking for is for you to go back to the original intent of this house and the original streetscape to maintain what is the historic aspect of the village.
Well,
So you're going to have to take our comments and come back, and you can present what you'd like to present, but I think you've heard pretty much how the board feels and the public.
Do you have any more comments on the plan?
My big comment is
Yeah, driveway.
the driveway's a no.
That would obviously
Go back to the original semicircle, to the original openings the way that they were,
All the
which will
landscape.
take out,
They all stand the
which
way they
which
are.
would take out this entire garden. And John, anybody else have any other?
No, it's like, until we see where
Yeah.
the new driveway plan, we can't
Yeah.
approve landscaping, so
Yeah.
it.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Getting any thoughts?
Well, if there was any other thoughts, and that we had just gone to this design, because it is absolutely, it's diagonally across the street at another house in the historic district. So that's why we
Right.
went with this, and we were trying to go with Sarah Latham's comments at that point to keep the bathroom and driveway.
I kind of feel like Sarah Latham is home going, I never said that, but okay.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
did you say it? I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I heard that it was
But
from Sarah Latham.
No, well,
so-
you heard, I don't think it was from any of us. I promise you, as a historic consultant, she would never support the kind of changes that you're looking at
No,
right here.
she-
So, but that's enough for
Okay.
now. So, we can't design it for you,
Mark,
I think.
the board did specifically disallow arborvitae in the last
Right.
approval
Okay.
as well.
And we wanted to, I wanted to address that in the sense of, I spoke to Brian Raven earlier today, and if we did do it, we would maintain it at 12 feet. And the only reason we were doing that, now, I understand if you don't want to do arborvitae, that's fine, we'll have osmanthus put in. So if there's no wiggle room on that.
Well,
we'll
here's
go
what
with
here's what there's really no wiggle room on. If something was specifically denied in the last meeting, why are you presenting it to me?
I just wondered if there was any wiggle room, that's all.
Okay.
If it was maintained, because I don't think it was presented as a cut hedge, but as.
No, the board found the planting of arborvitae itself to be disharmonious.
Okay, so that's fine. We
So,
will
okay.
plant osmanthus.
So you've
instead.
heard
Well,
us.
but that would be, we need to be submitted for
Yeah.
approval.
We will do
Everything's
that.
got to be submitted.
Yes, we will resubmit for that. And, so just to be clear, we have to remove back all of the planting in the front.
Yes, I think you need to go back to the original intent and what was there. And if there's some gardening changes, fine, but I think if you're looking at whatever the plants are between you and the neighbors that were specifically denied, they shouldn't be there.
We'll
Then
make
you
sure
come-
they're not.
Then you come back. I mean, I know we're giving you kind of stern warnings here just because two things. We feel like, two things. We felt like the work that you did went forward that was not what was approved originally. That never goes well here. And now you're presenting us, I know you said you talked to the building department, and now you're presenting plans that were specifically denied.
Right, which
But I
I'm-
will
I'm-
tell you that on your behalf, I actually moved you up 2 weeks. Because one thing I was trying to avoid is having one of the most important corners of Southampton Village torn up for the entire summer while we wait for a decision. So we actually moved you up 2 weeks to try to move this process along. So understand that we're trying to be correctly fair to the applicant, because we'd like it to move forward as we can, because what it looks like right now, it truly does look like a bed and breakfast, is never the intent of Hill Street and not at all what we want to see on that part, or in any historic district. On Elm Street, and it's not what we want to see in any historic district. So I hear you asking for an adjournment.
So we are asking for an
Okay.
adjournment. What I would, like, I do want to get some clarification though between the building department and the ARB
You might as well just assume you need to come to the ARB
for everything.
for everything.
Okay.
Because you're in the
Because
historic district, and by code,
Right.
we have approval. And a matter of fact, when we actually looked at, and you were here, or someone was here, when we went through the exact site plan, when we approved the
We
shed.
were not here.
Okay,
The
but the
architect was
the
here.
people representing the architect, and I know him,
Mhm.
and we actually specifically talked about the driveway.
Right, that's
Because
what
there,
he
there
did.
had been a plan, and we said, well, you know, we would never support that, and then went back to the original plan, and that's what we approved from. So we actually found this whole thing highly surprising.
Well,
So,
unfortunately,
yeah.
we did not get that
okay,
information.
okay, so you've heard me.
Yeah.
So you're gonna,
We're adjourning.
so you're gonna adjourn, and I would suggest then, you know, make a new plan and come back to us.
We will.
And Alex heard as well,
Well-
and he's the
Yeah.
director of planning, so he will address that with the building department,
Can
I
we,
assume.
is there any way we can also move up?
Nope.
No?
So
So
I'm
we
going
submit-
to move, we accept the applicant's request for an adjournment to the meeting on May 22nd. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
That's our next meeting.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, no, that's what I meant.
Right,
Yeah.
thanks, Dave.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So next up is Hayama LP at 17 Main Street for exterior alterations. Is the applicant here? '17 Main Street. Gorgiana the store, retail. Are they here online?
Coming in with them.
Anyone here for 17 Main Street, the retail?
They're joining by Zoom. if
Oh, okay.
they're here. They just need to unmute themselves.
Okay. And I believe we waived public notice on this.
Correct.
Correct. Because this is they're asking for small operations. This is a store that sits next door to this building. And like not wanting to have Elm Street torn up during the summer because this is a retail partner here in the village, we actually waived notice for this so we could try to move it along because we try to have all of our retail spaces up and running before we get to, Memorial Day. So we thought we'd try to help them along. That's why we waived it. Hello. Hello.
She's very still or frozen, one
Frozen.
Are you there? Can you hear us?
Should we second call?
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to second call this application. I'm going to move on to the next application, and we'll second call this one, and perhaps you can reconnect to Wi-Fi. All right. That's going to move us to our first non-historic.
I'm here now, of course.
Oh, are you? All right.
All right.
Okay, then let's go. If you're here, let's go.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Hi, I'm Ashley. I'm with Goriana Jewelry. We are the tenant that is going into 19 Main Street into the prior Japanese antique store.
Ashley, what's your
And
last
we are
name?
Ashley, your last name, please?
Bella.
Can you spell that, please?
Bella. Fella.
Okay.
It's almost too easy and everybody gets tripped up. Right? So long and short, we are doing a very, very light renovation, mostly furniture and fixtures into our space, but looking to just modify a few things on the building exterior. So I can run you through the couple of small changes.
Yeah, can you just walk us through the changes and changes, colors, and materials, so the changes you're proposing to the front of the location?
Well, so first things first, the building department's been really fantastic guiding through the process. Long and short, we are proceeding with just repainting the building the exact same white that it is currently. We're paint matching it. There wasn't a paint color on file, but we're using a paint chip to match and validate that. And we were told that that wasn't needing to go through the ARB review just because it's a repaint, but we're just gonna lightly refresh that.
Okay.
And then we are looking to repaint the existing shutters that are there to a light gray. They're currently black, so just looking to refresh those. They're on the second story of the building. And then we are looking to change the front door out. It's currently a black one light door that has seen its time. And we have proposed a white oak one light door in its replacement. And then we are looking to change on the little dormer that's in the front window, the canopies to a natural wood scallop shingle on the front there. And then we're looking to change one light fixture on the back.
I'm confused. Is this what they're trying to do?
No, that's just,
Way down the
that's what,
line.
way down. No, that's another location.
Yeah, that's another of the store
Oh,
locations, right?
thank
That's a reference for signage.
I just have, I just have a few questions.
John.
The photo shows the door being a natural, I guess, white oak color. Is the intent to paint it white to match the other one, or to have a different, to have it in natural wood?
Natural wood.
Okay. And your renderings don't show all the detail on both sides of those doors. I assume you're not changing any of the structure or the trim work around the doors, correct? Just the doors itself?
No,
Okay.
correct.
And
Just getting painted.
And we've already, just so everyone knows, we already approved the signs for the store, so that's taken care of. Have you received the approval for those?
Yes.
You have, okay. So is the only change on the sign from what you have here is that that gold needs to be a matte finish as we instructed. But other than that,
Yes.
the
so
signs are
We're gonna do a
good to go.
gold- Yes, so we're gonna do a gold decal instead of our brass window logos.
I mean, I would like to see the door the same color as the other one, but that's just me. I think it would be more consistent.
We were just trying for a little bit of a point of
Yeah,
differentiation between the other tenant.
But you will have the decal on the door, so at least, passersby will know that's your door, so.
You'd be surprised.
And I think the cedar shingling above the window is going to be a nice, a change, more in keeping with the historic nature of the street and the building.
We love the building and it's so charming. We're just looking to dress it up a little bit.
Jeff, Jane?
No objections on my part.
Okay. I'm just gonna say this. For the half-moon window that's above both of the doors, it actually has a spider web pattern in it. You're not actually proposing to change it. That's just
No.
that's just a process of your rendering.
Yeah, I mean, renderings, they do.
Yeah,
very
okay.
fast,
But I just
we're
wanted,
not
I just
proposing
had to
do
ask
that.
because those
Yeah,
windows are beautiful.
That was the same concern I had. It's just the doors.
Yeah.
I'm not really understanding why the doors are two different colors, but,
We were just trying for a point of differentiation because there's gonna be another tenant upstairs. So, just so that we had a clear point of where our entry is for retail versus, we don't know who's going upstairs yet. It's gonna be some office of some sort, so we kind of wanted to draw a little more attention to our door versus the, for retail versus the other use that's going on there.
I think it should be white.
Yeah, now that I'm looking at the existing doors, they're both a dark color,
Oh, yeah.
right?
What's the
Yeah,
current color of
they're
the?
they're both the same colors. They're probably may have been.
They're both dark currently. They're
Yeah.
black.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That
and
changes.
are they both with full windows? Currently?
Yes.
Yeah.
They're both currently one lights.
Okay.
So the next
With like a
question is,
3-4 inch filter.
so you showed both doors matching, so that's only the one door that's being replaced, correct? Your door.
Correct. Just our door.
So then the rendering
It's
is,
another tenant.
the rendering's not correct, because it will have two different doors on the front of the storefront.
We did note that the door would be painted white for the other tenant.
Oh, it will be painted white.
My question then becomes, right now you show long bar hardware on both of the doors. If you're not changing the door to the left-hand side, are you also not changing the hardware?
I'm open to whatever you would like us to do.
I'm confused.
okay. The more I look at it, I'm with Jane. I think the doors should be symmetrical in the coloration.
Well, here's my question. In the current, if you look at the escutcheon and the thumb latch door with the lock above it, and it's probably not original, but if that's what those, and that matches on both sides. And what they're proposing in the rendering is about a 2-foot long, it's an interesting handle, but now the door handles also, are you proposing that you would change the handle on both doors, I guess is my question.
They're not replacing both doors, though.
But
Yeah,
they,
they're not
but
replacing
they could
both
change the
doors.
handles, the hardware.
We probably, you bring up a good point. We probably would just be replacing the one on our door.
So
because the burr holes would not work for the other door.
Okay, so then if you're gonna do that, then could you just go back to either use or match the existing hardware? I'm not
On which
going to
door?
argue the mail slot.
Sorry, which door are we talking about?
We want the hardware on both doors to match, so if you can reuse the existing hardware on your door in the new door, that would solve that problem.
And if you don't want to replace the hardware in the other door, on your door, can you, in your new door that you're putting in, can you put in hardware to match the existing?
I can come up with something, absolutely.
Okay. So here,
I just would have to research how to solve for the burr holes on that door without just, bondoing accordingly.
yeah, no, I hear you. Hate to do this, but it sounds like we don't have all the details we need to have to make a decision. I think you're hearing from the board that they would like both doors to be the same color.
Yep.
Whether that's a
Okay.
dark color or white.
And same hardware.
And the same
If I were
hardware.
to just keep the hardware as is and do white doors and make them both white,
If you make both
would
doors
that
white
be
and go with
amenable?
existing hardware?
yeah.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
Okay, so let's just proceed with that then.
Okay. So what I'm going, do I have any questions from the public? Any comments from the public? Okay, I think in the spirit, this is a small thing, so in the spirit, what I'm gonna need you to do though is have whoever rendered this update the rendering to show the different hardware and the doors being the same color. But in order to move this along, I'm gonna move that we approve it pending receipt of
We
proof
need a
of those
written
changes.
decision, sorry.
What? Oh, we can't because of the
It's
historic
historic
district.
district,
Yeah, okay. I think you're gonna have to, it's gonna have to be rendered and be brought back to us because you're in the historic district and we can't approve it without. Can I move it?
We
Can I
can
move
move to written decision,
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
So I can move this to written decision pending receipt of updated renderings and drawings that just show the door handles and doors being the same color because everything else seems fine.
I have a question. Are we still putting a new door in over on this side?
Yeah, for the new door, because the door's rotted.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
the door needs to be replaced,
Our
but,
door's rotted out,
Yeah.
so we
Okay,
need to do a
okay,
new door no
alright.
matter what.
because I could almost put my fingernail through it, yeah.
Okay, just checking,
Yeah.
because the other door is not being replaced, so I wasn't,
Yeah, no, it's a good question.
okay.
Honestly, so we were gonna propose painting that door, but it's not our space and it's not our, we were gonna knock it out with the rest of the building,
Yeah.
but there will be another tenant in there at some point that'll bring it probably back for either another discussion or,
Okay.
it's not technically part of our
Right,
leasable
right.
space.
No, I understand, okay. So then, no comments to the public. I'm going to move that we move to written decision to accept the application for, this is 17, right? 17 Main Street pending receipt of updated drawings showing approved changes to the existing hardware and the store entrance door painted white. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. You're grinning it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, appreciate it.
So, just so you know, what will happen now is a written decision, because you're in the historic district, Alice will work on a written decision because you're in the historic district. In the meantime, if you can get those plans to the building department, they'll go into the file. Once the written decision's
Yeah.
done, I go to the building department. Next meeting, we have to approve the written decision this meeting. But, in the meantime, I'll take a look at those drawings. So we'll go as fast as we can to help you get ready for summer.
Great, we do appreciate it.
Of
We're
course.
looking forward to be ready for summer.
Great. Welcome to the village.
We get them by noon on the 18th, we'll be able to give them to the board in advance of the next meeting when they look at the written decision.
Okay, thanks so much, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay. So then, next up is 71 Hill Street, who is requesting adjournment to July the 10th. Alice, can I request that we remove this from the agenda pending reposting?
Can I be heard?
Yeah.
I understand that my client has indicated a willingness, because it's been such a long process, just to keep it on the agenda, but we do understand that it will have to be reposted.
I
Okay.
think we addressed this the last time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
The only
it's been a-
difference would
it's been a
be
tr- it's
that
been forwarded
when you're
again.
ready to resubmit, it'll get back on the agenda.
Well, I don't want to lose the
You want to
month.
keep your spot?
I don't want to, yeah, I want to keep the spot, because John David Rose is feverishly working on plans. We hope to have something before you
Okay.
in that
I'm
time.
fine, as long as you understand that.
Oh,
the
you're gonna-
board's-
I
the
know you're
board's
gonna be
position is we want-
advertising.
Because it's gonna be a completely, it's so
I
different than
understand.
anything the public ever saw.
Of course.
Yeah,
I
okay.
got it. No, I have, I'm not.
As long as you got
arguing
that, okay.
Yep.
All right. Because I don't want to get here and then have to do that, because I don't want to slow it down that way. Okay. So I'm going to move that we accept the applicant's request for adjournment to July 10th for 71 Hill Street LLC. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Then next up, we have 495 Ox Pasture Road, construction of a single-family dwelling.
Good evening, members of the board. Tim Greening, John Larmer from Martin Architects, presenting for 495 Ox Pasture. Okay. So first and foremost, the comments that we received the last time that we were here, which was on April 10th, were largely that the proposed structure was disharmonious with the neighborhood and the homes on the street, on Ox Pasture specifically, and then the perceived scale and size of the fenestration along each of the facades. One thing that we do want to clarify and bring up in front of the board is that the team is seeking a request an adjustment to the application based on the length of the process, the emotional and financial kind of impact it's had on the owner, and the process of finalizing a construction and the finality of this project. What we are looking to do is go from a construction, a demolition and construction, to a simpler, scaled back renovation addition of
Okay.
the existing structure. So that is what we are looking to present in front of you today, and that would be the scope of this work. Again, based on the factors of how long we've been coming in front of the board, and again, the emotional and financial impact on the owner and this project and the timeline for this project. A lot of which were obviously based on comments from the board and from then the public. So that's the reasoning behind this request. What we're presenting
I'm
here
sorry,
is...
exactly what are you requesting?
So we would like to amend the application from a full construction and a new build to a renovation addition of the existing structure.
Ah, okay.
So
what you're proposing now is to not demolish the house that's there, instead to renovate it?
correct.
Okay. Now I understand, sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
It's a long night.
That was a
Okay.
long-winded way of getting there, sorry.
Okay.
So yeah, we just wanted to clarify that up front. So
Okay.
what we will present here is a reduction in what you've seen previously in terms of glazing, a revised styling, which we'll get into, removal of what was previously proposed in terms of flat roofs, rain screen elements, a prow that was shown as a entry space and entry sequencing to the central gable, and again, scaling back the fenestration.
Okay.
So here, taking through a hand sketch of the proposal. What we can see here on the site plan is an adjustment back to the current location of the existing structure.
Okay.
so how it fits on the site plan. Again, resolving some of the issues regarding parking that were previously an issue on the
Okay.
earlier proposals.
You can see that the house balances a little bit more centrally in the lot by removing the sort of northwest wing, and the new addition is on the east here. So it's not quite clear with any hatching, but you can see the dash line of the old structure that's being removed, so that's much closer to the side yard. And the addition for the garage and the parking is on the, now that's, what's down on the image is actually east.
Okay.
So in large view, just again, iterating the changes to existing versus what would be the now proposed. Floor plan with, again, the hatching along the outside, dashed lines of what's existing versus what is now in addition on the east. So again, we're reducing in scale what we had previously proposed. Second floor plan indicating, this similar aspects. And then highlighted here is our south elevation, which is our front elevation, the elevation along ox pasture.
And over the two, to the, I guess, east and west of the front door, the boxes coming up and the second story windows with the, are those balconies, or that's just the way it renders out?
Well, yeah, they're not necessarily accessible balconies, but more like planter.
Like Juliet
kind of-
balconies?
Yeah, Juliet
Like a
balconies.
Juliet balcony
Right.
situation,
2
okay.
foot, yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Those are.
But those are not doors. Right?
No, those would be just window units.
Right,
Yeah,
they're windows, so
those
they
are
don't
not
have
doors.
access.
Right.
Oh, okay, so they're not a balcony, okay. Thank you.
It's also meant to break up the sort of verticality of each of those foremost gables, so they're not full 2.5 story wall, they're staged, broken up with those bay bump outs.
Yeah, and so as mentioned earlier, what we've done here is reduced the amount of flat roof space. So we're trying to take a more traditional approach at the gable, and then also reduce that prow that we had originally had. The materiality is mostly cedar shake siding. So with some plaster as a side, so tying in kind of multitude of traditional aspects and characteristics found within the street. This look,
And when you
yeah.
say cedar shake, when you say
Cedar
cedar
shingle,
shake, so
cedar
it's a
shingle.
natural.
Natural,
Okay.
yes. So this is the north elevation, so the rear. Again, breaking up the long expanse of what's currently a hip roof with some gable dormer elements, centralized gable element, again stucco. Here you can also see a reduction in fenestration, 2/2, and smaller, more manageable 2/1, with more trim than previously proposed. Along our west elevation.
Go back to the north elevation.
Sure.
I'm sorry.
Yes, no, okay.
So the covering across the back is not a balcony, it's just a cover.
It's covered.
There's no glass wall there that I can't
Correct,
see.
yeah,
Okay,
that's not accessible. Right.
okay. And are there any exterior lightings? Are there any surface mounted fixtures on this house?
No, so, the proposed structure would have, LED lighting within the architecture.
All
built in.
soffit lighting?
Right.
Nothing front
Mostly.
facing?
Nothing really
surface mounted?
front facing in terms of sconces or,
Okay, and nothing ground up?
well, right, yeah, of course.
Okay. West elevation?
The west elevation, again, simplified in terms of the fenestration, smaller units, as well as fewer units. more balanced in terms of fenestration to the total elevation in terms of composition. And you can see the protrusion of the stucco that would wrap around, so that plaster element coming around, but the vast majority of the structure would be cedar shingle.
Plaster or stucco?
I believe we had
Like a warm
it
gray.
was yeah.
A warm gray stucco is what we typically use in our firms. So it's not quite white, it's sort of off-white.
Along the east elevation, again, we have a side entry next to the new proposed garage. Some smaller balanced units. Again, the vast majority being traditional cedar shingle.
What looks like a cutout in the roof is an intentional area for solar panels, which is meant to kind of diminish their sort of appearance from the street. So this flat roof area, which is quite small over these the stairwell aperture here, is kind of brought across eastward to this cutout in the roof on this elevation. And kind of see the design intent of the house and perspectives. Again, we're trying to maintain sort of classical repetitions of triplicate forms and units. And when units are actually grouped, they are sort of grouped in a minor, major, minor pattern. And you can see it at both major gables. Really the only two areas where that center line of the house is where that.
And what color are the windows?
This would be a pebble. This would be a pebble gray, sort of a Marvin Ultimate signature aluminum clad window. The pebble gray pairs well with sort of aged cedar shingle.
Okay.
And then just some supporting elements of, relevant context within the neighborhood, especially along Ox Pasture itself. So this is what this sheet references. Again, bringing in what we're attempting to use in terms of tone and texture on our structure, tying it into the neighborhood so that we are in harmony in terms of the character of the neighborhood. And then these are just, again, similar applications that we feel that we're, kind of referencing and tying into that have just come previously in front of the board. And then the last is a sheet highlighting exterior photos of what the current residence looks like. So again, we're not really trying to increase fenestration too much from what's there, but upgrade the structure to what the client will ultimately be happy with, but what's kind of already on the streetscape.
Okay.
And again, as you can see, some upgrades needed.
Okay. Anything else? Board members? John? Somebody.
Okay, well, I'll start. Just two questions on the south elevation. I guess, are they solar oh, sorry. Are they solar panels on the roof?
No, that's a ridge skylight there.
That's a ridge skylight, yeah, that's what I thought that might be the case. So, an issue with that, and by the way, you guys have come a long way, so I very much appreciate that, and I know it's been
Feels like it.
painful, so, that's not lost on us.
If it doesn't, I don't know if it helps, Rob, we've had longer.
Yeah, really.
The two bump outs that come on the first floor, just to make sure, those are also shingle, they're not stucco like the north elevation.
I'm sorry, can you?
On the gables, on the first floor, there are like the bump outs, I'll call them bump,
Okay,
right,
yes,
exactly,
right,
those are
right.
all cedar as well.
Well, here it's shown as stucco.
They're stucco.
This is intentionally meant to be sort of from the main kind of wall of the building, everything forward in that gable form is stucco.
These two are stucco, that one's shingle. It's shingle over here and shingle over there.
Okay, so.
Yeah, so the idea is that it just breaks up the volume as you move across the street, you know, so
Yeah.
that you're not so rigid in the form.
Okay. Interesting. The ridgeline skylight is problematic from where I stand.
Is it just the existence of it? Or
Yeah, I mean,
you just scale down?
you know,
go away?
you've come a long way to harmonize with 50 other or 100 other houses on the street. That's a discordant note. And then, anyway, I'd be interested in what the other board members think about the stucco bump outs. But beyond that, again, I appreciate it.
Yeah, you've come a long way, that's for sure. I just want to make sure I understand. The stucco I understand, and the rest of the house, or the balance of the house, is in natural shingles that are going to be left to age, or they are painted or stained in some way?
Well,
So there's, we were really going to consider bleaching them, sort of, so that they're not white per se, but they're kind of have an aged appearance from the get-go.
So
it's not like
they come almost pre-weathered.
So the answer is they will be gray in appearance when they're installed,
Yes.
That would be the whole, yeah.
with the grain of the cedar showing through, or is it? I guess
Yes,
seeing
right,
samples
it's
is
more
fine.
of a stain, so you would see
Right,
the grain.
so they're gray.
It's not a paint that would hide the textures.
So is the intent to look like aged yellow cedar?
Yes, in the end,
Yeah.
silvery kind of cedar.
Okay.
Yeah, so I have issue with the skylight. The banding on the chimneys, I think, is a bit much. The banding on the left side of the, or the frieze board, is that on the, is that the south elevation? It just seems, I don't understand why that's the only place it shows up in the house.
Is it banding or is it a relief?
It's a relief with solid cedar board.
So it's okay.
Oh, so it's a relief and it has the different material, or not?
It has a different material infill. This material, you can kind of see the kind of definition between.
Right, so it'll, you'll kill me for saying this, so it'll look like a vertical pinstripe?
It is meant to
Sorry
kind of
about
tie
that.
in the two
Yeah,
units
okay.
together, yeah.
I gotcha.
I get the fenestration is much improved. It's still a bit inconsistent in some ways, and the windows on both wings of the house, it almost has a commercial look, or like a chapel or a church in a way. I wish there was some way to. I just think it's not uniform. I think the windows in the front are a bit commercial looking, the big picture windows, and the stacked lights joining, I guess that's the garage, with the balance of the house. I don't think that's a good idea either.
I'm curious what the grid, it looks like it might be holding up the very front here, south elevation, is that a metal piece of?
The front portico.
Yeah.
These items, those are essentially steel columns on the covered roof portion there actually is sort of meant to look like it's suspending down from an archway rather than
So it
posted up.
gives it a kind of a commercial feel in a way to me. And I didn't mention either the color of the windows. I would need to see samples to approve it. Currently, the way you've described the house, the color of the house, it's such a stark contrast with the essentially black windows and what will be a light gray exterior. I don't think it's consistent with the neighborhood for sure, and not consistent with Southampton Village as a whole, for that matter. So I would have to see samples of what those windows will look like, as well as samples of the paint colors and so forth, to get some idea of how it all fits together.
First of all, thank you, because it has been a long process. I mean, one of the overriding comments from the beginning has been, does this house fit into the village? And I think we've come a long way. I would agree with the comment on the ridge skylights, simply because I think it visually oddly adds to the height of the house, and it also takes your focus back from the front door and doesn't draw your eye down, which makes that massing of the house seem a little bit larger to me. I actually like the two stucco towers on either side of the main tower and the front door. I think the one issue I think we're hearing a lot about are the windows, and I think the weird thing, not weird, but the thing that's jumping out to me about the windows is both the Muntin pattern and from your drawings, the width differences between them. They seem to be very thin in the vertical and thicker in the horizontal. Is that right? So it feels like the Muntin patterns in these windows is unevenly weighted, and I think that's what's making it feel commercial. Because the window looks, matter of fact, it looks a lot like the one that's going to Shippey's right now. So I think you're hearing sort of consistent with the board members. The one issue is the fenestration patterns in not the openings themselves, but the window patterns you've chosen within them. So you probably want to think about that. I too would like to see a sample of the color. I think I'm not always a favor of a double front door, but it seems to work here. The sort of positive negative stacked transom situation on the window above hand, just take a look at that. It may solve itself when the Muntin width differences aren't as striking. But the good news is, from that standpoint, is I think from the board's perspective right now, we're down to smaller manageable issues than we were before. So I think what I'd like to do right now is open it to the public and see if we have comments from the public.
Mark, I have a quick question. Did you just want to see material samples of the window and door trims, or did you also want to see
I think we should see materials for the
Venetian
actual shingle
plaster
and the window
Stucco,
color.
the whole, yeah.
What?
The Venetian plaster? The plans say Venetian plaster, not stucco.
I think we'd want to see color samples for the plaster, the pre-stained shingle, and the window color, so we understand the trifecta of that.
Okay.
That's what I want to see.
Again, that vertical cedar as well.
Yeah, for the banding or the?
Yeah, well, the banding
Yeah.
that runs vertically.
Is that banding white?
It's not meant to be white. It does appear that way. It's meant to match the scene.
Yeah, it would color match this.
So it's just a visual break of a solid wall of shingle.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, I think based on your response, I think we might just get rid of that.
Okay.
And just leave it shingle. It doesn't seem to be.
Well, let's do this right now. Let's go out, comments from the public.
Hello?
Hello?
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Okay.
Is that Tori?
It's Tori. I'm not sure if you can see me, but I can.
We can see you.
Okay, good. Hi. Yeah, so a couple things. I've been in this house, and it's hard to say you're going to just redo it because it was really falling apart. So that's kind of, it kind of is just building a new house, right?
Our intent is to keep.
Oh,
the
we
frame.
we don't allow
Well, yeah,
that. So
that-
you can address your comments to the board,
Yeah,
and if
you
there are
can,
any follow-up questions.
you can
we'll
comment
do
on
that.
the visual of it, but
Okay,
not
sorry,
on the
sorry.
construction details.
Okay, because no, I mean, it's just a comment, because
Yeah.
it was just, I was there less than a year ago, because a friend of mine was looking at buying it. And so, anyway, aside from that, I guess what I'm struggling with is the materials and the windows. They look so strangely narrow. I don't know, is there a reason, I guess, to the board that we can't make them wider? And a little bit more in tune with what's happening along Ox Pasture. I just feel that there's, as someone mentioned, it feels very commercial, this residence. And I'm just trying to understand with the transoms and also what is the roof material, and then the mix of stucco and pre-stained wood and black. It's to me very, very tough. And listen, I know this is very unconventional, but I'm happy to help if you guys would ever want my help. I'm obsessed with architecture and design. If that's off putting to the board, let me know, but I'm definitely willing to just help a little, if that makes sense.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments back? Okay, thank you. Do we have any other comments from the public? Thank you, Tori.
Thank you.
Okay, is that it?
Is that it? Someone coming in? Stay tuned.
Is that better now?
Yes, we've got you.
Hi, this is Joan McGivern from Toomey, Latham, Shea, Kelly, Dubin, and Quadraro, representing Tori Birch, who you just heard from, who lives across the street. In addition to Ms. Birch's comments, her neighbor at 600 Ox Pasture, Jeffrey and Julie Deloria had wanted to convey that they feel that the look and feel is still too modern, and they don't want to see a precedent where commercial modern elements like this are given way on the street. And his third point was he feels like they cherry-picked examples from different facades and don't really have an integrated, harmonious facade. And the other comments I was asked to convey are from 471 Ox Pasture, which is the adjacent neighbor across the street from Miss Birch.
Joan?
From Chris.
Joan,
Yes.
do you represent all these neighbors?
We're in the process of representing them, so I was
Okay.
asked to convey their comments, and we're
I-
trying to straighten retainers.
I appreciate that, but it's been a long night, and we don't really have people passing on other people's comments. So if you
Okay.
could have them submit them, or if you could submit them on their behalf in writing, it doesn't sound
Yeah,
like this
that
is
would
getting
be-
approved
that would be
tonight.
great. That would be great.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
We're doing second rounds?
What? We've already heard from that applicant, so I think in the interest, we're going to move on. All right. Anybody else? Anything? You've heard. I think the good news is we've come a long way from where we were. Your issues seem to be narrowed down to windows, for support for windows, a little bit of width of windows. You've heard the comments, take them to heart. And I'm assuming you would like to ask for adjournment, and you're going to come back and address those comments on May 22nd?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm going to move we accept the applicant's request for an adjournment to May 22nd. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Thank
You make notes. Next up will be 248 Little Plains Road, Little Plains, for a demolition evaluation of existing dwelling and construction of a two-story single-family dwelling.
John
Hello, sir.
Laffey, architect.
Pardon?
John Laffey, architect.
While you're, why don't you, are you going to present from here? Why don't you set up while we wait for John? Great, thank you. You know, go ahead, he'll catch up. Yeah.
So last time I was here, the comments really were that we wanted to reduce the window verticality by taking out all the transoms in the windows in the house. And so we have done that.
You did that.
And in the front elevation, you can see that just the only real change was the removal of transoms on the west side.
Okay.
And on the north side, same, we took out all the transom windows on this side. And we also modified the two gable windows to be a little wider to match the windows that are kind of below the same window. So we modified that. On the south elevation, same thing, we took out all the transom windows on the bottom. And we originally had two smaller windows flanking, and we opted to change them to more traditional shaped windows that match the first floor with a small window in the gable on the So the windows have changed on the upper gable.
Okay.
Besides the transom, of which are missing. On the east elevation, the back of the house, we've taken out all of the transom windows. And in order to make the house a little more uniform, we have revised the detailing on the center gambrels in the gable.
Gables and gable, yeah.
We put a verge board on, and it matched the other two. And we took these windows, well, we took those transoms off as well. We put a little panel between them of decorative shingles that match the upper gable. That really concludes the board's, our
comments from last time.
Yeah. Okay. With the exception of the driveway.
Yep.
We had, in the last scheme, we had a full turnaround driveway. I mean, a two-sided driveway.
Yes, you had a semicircle, right?
A semicircle, and so we probably deferred if we went back to the original plan, which actually had sort of 3 cars in front, we reduced that to 2.
How many bedrooms does the house?
Has 9.
Okay.
What? 9?
9 rooms that count as bedrooms.
They count them.
Okay.
Those were
Those are the comments and
comments
those responses. Okay.
We think it looks great.
Board members. Jeff? Jane?
No objections, I'm sorry, no objections, John.
Jane?
It's definitely an improvement, scaling it down the way you did with the windows, the transoms. I think it's good to go.
John?
Sorry. Just give me one moment, there's one thing. Yeah, sorry, I agree. I think the transoms being removed makes an incredible difference. So, yeah, I'm fine.
Okay. I agree. I think, listen, we've been through this a couple of times. You've listened, you've responded to what the board asked. I think now it's, for where this house is going to sit, it's harmonious to the neighborhood, it's appropriate to that street, and it's a beautiful house. I think we're in good shape there.
Thank you very much.
Do we have to prove, now this is for a demolition and a rebuild,
Mhm.
but we're waiting on the historic report for the demolition, so can we approve just the build? Or
That's
should we
putting the
approve-
cart before the horse.
Or should-
It's up
Alex?
to the board whether they feel it's necessary to have Zach's report on this, but the board has to weigh in on the demolition evaluation.
Okay. Well, board members, do you feel you need it? It's for the period of the time of the house, for the flow chart, we usually get it. And Zach's going to look at it probably Thursday.
Mhm. So you're saying approved subject to his report?
Well, that's
No,
pretty bad.
you can't approve it unless you're approving the demolition.
Okay, so if we need to approve the demolition, it depends if you're comfortable waiving it. Honestly, I think to be fair to all applicants, I would like to wait until we get the report in from the historic consultant before approving the demolition, which means that we couldn't approve it tonight, we'd approve it the next meeting.
But we can just approve it on motion, you don't have to appear.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay.
Which means that you're asking for an adjournment, and then we'll get it, but we'll move it forward, but that's sort of the process I'd like to go through with it.
It's only fair to everyone.
Yes.
Other.
And we also need public comment before we move forward to, on the house. Yeah. We haven't taken public comment on the application. Are there any public comments? Okay. So what I'm hearing is you would like an adjournment to the next meeting. And then in the next meeting, we should have the historic report, then the board can look at both the demolition and the approval at the same time. Because what you're hearing from the board is from the house standpoint, there are no issues with the house. The question is we just need to get in process on the demo permit.
Okay.
Okay?
Very good.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I'm going to move we accept the applicant's request for an adjournment for 248 Little Plains Road. Do I have a second? All in favor? Aye. Thank you, John. All right, next up is 382 Barron's Lane for demolition of an existing single-family dwelling.
Good evening, my name is John Bennett, Reed with me this evening are Sean Watson, Sarah Leenan from Leroy Street Architects, Melissa Dedovich from Peconic Environmental Associates, Rebecca Tran from Hollander Design is with us via Zoom, as are Brian Ninnis and Ken Buxa. This is new construction on an oceanfront lot, and the site is approximately 1/2 a mile from the nearest public street, Wickapog Road. In response to comments raised at the board meeting on April 24th, we submitted revised architectural plans. It seemed like the focus of it was on concerns about light transmission. So we're going to show you tonight, I think, a very effective, really very effective way that we've redesigned the materials on a portion of primarily the eastern portion of the house to totally negate the light transmission problems as we're concerned. So Sean is going to present, and I'll help him where I can.
Good evening.
Hello.
I'm Sean Watts from Leroy Street Studio Architects. I'm here with my colleague Sarah Leenan, who may be helping us on the computer. We need it. So,
Just try not to hit that microphone.
okay, sorry.
Makes Sean crazy.
So there's a bit of a layered presentation here, but maybe let me just move on this first. Let's get the tables a little closer. So I'm interested in this bottom sheet. Okay. So we're here to present modifications to our scheme to comply with the board's request to decrease the amount of glazing on the north side, particularly the northeast elevated hallway on the left-hand side of the elevation. Our clients, we expressed the board's wishes to our clients. They want to be good neighbors, and agreed to reduce the amount of light coming from the house and asked us to do our best to maintain the architectural integrity of what we had come up with. So in order to do that, we proposed to keep the same rhythm of the facade, the same kind of window proportions, but to make 5 of the large glazing sections completely opaque, as shown in this north elevation, which you should have in your packet. It's this section of the facade, called out as opaque panels. And in addition, we've updated the night renderings to show that change, the effect of that change, which I will show. Now, it's maybe hard to see. We can pass these up maybe we did last time. Essentially, this is the view from across the pond. This is before and after. And again, this is from the northwest, and it's before and after. And we can maybe show those on the.
Yeah, that's not a good picture.
It's hard to.
Could you back up to, do me a favor, back up to the architecture.
I'm working on it, John, I'm working on it.
I know, but it's so helpful.
Okay, so we understand the facade's a little hard to read in the elevation, so we did a mock-up which shows the stainless steel painted frame and the intended louver design. And this is one of the opaque panels behind. And it's a similar, it's basically a panelized elevation, and so we'll have glazed units, and then this will have, it's a glazed unit, but it'll have an opaque metal interlayer to prevent light from coming through. And just for effect.
That's why I really wanted everyone to see this, because it's really, the proof is in the pudding. So I said, bring it in.
And it's really dramatic show and tell.
And put a flashlight on the back of it, because there
Have a
literally is
flashlight.
opaque.
So essentially, you can see
I'm well aware of this.
It works. I mean, it's
Well,
pretty
if you've been in West Hollywood, the Pacific Design Center is 2 buildings. One is green and one is blue. And it was the first 2 blue buildings that were done, Cesar Pelli, first 2 buildings done with this kind of opaque glass.
Yeah. So the intent also by day that the louvers create a layered facade, so the panels behind will be in shadow, so it will unify the facade along its length. So even though the panels are different, it will appear uniform across the length of the facade.
Okay.
But it's a totally effective to stop the light concerns that you had. And I didn't want there to be any question about that.
Thank
Because it's hard to describe
No, I
until
get
you
it.
see it.
I'm not asked to pick it up because it looks like it weighs 50 pounds. Can you,
Let's see, close up.
actually, if we could see the renderings close up, that would be great.
So this one is, I believe this is the.
And the process on that glass is it's applied to the back of the glass, or is it layered between sheets?
It'll be layered between sheets.
Layered between sheets.
So this is before and after.
So this is really just, it's a design element, that the intent is not to have light, for it not to be a window, essentially.
Correct. It basically creates.
looks like a window, but no
Right, got it.
Yeah,
So
so
it's a design element.
It
to-
works.
Yeah, it's integrated into the facade, and the idea is to present a layer.
Am I looking at the
unified
before and
facade.
after here? That's before, and that's after? Is this?
Those are nice, but I think this really tells the story. In terms of
Actually, if you go back and
effectiveness.
lay out for me the architectural page again.
Sure.
You can, John, you can lift weights.
Most clearly.
You can lift weights for a while, okay.
It's pretty damn epic.
I know.
So again, the extent of the
Just don't hit the
louvers-
microphone.
The extent of the louvers on the facade is shown with these light gradient of lines, and then it's difficult to show in a drawing, but that's why I brought this. But the darker panels are the opaque panels.
And are there any, now, what's the story down here?
So this was left as is, because it's just a smaller area of glazing. We understood that the concern of the board was primarily the northeast side of the facade.
Does that area of the glazing down there have the same framework, just not the glass?
It has, this would all be the same framework to unify the two.
No, I'm sorry, wrong word, the louvering.
Correct. So the extent of louvering is here on this eastern part, and here on this western part.
Okay.
So you've essentially eliminated about half of the potential light that would have been from that.
The
Right.
louvers themselves will reduce the light quite a bit, and the opaque panels will completely omit
Right.
the light from that key part of the facade.
Okay.
So, have we looked at his gate transparency?
Yeah.
I think so. Okay.
So we thought this worked.
Board members?
It appears to be working, yes.
Yeah, no objections.
Serves a purpose.
Can we
And
get those
maintains-
mics down?
Oh, no objections.
John?
No, I said, I think it serves a purpose and it maintains the original design intent, so everyone wins.
Thank you. You know, we had a very specific concern, and you addressed it specifically. Did we ask for public comment?
No.
Okay, do we have any public comment? Okay. So, you know, you did what we asked, and I think,
Demolition evaluation, that's part of this.
do what?
No. There'd be no purpose for it. It's a house that was.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear Alex.
He was asking if there was a demolition evaluation on this one.
Why?
There is a proposal to demolish the existing house, I believe.
It was a house that was built in the 70s.
Because of the time period of the house with the flow chart, I don't know that we need a consultant's report on it. So I think we could approve the demolition and construction.
Yes.
Yeah, but thank you for bringing it up, Alex.
The house was constructed in 1992.
I'm sorry, Alex, we can't hear you.
Yeah, that's right, thank you.
Okay. All right.
Sorry for jumping the gun. I just.
Anybody else? Any other questions? Okay, so we have nothing for the public. I'm going to move we accept the applicant's application for 382 Barron's Lane for the demolition of the existing family dwelling and for the building of the structure as proposed with plans dated.
This says,
May
May 8th?
May
Oh, May?
Or May 2nd? May 2nd. That's what
With plans marked May 2nd.
Yeah.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. It's a lovely house.
Thank you very much, I really appreciate it.
I'll have to walk the other way on the beach in the morning now, so I can watch it be built. All right. That brings us to 101 Old Town Road, single-family dwelling, gazebo, and solar roof shingles. The exciting solar roof shingles, the Tesla solar roof shingles.
Have we seen them?
No,
No, they were to bring them in.
they were gonna bring samples.
Mm,
Is the applicant here?
I don't think so.
You're on? Okay.
They're online.
That doesn't serve.
I'll describe them.
How are you guys?
We're well.
Good to see you again. I'm gonna try to keep this as brief as possible because it's a long night and.
Great, if you could briefly start by stating your name for the record, that would be great.
Absolutely, Ryan Kessner, architect. This application's for 101 Old Town Road, as you know.
Yep.
I heard that you guys were concerned about the shingles. The reason I couldn't get you a shingles is because it's like 10 feet long and 2 feet wide. So to actually get you a physical sample, it's just not feasible. However, we do have addresses that you guys could go by, and you can actually see them. One is actually in the East Hampton Village over there. 19 Pondview Lane is one. The other one is 10 Mill Path in Bridgehampton. And we do have some photos of that as well, so you guys can take a look at it.
It's like being in the next state this time of the year.
Okay.
If
Let me
it's that
show
long,
you.
how does it appear like a shingle?
It has a different finish and texture. It's not like a typical, I mean, the closest thing I can compare it to is like a kind of a slate-looking type of substance, but.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Are you able to see my screen now?
We are.
Okay. So one of the comments was that we didn't like the garage attached to the structure. And we decided to, take it to heart and detach it and send it towards the back, which actually makes the house look much better, to be honest with you. We left it up over here for convenience, obviously, and, for the mudroom and things like that. And we also didn't want it to start to overpower the backyard, among other things. And then another comment was the transients, which we also took to heart, and we are eliminated them, and it looks much more historic. The only one we're requesting is the one over the front door there. And then also the balcony, there was a question with regards to privacy, and what we opted to do was to extend these two walls coming out past the house. That way there's no way for anybody to view anything this way or this way, and minimal viewing of anything this way. And then we also, here is the Pondview Lane house, right there. So with that, I'll turn it over to you guys. Let me know what you think.
Board members?
Are there any showrooms or dealers, whoever deals this stuff, that are perhaps more accessible? I mean, are there any lumber supply stores or building supply stores?
And this is more like a specialty item at the moment. I'm sure down the road we will get it, but it's new to the market, really. You know, it's not new, but it's still in its infancy. And I mean, again, the best way I could demonstrate it to you is through pictures. And if you even go and Google solar roof shingles, I mean, there's hundreds of them up there. But I mean, honestly, I think this looks beautiful with this context, and you certainly can see this house. We tried, but you know, trying to get you like a full-size 2x10 just isn't reasonable.
All right, John?
On the left side elevation, I think the second story windows in the center are out of scale with the balance of the fenestration on the second floor, and that shed dormer just seems strangely out of place and kind of disturbs the roof line. The rear elevation, regardless of the contrived sidewalls to hide the balcony, I think the balcony is still way too large compared to what we've approved for such a narrow lot in the recent past. I think it's still an issue, as well as the size and scale of the windows, especially on the second floor. And on the right side elevation, the 3 stacked windows just, I think, are odd and out of place and out of character with the design of the rest of the house, actually. And that's it.
Jane?
Yeah, I would totally agree with the 3 stacked windows. I don't understand that, and the balcony
This is actually the stairway going up right now.
Right.
So that's what.
Okay,
We can adjust it.
the balcony definitely seems very large for the neighborhood and for the size of the back of the house.
Jeff?
Oh. In addition to wanting to look at the samples, yeah, I agree. And I appreciate you separating the garage from the house, and it does give you a much better, cleaner, crisper, simpler front facade. And so the house then loses some of that beautiful proportion when we then look at the left elevation, which would be the north elevation, I believe, by adding that screen to purposely screen the balcony, which is problematic on a number of reasons. But architecturally, I think it takes away from an otherwise balanced house. And let's see, and then yes, to repeat the 3 stacked windows. Maybe it's the width of them. Perhaps if they were normal sized windows, that might work. In fact, it probably would work.
Probably would work, yes.
Yeah.
Well, the windows are going to be up high because, you know, my platform's right here. So they're going to be, you know, somewhere in this area right here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I just
Okay,
didn't,
so-
I didn't think it looked very good. We tried it, we didn't really like it, but we didn't.
No, it gives that side of the house a strange window-to-wall ratio, is what I would say to that, just because of the way that it's a weird rhythm to be, a vertical rhythm that way. So I would rethink those 3 windows. The one thing I'll say is separating the garage, amazing. What a great difference. When I get around to the left side elevation, you've pulled out the dormer at the top, but the drip cap for the window actually now, for the double hungs that sit underneath the dormer now actually sit at or above the freeze board level, which makes them feel strange. My suggestion might be, and I don't want to design it, but what you could look at actually making the dormer wider and dropping it down and bringing that window height down to the same size as the little window, but have all 3 of those sit underneath it. Because it's either too little, I think if it was a little wider, it would give it a little more heft to where it'd feel more appropriate and harmonious to other similar standing seam dormers that we've seen. And I think breaking the line with that drip cap is the thing that's probably throwing people off and making that window feel so big. On the
Get rid of the dormer altogether and just
Yep.
do 2 single.
because I think you can will see the vertical line of because the other windows line up that way. On the garage door, I think the light panel you have on the top is great. I would like to see paneled doors instead of 3, because the 3 solid doors under a more traditional light in your top panel just feels weird. And when you look at the dual paneling you have in the front door, I think if you found some recessed panel situation for the other 3 sliding panels of the garage door, it would bring the whole thing together and make it feel harmonious. You've heard the other, and I guess everyone's talked about those 3 windows. You don't need to hear that again. So I think we've been consistent. So that's, I think, what we have here. But wow, changing that garage sure made a big difference. Do I have any comments from the public?
Yes, if I may. Hi, good evening. My name is Maria D'Angelo, and my husband and I are the applicants. I just wanted to mention about the Tesla roof. So I was able after the last meeting, by the way, thank you all for your comments and for giving such interesting and insightful feedback. So I did locate somebody who can install the roof, and he did give me the addresses of 2 homes in the area so that if you want to take a look at the roof, you can. I do want to say that, I've done a lot of research about how to build a net zero house, and especially with the governor's recent budget decision to ban gas hookups starting in 2025 or 2026, I think it's really important to find alternative ways to provide energy to a house like this. And Tesla roof is the premier product in the market. It looks so much better than those solar panels on a slate or an asphalt roof, and it is very beautiful. I personally did drive out to take a look at the roofs before I went down this path, and it has been around about 5 or 6 years, and they're quite pricey. Hopefully the price will come down over the years so more people can get them. But it is a beautiful product that I think, given the energy, the restrictions that New York State is going to be putting on homeowners, that single family homeowners are not going to be able to get gas hookups. It's really important to do this. And the installer, the company I found, is a really, really highly regarded company.
Great.
They said that it was approved. In fact, the manager might be on this call as well.
No,
but they said
that's okay. I think what needs to happen here is we're going to go, and thank you for the addresses. If we can't see the actual product, we will drive by and look at it, because we haven't seen it installed in Southampton. I think it's important that the board actually look at it to where we understand it, and we will do that. So thank you.
Yeah, and I do want to say, just one more thing. I'm so sorry if I talk too much, but
long night.
Everyone tells me that. East Hampton, apparently the house that was approved was in the historic district, and East Hampton Town Board did approve it.
Okay.
Because the person I'm using did.
All right. Well, okay. So listen, we'll go and take a look at the product, and we're excited to see it, to be honest with you, because if we found a better alternative to solar panels, we'd all be happy. So,
I know.
So we're looking forward to seeing it. So thank you.
Yes, oh, and one more thing, I.
Okay,
I
one more
very-
quick thing.
One more quick thing, I tried very hard to get a sample, I tried 3 or 4 different.
Yeah, we
including
heard,
going-
and we understand, All right,
It's not,
okay, thank
Okay.
you.
all right, thanks.
All right, any other comments from the public? All right, so I hear you asking for an adjournment.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm gonna move we accept the applicants for an adjournment for 101 Old Town Road to May 22nd. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. We're excited to see this roof.
Thank you. Here.
It actually has the appearance of a traditional roof.
Yeah, I'm
It just
excited to
comes
see it.
in.
So the
Jeez.
application for 69 Halsey Street has requested adjournment to June 12th, so I move we accept the applicant's request for 69 Halsey Street to June the 12th. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Next up, moving to new matters, is 57 Halsey Street for renovation expansion of existing dwelling. Do you have affidavits and are they in order?
Yes.
Great. Hello.
Yep. Good evening. I'm Jim McChesney. I'm the architect for this job at 57 Halsey Street. And I'm here with one of the owners, John Sedaris.
Great.
And we are proposing to pick up the existing house, put it down on a new foundation, and restore the front porch to what it originally was, and as you can see in this photo, that we think is maybe from the 20s or the 30s. And we also are wanting to change the dormers. At some point, they were changed from hip roof dormers to gable dormers. We'd like to change that back, change the window in the attic to what it originally was. And then the plan is to put an addition on the back of the house. So the front of the house would look like this, pretty much as the original does by restoring the porch, putting an addition off to the side. And then the south elevation, I made the plan symmetric, so I repeated these 2 dormers on the north side, or excuse me, the west side, and have it over a covered porch. So all the materials that we're using are traditional white painted trim, cedar shingle siding and roof, and double hung windows, similarly divided lights. The porch ceilings would be V-groove painted white.
Okay. Board members?
I'm sorry, and we're also proposing, there's an existing garage on the property that we're gonna move to the back, and then also a little pool pavilion that we're proposing on this the final set, the final page.
And just out of curiosity, what can you tell me about the history of that garage?
We just kind of liked it. We just liked the shape of it. It's a nice size.
No, I mean, did you know what year it was built?
No.
Any idea?
No.
Okay.
It does show on the existing photo from the 20s, but it's in a different orientation. So we're gonna move
So it's
it
been
again.
moved at least
Yeah,
once.
Yeah, it's been moved at least once.
Okay.
Well, first of all, I have to, give a huge round of applause to the homeowner who decided to actually renovate an older home as opposed to just tearing it down. I think that's commendable, and I wish more people in the village would do just that.
It's the second house in the village that he's done that.
I really like the idea of restoring the front porch. I'm just wondering if, it's not, a huge issue, but the post positioning in the photo you've shown just seems to me much more traditional, for that matter, and just cleaner looking. That's just one comment. The other thing,
I'm sorry, what was the comment about the post?
On the post, the rendering you have the two posts banked together on both sides.
Right.
You've colonnaded the posts on each end of the.
And the photo has them separated with one. I mean, I just think it looks more like with the original home, but that's not that big of an issue for me. The only thing that I think the addition on the south side off the front of the house kind of detracts from the really the cute cottage look of the house itself. I think what you've done with the back by, twisting the gable and kind of replicating that look is really nice. And somehow if you took that piece off the side, you could join the roof line on the existing house to the new gable on the backs, possibly.
It was something that I tried, but we're really limited with the pyramid lot. It's a very narrow lot.
Yeah.
And so we're really restricted by it. There's currently on the north side, there's a pre-existing non-conforming pyramid issue that it just tags a part of the roof. So
I totally understand that. I just wish there was some way to, I don't know, make it less prominent. It just seems to take away a bit from the front, the front facade of the house.
I also think that because it's a long, narrow lot, you really don't see so much.
Yeah, that's true too.
Of the back or really the sides of the house.
Aside from that, my only other comment was the north fenestration. Where is it now? Oh, the north elevation. I mean, that's a long run of roof without any.
It is, and again, it's right on the property line, so we really didn't want to put so many windows on that side.
Yeah,
and there's not a good opportunity for them because on the second floor, they'd be on the floor.
Yeah.
They'd be very low.
Yeah, I'm certain the neighbor appreciates that. I just wish there was some way to break it up a little bit more somehow.
Again, I think it's a long, narrow lot, and that side is particularly, close to the neighbors, so I don't think you'll see so much of it.
And of course, the balcony is always a concern on narrow lots.
Yeah.
I like to be consistent at least about that.
It is, and we did talk about it, but what we really did, it's not a deep balcony, so it's really not a very useful balcony.
Yeah, it's.
And the reason why and it's not very wide either, and we really did want to do it, to get more light into the second floor.
What's the depth of the?
It's like 4 feet.
Right, so it's not like you got to put a
not
table
really
and chairs out there
usable,
even,
no.
right? Okay, and that, in this case, I think it's it's not going to be a noise pollution issue. That's
So
all.
I just want to say kudos too for renovating and not tearing down and keeping some of the historic, classical village vibe that we really appreciate. Thank you.
All right. So I agree with the concern about the formality of the double columns and going back to the simpler 4 columns, I guess with 4 columns?
Yeah, there were always 4 columns.
Yeah.
They were just spaced evenly.
I mean, the reason why I did it really was because I just felt that the porch isn't wide enough to have 4 columns, because I wanted to have a wider entrance with side lights, and I didn't want the columns in the middle to block the
Yeah,
door.
it could potentially block the window as well. I mean, it's not a sword to fall on from my perspective.
And I also have just wall-mounted sconces on either side of the front door.
It just seems that the formality of it, and maybe it's the size of them, maybe it's the fact that you have them ganged together.
Are those tapered, or are they?
They're tapered.
They are tapered.
But again, this, to me, this vintage picture looks so much more in keeping with the very same thing that
It's a
you're
great
trying to
photo.
do, which is to keep the historic nature of it. So, you know, to the extent this adds formality into what otherwise would be a village house, I think is a bit much.
A couple questions. Not to be a dead horse, but the colonnaded columns, the way they're paired and tapered, you might think about just two. But I think,
I think that the span is too much for just two. And I went back and forth with 4.
Yeah.
And I just felt that it was too crowded.
Okay.
I thought that
you seem to be
pairing
getting
the
you
two-
seem to be getting some disagreement on that from the board.
I mean, I'm happy to change it.
Yeah, why don't you take a look? And then my other question is, on your rendering, which is accurate? Your rendering or your drawing?
The drawing.
Because in the rendering, this is shingle.
It's
And
all
in-
gonna be shingle.
And in the drawing, it's board and batten. Or
Correct.
yeah.
On drawing 201
Yeah.
and 202.
On drawing
it's-
000.
Correct, that wasn't updated. The regular elevation, that's just a pyramid diagram. But all of the walls will be, wood shingle, not shingle.
Okay.
Right.
And then, I'll jump on the bandwagon of thanking the owners for what they're doing to this house, because I think it's spectacular. My two issues is I just think about the columns, because I actually think the formality of them and the way they're currently designed is not congruous to the front porch of this house, which makes it a little less harmonious in that neighborhood. So if you could just think about that, we'd appreciate that. And then when you're looking at it says first floor plan, but I actually think that's the second floor plan, isn't it? A102? Is the primary bedroom's on the second floor?
Yes. No, I'm sorry, it would be the second floor.
Okay, so an A102 on the second floor plan, because the one thing I find in just the window to wall ratio, this is that almost bowling alley long run of roof that's down there.
Right.
If there's something you could think of to break that up.
There's a lot of things, but none of them will conform with the pyramid law. And we're trying to not do this with any variances. I'd love to get more room up there on the second floor.
So the only way we could actually solve that problem is through a variance. Okay. And then when you rebuild the garage, is it, you're moving it?
We're moving it.
And then what are you doing to it?
Putting it in a conforming location.
But what are you doing to it? Are you replacing anything? Are you repainting, and are you?
We're just putting a garage door on one side.
And what does that garage door look like?
I don't have a drawing of it.
Okay.
We figured because it's an existing.
No. We'll need to see the garage door. So if you could bring me elevations on the garage so we understand what it looks like. And just think about the column situation on the front. You've heard the comments.
I'm happy to bring you another drawing of
Okay.
it. Changing the column.
Yeah. Because I mean, you've done such a great job. Those are the only two, but we do actually need to see the full elevations on the garage.
That's interesting. In the old photo, the door is off-center. Maybe that's why the columns make a difference.
It does, yeah. I mean, that's part of the reason. In the current floor plan, thank you for noticing that, the door is centered on the gable, so if
Yeah, the door's off-center, but the stairs are centered.
I'm sorry?
The stairs are centered and the door's off-center.
Yeah.
In the original.
Oh, in the original.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to make
Yeah.
it look.
Okay. All right, so those would be my, the attention to detail you played, the detail for the half-round window that's that's in the center above the door is fantastic in that. So those would be the two areas, the garage and the columns. Yeah.
You might not keep that.
So the garage and the
So-
columns are two
So
things to
we
think
need
about.
to look at the columns.
Yep.
And then do a garage drawing.
Yeah. So we do need to know because it is an old building and you're changing the garage door on it, so we do want to know what it's going to look like.
Okay.
Okay.
Great.
So I hear you asking for an adjournment. Do I have any
Public
comments
comment.
from the public? Any public comment? Okay. All right.
Yeah, actually, I'm sorry. I'm John. I just wanted to introduce myself.
Hi, John.
Can you
The
come up?
homeowner? Oh,
Yes.
nice to meet you. You're doing a great job. This is going to be a beautiful house.
He always does
And-
the best
And
job.
you've heard the full accolades of the board for the work that you're doing to not tear it down, but to improve it.
Yeah, thank you. We actually found, when we bought the house, we found that photograph.
We need you to come up and
Yeah, if you
introduce
could-
yourself, please.
You get me in trouble.
When we purchased the house, we found that photograph in the home, so that was our inspiration to return it back to what it once was.
John, what's your last name?
Sideris, Sideris.
Okay, thank you.
You got it. And also, I don't know if it makes a difference, but they're the barn doors that exist on the
Yes.
north side of the garage currently.
And you're-
Where-
and
where
just
I thought that's what we were keeping.
Yeah.
Well,
We'll bring in.
You'll come
Yeah.
down, yeah.
Okay, you still need to see
You
it.
gotta figure out they're operable for the purpose. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, everybody.
Well, thank you very much.
Good night.
No other public comment? Okay, then I'm going to move, pardon? Okay, hand.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much. No other public comment? Okay, then I'm going to move. That's me. I hear me. Hello?
Hello?
Yes? Do you have a public comment?
Yes, my name is Stephanie Menke, and I'm a co-owner of 61 Halton Street. One of my concerns is security lighting around the house. As the architect said, we're very close together. And,
I hear me.
okay,
If you have two devices on, you have to mute one of them.
Hello?
I don't have two devices on.
Yes.
Hang on.
Do you have a public comment? I hear me a lot.
It's so bizarre.
Okay, security, lighting, and? Can you still hear us? Now you're muted. All right. All right, I'm sorry, you're muted and we can't hear you?
Okay, are we good now?
Yes.
All right, sorry. So the houses are very close together, and it's hard to tell from the drawings where the new house will run against our property line. And I just want to raise the concern of not having any security lights shine into either the second floor bedrooms of my house or into my patio or yard area.
Okay.
I think that we eliminated as many windows on the north side.
Yeah.
And then-
Shouldn't be any.
I also had a question about access to the basement. Is there an external access, or is that gonna be all internal? I couldn't tell from the drawings if they're extending the basement.
There is an external entrance to the basement on the north side.
Can you
There is
please,
an external-
I'm sorry, can you please just direct your comments to the board?
I'm asking, I couldn't hear what he said. Is
Okay.
there an external?
Yes, there is
access?
there is an external entrance to the basement.
And is that below the chimney there? On the northern?
Yes.
Yes, it's on the,
elevation?
yes.
Okay, and okay, so, I just couldn't
Okay.
interpret the drawings correctly, because you couldn't tell whether it was an upstairs or a downstairs or just.
Okay, do you have a comment about that entrance,
From-
or?
Just, does the total square footage encompass the basement? Because there was no acknowledgement of basement.
Can you
square footage.
identify yourself, sir?
Yes, I'm Carl Menke. I'm a spouse of one of the owners
Okay.
of 61 Halsey Street.
There is a full basement under.
The house has a full basement. But
Well, you're gonna
we
pour in
don't
your
con-
basement, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
We don't concern ourselves with the interior. Do you have comments on the exterior of the house?
I do not.
Okay, security and lighting will ask. And your comments are surface mounted lights facing neighbors, yes or no?
No.
No. Good. That's a
Okay.
good, that's a good
Yeah,
concern.
I noticed the lights on the back porch were had a big cover over them and that
That's
was gonna
existing.
drown the lights. That was.
All
gonna-
right.
I just wanted to make sure it wasn't gonna come over the fence.
Okay, those are very good concerns, but there won't be any lights facing your house.
Nor from the second
All
floor,
right.
given the.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay. What address am I at? I'm lost. So I'm going to move that we accept the applicant's request for adjournment to May 22nd do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. We'll see you on the 22nd. Which brings us next up to 11 Squabble Lane, construction of new terraces, pergola, outdoor kitchen and deck. Do you have affidavits, and are they in order?
Yes.
Is the applicant here?
Yes, Frank Greenwald.
Okay, hello, Frank Greenwald. Okay.
Frank Greenwald, architect, 295 Main Street, Sag Harbor, New York. I'm the architect for this project. Let me share my screen. This is an existing lot, an existing house on an existing lot on a private road, Squabble Lane. My client has owned this for several years, and let me just walk through the scope of the project. It's a fairly small scope of work to the existing residence. This is a floor plan of the proposed residence. In purple are the new additions or new work, let's say, to the exterior. So basically, the scope of work includes replacing 2 windows on the front, replacing 1 window on the back, replacing 2 doors on the back, resurfacing an existing terrace on the back, renovating the existing pool, adding a new terrace around that pool, adding a new Ipe sun deck, and a new spa. Let me just walk you through. So this is the front elevation of the building. The top elevation is existing, bottom is proposed. You can see these are the 2 new windows facing the front. Eliminate this door, eliminate this window, and install these 2 units. On the rear, the top is the existing rear elevation, the bottom is proposed. We're changing this unit out to be this unit, replacing this door with this window, and there's a side facing a pool, replacing these 2 units with this big sliding unit. And let me just find, here we go. And then also in the backyard between the main house and the tennis court, we're proposing this outdoor kitchen / dining pavilion, which is a sort of a ready-made unit by a company called Structure. It would be white aluminum with a white louvered roof structure and a gray stone wall that would match the gray Madras paving that we're talking about, replacing the terraces and for the new terraces. And that's basically the scope of the work.
Just a question on page on A3, on your existing front elevation, on your proposed. So you're taking the roof line back?
No, there's no change to any of the roof lines.
So it's just okay, so it's just the way the drawing is, okay.
Yeah, it's just the drawing, yeah, the top is existing.
Oh, yeah,
The only change to the
because it's
facade
clear, it
needs
looks
to
like it's
be-
being removed, okay.
Yeah, no.
All right.
No, we gotta replace some of the wood shingle roof with no.
Okay.
That's
Thank you.
such a in kind.
Board members?
No, I'm good. No squabble on this one.
No squabble? No squabble?
Oh, John, it's just-
Sorry, I had to put that in there.
Well. Jeff?
No objections, other question in terms of the addition of the, basically, on the west elevation, adding all the glass I'm not sure how much of a privacy or light issue that is to the neighbor. Do you know how far away, Frank, you are from the neighbor?
It's a big,
It's a big, okay.
yeah, it's a big lot.
Okay,
Yeah, you're talking about this unit?
yeah,
Yeah, I mean, it's in a courtyard already.
Okay.
And it's about 40 feet to the property line this
All
way.
right. Good, then I have no objections.
Jane?
Yeah, I have no objections.
Okay. Are there any public comments? Okay. Then I'm going to move we accept the application for 11 Squabble Lane. Move to approve the application for 11 Squabble Lane based on plans dated March 29th. Do I have a second?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Have a good night.
Okay, next up.
Only gives you the.
Thanks.
What?
Still awake.
And then I'm up to 599 Ox Pasture Road.
Good evening for the applicant.
Do
I'm
we have
sorry.
affidavits and are they in order?
Yes, indeed.
Oh, sorry, jumped the gun there. It's John Bennett and Bailey Larkin from Bennett and Reed. And from Roger Ferris, Architectures Roger Ferris, Robert Marks, Petra Navratilova, and Jake Watkins. Steve Naroda is here from Aries Design, and James Zelter is the owner of the property is here. And before we start, I know Mr. Zelter just wanted to say a couple prefatory, give you a couple prefatory remarks, introduce himself to you. Okay.
Hi, this is Jim Zelter. I want to introduce myself. I appreciate the time you've all spent tonight and the job you do. We have the full team here. I've been a resident in the village for 25 years. My mother grew up on Bowden Square. When we bought this property, we intended to renovate a 1970s house. There was too much asbestos. That was not possible. And therefore, we're trying to create a property now that is sustainable and that has the proper landscaping. We have been in dialogue with the southern and northern neighbors. I'm sure there's someone here tonight who will comment about that, to be a good citizen and a good neighbor in the area. So thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Where in Bowden?
Right across from the public house, the White House.
The duplex or the single
Yeah, the
house?
duplex.
Oh, fantastic.
Born in 1921.
Ah.
That's the first time saying that. He doesn't know.
3 years after my dad was born in Southampton.
Do what?
So the applicant's proposing the construction of new single-family residence at 599 Ox Pasture. The property is not located within the Village Historic District. It's a large property, it's 4.6 acres, and it's located on the north side of Ox Pasture at the very, very end of the road. This is one of the westerly boundaries of the village of Southampton with frontage on Hetty Creek. It's a sort of a low-lying parcel. Applicant's proposing construction of an 8,876 square foot house, which is almost 10,000 square feet less than the permitted 18,000 square feet. There's a full GFA permissible on this house. Proposed is 8,876 square feet. 2 feet lower than could be constructed. The surrounding homes vary in architectural style, modern construction to shingle style to Georgian. I have a little bit more about the character of the neighborhood if it's necessary. But at this point, I'm just going to ask Roger Ferris and Rob Marks from Roger Ferris Architecture to present the house and the elevations. What you see in front of you, you already have some of it's colorized, just for ease on the eye.
Good evening. My name is Rob Marks. I'm an architect with Roger Ferris and Partners. I'm here today representing our clients, Jim and Vivian Zelter, with an application for a new residence at 599 Ox Pasture. As John said, while this property is historic district adjacent, it is not in the historic district and is a waterfront parcel facing Hetty Creek. I'd just like to give you a little bit of background on the property. The building permit for the earlier residence on this property was dated 1969, with their certificate of occupancy dated 1971. With a semi-mansard roof and partially clad in a brick veneer. Its design was loosely French derivative, though without the rectangular plan, abundant use of classical features such as pediments and balustrades noted in the village architectural design guidelines, as distinguishing features for the best original examples of this style. The design of the former house was not historic, or of its time or place, even by the standards of revival styles. We did explore renovations to the earlier house, but citing within the floodplain, seasonal flooding of the house, mold and asbestos precluded any successful renovation options.
If I could just interrupt, I know it's not part of your purview, but in terms of the overall approach to the house, this house now complies in toto with all village regulatory setbacks, most important, the wetland setbacks. It's migrated substantially to the west. It would be nice to keep the view a little bit better down the throat of the creek, but we've moved it back substantially and not tried to play a game of leaving the footprint and constructing on that. So we're coming into full compliance with the village wetlands law. I think it's important in terms of just the mindset of the applicant.
Okay. That was my next observation.
Good, John, just saved your
Additionally,
time.
Minds think
waterfront
alike.
location introduces multiple compliance requirements with regard to environmental regulations. The proposed new residence complies with all local, state, and federal regulations for wetlands preservation and FEMA compliance, as well as the highest standards for energy conservation and wastewater and stormwater management. So we have done some research on the neighborhood to look at the character of the neighborhood as recommended by the design guidelines. The proposed new design reflects the scale and massing of the neighborhood without adopting specific historical features. The massing of the house is characteristic of the neighborhood with a two-story central form and two generally symmetrical wings, creating an entry courtyard. These are floor plans of adjacent homes within several thousand feet of the house, and this is the floor plan of our house. You have that on the handout. Overall, the height of the house is significantly lower than the earlier house on the property. The floor area is also slightly smaller than the earlier residence. 8,900 square feet of habitable space versus 9,300 for the former house. The rhythm and proportions of the house are expressed in a combination of single-story and double-story forms with sight lines through an open breezeway and between the two-story forms. Let's look at the elevations. So you have a first floor and a second floor plan, and then we have the four elevations across the bottom of the boards. The house integrates new building traditions with traditional influences, including the siding material and the installation technique, which resembles weathered cedar clapboard siding, a common local building material. We have a photograph of the material palette in the handout, and we have physical samples here. These are all natural materials, natural stone, weathered western red cedar, a pewter-colored zinc, and a buff-colored cementitious board, that siding material, and then a charcoal gray, a graphite gray aluminum window and door system. So as John said, we have raised the house to be above the base flood elevation. We've managed the height of the house, so it's a couple of feet below the maximum allowed for a flat roof structure, but significantly below the height of the gable roof structure. In addition to the four rendered elevations, we have renderings, daytime renderings and nighttime renderings. We'll get into the landscaping in a minute. The site is heavily landscaped. We're keeping the landscaping. The house is oriented askew on the site, facing Eddy Creek. There's more glass on the water side, there's less glass on the north side.
Do you have a nighttime rendering?
Yes, we do.
And there's also a photometric plan.
No,
So,
like the after dark rendering you did for the other house on Barron's?
this is the photometric. There,
I get that, but the sight line, if I were across the creek, for the houses on across the creek looking back at this house, I would wanna know what the light pollution issues are gonna
Well,
be.
okay, so let's speak to that. There are no sconces or surface-mounted fixtures exposed on the outside of the building. All exterior fixtures are recessed in the terrace ceilings and soffits. We have included a photometric analysis prepared by the exterior fixture manufacturer demonstrating that we provide the minimum code-required lighting at the terraces in the face of the building at the exterior doors, and that the light level from these fixtures drops to 0 at the rear property line and at the street. So we get right around the face of the building as required, and it drops off.
Those are exterior lights, right?
Those are, yes.
What I'm wondering is, at night, in the dark, when someone's home and turns the lights on that second floor, because although you may be lower, your sight lines are actually higher than was there before, and I'd want to know if I lived across Hetty Creek and was looking back at this house, what does that look like?
When you say across Hetty Creek, which direction, sir?
Any neighbors that could see it at night?
There's no one that can see it at night. It looks
It's
south.
We need all comments on the record, sir. If you want to come up, if you can
Well,
come
hang
up
on.
and speak at the mic.
Let your people present for right now, but okay.
Well, I think the point of this is that at this green line right here, it literally goes down to 0-foot candles. And that, you're not even off the property.
Okay.
You're wondering about the light level, what you see as an object. The lighting in the house is indirect, and what we've tried to show in the renderings is materials. It's not a white gypsum board box. We have wood paneling, stone materials throughout, so that you're looking at, it's a softly illuminated surface, and it doesn't have the reflection of the walls in here. They're not painted surfaces, it's natural woodwork.
Okay.
I thought this was more helpful than you see most of the time.
Let's
True
not,
photometric plan.
it doesn't really answer the question I'm asking, but let's keep going.
Well, that, I think, speaks, what we're doing is we're creating softly illuminated living spaces
No, I hear
for
you.
private
I hear
residents,
you.
and with the warmer, darker materials, it doesn't.
I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah.
That just wasn't the question I was asking, but okay.
Turning now briefly to the site and landscaping. I noted in the village design guidelines that they mention a few pioneering women landscape architects received commissions to design the grounds of Southampton Estates in the early 1900s, including Annette Flanders, who laid out the Judge Horace Russell Estate at 107 Ox Pasture. This property was the beneficiary of the same attention. The most significant pedigree of this property is arguably the landscape design by the landscape architect Alice Iris, whose notable clients included the Brooklyn Botanic Garden, the New York Botanical Garden, the Clark Botanic Garden, and the Brooklyn Museum. Our clients fell in love with this property when they first visited it, and one of the principal guiding forces behind the design of the new house has been to preserve the existing landscape design and integrate the new house into it. The existing entrance gate and driveway flanked by pollarded apple trees remains a central feature of the property and the new design. Similarly, the existing multi-tiered mature planting along Ox Pasture Road will remain in place to preserve the streetscape in front of the house. And we have
submissions. Just want to speak a little bit about some of the surrounding architecture. So you have at 567 Ox Pasture, which is the house directly to the north. I just want to make sure that the board is aware that there's a house, I suppose, it has a gable roof, but that's where its traditional elements end. It's always hard to fully define those terms, but nevertheless, I want to be aware of the house directly to the north. And then, what I thought was interesting also, is about three lots away, some of it, well, adjacent, but nevertheless outside of the historic district, approved about 3 years ago at 95 Down East. I think this is again further illustrative of what's in the submissions. It's a Bates and Massey home. Again, what I've given you is the first photograph that you see is the aerial, and the Bates Massey home is shown with the red dot on it. The red somewhat rectangular east to west rectangle is the historic district. And then behind it are, of course, the elevations of the Bates and Massey house taken from the building department file. But just in terms of setting the neighborhood, wanted you to be aware of that. Steve, I'm sorry, you could come up and talk.
Good evening, Steve Rhoda with Harris Design Landscape Architects.
Hey.
Just speaking briefly on the landscape, following on Rob's comments, the definitive characteristic of this property is the existing plant material, tree species on the property. Just on the south side of the property along Ox Pasture, we have a mixture of oak, pine, maple, tree, and large canopy trees. They're upwards of 40 to 50 feet in height. And then there's an understory layer of trees that are serviceberry and dogwood. And then below that, it's rhododendron and viburnum. We've surveyed each tree for condition and size. They're all in very good health. They were planted at time of the construction of the original house, and the homeowner is very intent on keeping these trees. Also on the north side of the property, a little more evergreen screening, closer to Hetty Creek. There's a large standard willow tree. And then as you come to the east, there's cryptomeria, arborvitae, and spruce. So it creates a nice large evergreen screen. And really, that again, it's just really want to keep that. And then also the apple tree alley can stay in place and not to be disturbed.
That's great. Thank you. Okay.
Roger, who's say? I just wanted the board to introduce the board to Roger first. I don't know if you've met him
It's a
before.
contemporary house, flat roof, it's 24 feet high.
Introduce yourself, please.
I'm Roger Ferris.
Okay, that's all.
Sorry, I thought you introduced me.
That's
So, it's 24 feet high, we've worked hard to keep it now. We moved it out of the wetland setback. We started, Stelter's asked us to look at all options originally. Anything we tried to do with the existing house was, oh, we have to move it up and back. It wasn't a house you were gonna pick up and move. They buy a lot that's fronting Hetty Creek. Most of the property on the south side is Long Hawks pasture. It's at the end of the road. They don't wanna see the road. They fall in love with the landscape. We try to keep the landscape, design a house for their family, as Rob says, that in so many ways matches the formulaic floor plans of many great historical houses along Hetty Creek. This is the same evolution as the courtyard house. We break up the scale. We recess most of the windows, you can see quite dramatically, 8 to 10 feet back. It's a game of solid and void, where it's not a window punctuated opening like you guys entertain all the time, and I fully respect. It's a different idea. So we're playing a game of layering. We're very sensitive to light emissions, because every board that we appear for around the country is focused on it. don't do exterior lighting. We're very sensitive to how we handle it. We always do light studies. And fundamentally, you really won't see this house from anywhere. You just will not see it from anywhere. They don't want to see the road. And if you drive by today, you can't. It's solid. We're supplementing the landscape.
Also, it's
All right, at this point on a long night, I'm gonna say, let's get to the point where we start to get some board comments here, I think.
Certainly, I just wanted to say,
Yeah.
it is lower than the lot to the north.
What? Yeah.
I've been in negotiations with the only abutting property owner who has a contemporary house, probably postmodern, but
Okay.
about how to improve the property line.
Okay. Why don't we start with getting some initial comments from the board? Who wants to start? John?
I agree with Mark that I think we need to see a light study similar to the one that was done for the Barron's Lane
Barron's
home.
Cove, yeah.
It's a lot of glass on the back of the house, and that's a concern for surrounding neighbors. And for that reason, I think that's the most important thing to me. But the design of the house, I think, is much different than what we've seen in most areas of the village, but,
Okay. Jeff?
Okay, so I'm going to ask for your indulgence to give this more consideration. It is a very different house. It's not the only contemporary house at that end. The property does have some peculiarities which make it different than some of the prior application we heard this evening. I want to survey the property, the area, more than I have to this point, if you don't mind. And with a view of what it's going to look like from, not that I would go swimming in Hetty Creek, but, you know, just sort of to get the whole impact.
Jane?
I went down today to try to see what might be there, and you can't see anything, so I definitely hear you that you don't want a presence, and it's not there. You can't see it if you try. The landscaping sounds fabulous, that you're gonna keep what's been there for a very long time and just continue to maintain that. My only concern would also be these people over here on Hetty Creek as to what they might be seeing, and I would agree that we probably need to see
Yeah.
a nighttime study.
That's outside the village.
They're
Sure.
still neighbors, though.
They're still neighbors. Still want to understand still want to understand it.
But that's important.
I want to understand.
Jurisdictional.
we're about to get a speech.
Well, my point, and maybe this is what, is to get a better sense of how that which is within the village is transitioning, or
That's
has
different.
the potential,
I understand.
okay?
Yeah.
I understand that. That's different.
It sounds like we have several people that want to come on property and see this thing.
Oh, well, welcome aboard.
Yep.
We should probably have, do we wanna have someone there, though? I think it's locked up, isn't it? Isn't there a gate? There's a gate. There's a gate. But, you know, we just kept it locked up.
Yeah. Why don't we make arrangements to come and walk the property and see and understand, because I do want to understand the
Absolutely.
sightlines. I actually want to understand the sightlines
Yeah,
of
I
the
think you'd
neighbors.
enjoy it, yeah.
Okay?
Can I give you one
As
more?
as an overall comment, similar to the comments we had further down the street for a long time tonight, it is a departure from what has been there in the past, especially for this end, and we are across the street from a historic district. We are not in a historic district, which I understand. So, I think that, you know, the house itself is, the materials are beautiful. I'm sure that the soft lighting, and I understand the diagram you're giving me, is good. I would just actually want to go stand there with these plans that you've just handed us tonight in hands and understand totally what we're looking at before we make a decision.
I think it's important to say, though, the house that you saw before, from a location point of view, this is quite literally apples and oranges.
Quite literally.
Yeah, it is. It is apples, I know, the LA aside, I understand.
Yeah.
But that's a centrally located lot, it's an interior lot. This is literally at the end of the village waterway with no neighbors to the west. And
So why don't we do this? Why don't we work with you to schedule a site visit?
Absolutely.
And we will come down and visit.
Did we already get public comment?
No, but I think that's the next step there. And then do we have public comment?
Before you close, just in response to your comments, and we appreciate your comments, this is a former house. It was all glass facing the water, and we are being Boy Scouts on this one, doing everything
I like
to
Boy
respond to
Scouts.
everybody's comments.
Good.
And we have retreated. That was right on the water.
Yeah,
and we are 150
I understand.
feet
Look,
back from
I'm
the
sure
water.
you're doing a very respectful job. It's our job to look and understand a lot of different concerns for a lot of constituents, and that's what we'll do. We have a public comment.
I think it's important, though, to have, and I know what you're talking about, the lighting, we'll try to provide more for you on that. We'll also get you down to the site so you can see where the house sits, but are there any specific architectural comments? I'd like to hear them.
Okay. Anyone? Any specific? I would say the only stretch, and it's gonna depend on it's a big departure. So I actually wanna go down, stand inside and understand. The one elevation that I have a little concern about from my standpoint is the south elevation, just because it's such a long expanse of glass. But that's, I also wanna see what it faces and what it looks like, cause like the other house it's a long expanse of glass.
Yeah, that's why I thought it important in terms of the neighborhood, 3 houses away, also adjacent to, not in an historic district, that Bates and Massey house, which presents in a much more, I'm just gonna say it, much more aggressive way than this house does.
Well, then we'll look at it.
Yeah, please do. It's under construction.
Okay, public comment.
Yes, hello, I'm,
Oh, sorry. Let me get my stuff out of your way.
Linda Riley, 235 Hampton Road. I represent the neighbors to the north, directly to the north, the adjacent properties. One is owned by Lalamas LLC. It's at 567, right behind where the house is supposed to be. And the same beneficial owners also own the property next door to that, which is 565. So the entire northern boundary of this property is adjacent to the 2 properties that I am representing. The parties have been in touch, and the applicant here has, although we didn't find out about this until Thursday with the notice, by the time it arrived, in the short period of time since Thursday, the applicant has been very prompt and cooperative in providing us with plans and questions and answering questions that we had. So we appreciate that. We're really down to a couple of issues which they have expressed a willingness to cooperate on, and again, we appreciate that, and we just want to see it nailed down. We have a minor concern about the landscaping. The existing landscaping that is to remain is fine, no problem. But along the boundary line, particularly not along the side where the house is, but this proposed house, but particularly in the back of the tennis court and the existing garage that's going to remain there over in the north corner. It could really use some supplemental screening, some enhancing what is already there. There are some bare spots. My client has a long sinuous driveway, just as they do, and at the gate at his entrance, he looks over and sees the back of a tennis court. It's very visible, and there's a lot of blank area there, and there's room for some enhanced landscaping. I think they're going to work on that, and I appreciate that. So we're looking forward to seeing a plan, basically.
What kind of plan? They presented a landscape plan tonight. What are you looking forward to seeing?
Well, they also said they were going to do some enhanced, they were going to use the same basic plan,
Okay.
which is fine.
So
but-
what you'd like to see is an updated landscaping plan that addresses the issues that you've discussed with the owner?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Yes. We also have some questions about the drainage proposed. They provided us with drainage calculations and a schedule, but I just got those late today. And actually, I'm not sure that the elevation is.
Okay, I'm not sure the drainage is for this board, but go
Okay.
ahead. That would,
All right, so
that's for the building department, but yeah.
Another thing we're looking at.
Okay.
And we had some concerns about the how that back area, back of the garage, the pre-existing area is going to be used, because it had been used in the past for stockpiling.
Stockpiling?
Stock.
Okay.
Yeah, that was sometimes unsightly. So
Good.
they're working with us, and by the way, I should say that my client, who is really the closest neighbor and most clearly affected, has no objection to the architecture
Oh, good.
or the siting of the house.
Great, thank you very much.
I just wanted to add that
Hang on,
Mr. Zelter did charge.
let me finish public comment. Then we'll-
Well, I
All
wanted
right,
to
do we have any, no,
respond to
that's she
something.
comments to the board.
Okay, all right.
Do we have any other public comments? Okay,
No, I just wanted to respond to say that Mr. Zelter did charge Steve Narota and Aries Design to work out a compatible
Great.
augmenting to the plan. Thank you.
Great,
Just wanted to
okay.
acknowledge that. Thank you.
all right. So I think what I'm hearing is your request for an adjournment. And then I think what I'm hearing is we'll figure out a way to come and do a site visit.
Just anyone can call me.
Okay. So I'm going to move that we accept the applicant's request for an adjournment for 599 Ox Pasture Road. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. We'll see you on site.
Thanks for listening to us.
Of course. Okay, next up is This and That on Elm Street, 175 Elm Street for a two-story addition. I'm sorry, but while you're setting up, I'll be back.
Yep. Okay, right there.
One moment, please. Please stand by.
All right.
My name is Will Schultz. We're missing Alice. So.
Oh, wait.
Oh.
Gotta wait.
But the affidavits are in order.
Oh, great. She'll be right back. It's a long night up here. One Diet Coke and a cup of coffee, I'm dying. All right.
I'll be very pleased.
I will get organized. Didn't expect this would be this long. Okay.
Again, my name is Will Schultz. I'm the architect of record representing This and That on Elm LLC. On their proposed two-story addition at the rear of an existing house that's there. You can see the survey.
Okay.
Okay, this is the existing house. It's currently a two-bedroom house. And we're proposing a two-story addition at the rear of the house. The existing house is to remain intact, all the elevations are to remain. The house was renovated some years ago, and so it's in good shape. So we're just proposing a small addition on the back. It's roughly 19 by 20 feet. The first floor, it's within the setbacks. The allowed setbacks are 15 feet. We're 18.5 from the north elevation and 21 feet from the south elevation. The proposed addition is a existing family room on the first floor and a proposed bedroom on the second floor and a bath. So it would make an existing two-bedroom house a three-bedroom house, which we thought was reasonable. It is underneath, is under the lot coverage and it's under the gross floor area. Just to show you what is in your packet, we have an aerial.
So you're required to have 3 parking spaces?
Yes.
Okay.
Two.
Two. Yeah, it's a 3-bedroom, so 2 parking spaces. Okay, so your garage. All right.
So the first is an aerial in the packet. The second is the street elevation of the house. and the neighbor-
Could you face them toward us?
Toward-
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
So this is the house here, as you can see, and then neighbor to the north and neighbor to the south. This is the street elevation. This is the house here, neighbor to the north, and the neighbor to the south. Is there.
Okay.
This is what the front of the house looks like.
Yep.
And again, we're not proposing any changes. This is what the south elevation of the house looks like. Again, to the existing house, we're not proposing any changes. The setback starts, this is a 1-story addition that's already there, and we are, in other words, our 20-foot addition, our 20-foot addition starts from here and goes out, so it encompasses the existing 1-story addition that's on the back of the house. This is the photo of the back of the house currently. As you can see, there's a lot of shrubbery on the south side. There's a holly and there's a larger tree that's there. This is the north elevation of the house, which is where the driveway is, and there's currently a bulkhead door to the basement.
Okay.
So, getting back to the survey on the north elevation of the house, the setback is 7 feet from the edge. So we're coming in 7 feet. What we're doing is we're keeping the ridge lines lined up with the existing house. So it's a 7-foot setback on the north and a 1-foot 10 setback on the south side.
Why don't you just take us to the elevations?
Sure.
Starting at A200.
This is the front elevation?
Yes, the front, A200, your front elevation. You're proposing no changes, and what I'm seeing is that the cross gable that I see is actually existing. This says existing red cedar single. So from the street, everything is back.
Right. So again, at the bottom, you can see where the existing residence and where the addition is. So this is where the roof steps down is the addition.
Okay.
Okay, so that's on the south. And on each page, I'm showing the existing and the proposed.
Okay.
This is the rear elevation, existing and proposed. And you can see the ridges line up, and the new ridge steps down 2 feet from the existing ridge.
What are the materials of the chimney?
The chimney is a 53 DD brick, which is the brick that's there now
Okay.
on the terraces. Which is
Okay. That's a that's a
Man
sample,
comes
thank
prepared.
you. You had a heavy carry in, okay.
Again, this is just the rendering, which I think you've seen. I talked to the owner about, we would be growing hydrangeas, white climbing hydrangeas up the chimney anyway, and doing these 2 arbors over the French doors for the family.
Okay.
And the last elevation is the north elevation.
Okay.
You can see where the existing 1-story addition is, and we're standing 12 feet out from that
Okay.
with our addition.
And it's a
Cedar
natural,
shingle?
natural red cedar shingle house?
Yes.
And your
So-
windows are,
Anderson to match what's there.
so the
2
color,
over 2.
the color is?
White.
Okay.
Trim,
All trim
everything
is white?
Matches the soffits and
Okay.
fascia match and all the detail.
And surface mounted light fixtures?
Surface mounted light fixtures are, they're just on the French doors in the back, underneath the arbor. And
Okay.
they're these with Edison filament.
Those are the circle lighting ones?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
With a 20 watt
Yeah.
Edison bulb.
Yeah.
But they're under the arbor.
Yeah, those are the those are
Yeah.
the dark sky compliant ones.
These are.
Yeah, okay.
And again, everything is to match existing, and no changes to the street elevation, or what you see from the street.
Okay. Board members?
Just one last comment on the site plan. We can zoom in that again. I'm proposing some, again, arborvitae here, right against the house, since the driveway is very narrow.
Okay.
To help buffer the north side. South side you won't see because of the trees that are there, the pine trees. and holly.
Where are you talking about arborvitae?
Here. Against where the, on the driveway side, on the north side.
Which,
Oh,
Yeah, it didn't come up on the camera.
Can you pick that up? Great.
so the arborvitae are going on which side now?
here,
Got it.
on the north side. This is where that little, existing,
And on the south side, there's already,
yeah, there's this huge holly tree.
Got it.
also,
Okay.
Okay.
Magnolia tree, and there's, yeah. And the hedge is about 12 feet around the whole property. So along this, to the neighbor to the north is separated by an existing privet hedge, it's about 12 feet high.
Okay. Just looking at, you have no balcony.
No balconies, no.
no balcony?
No.
Don't-
And
Don't
then
you need a
windows.
balcony?
Board members?
I think it looks fine. My only concern was the potential view of neighbors from outside the second-story windows, but the one is in the tub, so I doubt you're going to be flashing your neighbor, but
No, tub's on the south side.
yeah, I think it's fine.
And the north side has 2 windows on it. One's a closet window and one's a bedroom.
Yeah, you're not
I
ready?
think it's fine.
Okay.
I have no objections architecturally.
Okay. Jane?
Yeah, originally when I saw this, I thought, whoa, and I was expecting a much bigger, addition, so I'm glad to see that it's in keeping with this, small quaint house.
So right down the living room is just a small entrance.
Yeah.
Where really, so.
It's an adorable house.
This is just a family room, so a living room off the kitchen, dining area, and then upstairs is a 12-foot by 17-foot bedroom with a 6-foot house.
My only question for you is on your proposed north elevation.
Mhm.
You go from, no, I guess those prairie windows are existing.
Yeah.
The prairie fenestration, it's just in those 2 windows in the whole house.
Yeah, they're there. And they were in the gable end of the front
Yeah.
of the house
Okay.
as well.
All right.
But you're talking about the cottage windows there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
these 2, yeah. They just seemed because they're sort of prairie over 2.
Yeah.
It's a weird, those 2 is kind of an odd fenestration,
Yeah,
but okay.
kind
But those are existing.
Yeah.
Okay. Other than that, I really don't see any objections. Comments from the public? And can you go to the microphone, please?
To read it, because English is not my mother language, so. I think you have the copies
We
of
do.
what I'm, all right, and the photographs as well? You do have them?
Oh, and the letters that you sent, yes.
Yes, one
Can
for
you
each.
can you just say your name for the record?
Yes,
Thanks.
my name is Isabel Iacona.
Okay.
IACONA. Do you have the?
We do.
You
Just
do?
go ahead,
Oh,
yeah.
Do you have, each one has one? All right, so I'm going to read what you have.
Okay,
There.
please assume that we've already read it.
Oh,
but go
you-
ahead, but
you-
so go quickly.
Oh, okay, so
Yeah.
if you have already read it,
Yep.
the only thing I want to add is, I moved from New Orleans to here because the air conditioning harms my throat, so I sleep with the windows open at night. And as you can see, I lose absolutely my privacy with the windows facing towards my side. Towards the other side, there is a big tree that you can see with the photographs. Can you see the photographs? They would be looking directly to my bed. And if I close those windows, I will be living in the back. Because I brought this for you. This is my house. And as you see, I only have windows towards that side. I don't have windows towards the front.
You're gonna have to speak into the microphone.
You can
or-
put it in
Or
front
you
of
can
the table
stand,
here.
there's a microphone here in the center of the table.
I'm not familiar, I'm sorry.
There's a
okay.
microphone right at the.
What do I do?
Just
Move that paper off that paper that's on the
Yes.
microphone, yeah. Just expose the microphone
Right.
there. There you go.
So, can I borrow your pen, please? Thank you. So, can you so here you can see that in the, what looks towards the back, where my bedroom is, here, I have no window looking towards the garden. So I will have to live in the darkness, because the windows would be looking directly to my bed. Can you see it in
No,
the
no. Can
photograph
we get
that I
that,
submitted?
Can we get, we're just trying to get a picture of it on the screen.
Of the photographs?
No, you're good, you're good. We're just waiting for our videographer to pick it up on the TV.
Oh,
Thanks, Sage.
There you go.
Thank you.
so I lose completely the privacy in my garden, where I do have some privacy in a part of it, where the table is. You have the photographs there. And it would be looking directly to my bedroom. I can't have the windows open anymore. And I don't have window towards the garden, the back. So my suggestion is, in the paper, is that if they could do the windows maybe even bigger, but just facing their own garden, I wouldn't have any privacy at all. They could do, if you would allow them to do bigger windows, that would be great,
Well,
looking
let's
towards
make
their
it
own
down
garden
here.
only.
We are, so the elevation that's facing your house is the,
Do you want this?
no, it's the north elevation.
No, yeah.
So that the two windows that are facing you are the,
One's in the hallway and one's in the master bedroom.
okay,
The master bedroom has 3 exposures, 2 windows in the back, one on the south, one on the north.
okay.
I would be losing completely my privacy. It would be impossible to live there. I mean, living in my bedroom in the darkness,
That
I
might be a
can't,
bit
I
of a
don't have
stretch,
air
but-
conditioning in the home because it comes like that. And how am I going to sleep with the windows open, you know? I can't get out of my bed and go to the bathroom. I will be exposed all the time.
Okay.
And I'm sitting in the table, I won't have privacy there anymore. I would like to be.
Well,
Yeah,
okay.
well, I'm just,
Okay, before we,
I don't
you
know
know.
how to expose this,
yeah.
it's my first time
Okay,
in a place like this, so I'm doing my best.
you're doing great.
Okay,
All right, I'm just trying to understand.
thank you.
Board members, any comments?
Yeah, I think one of the challenges we have is balancing community responsibility, responsibility to the neighbors, and individual rights. And in this case, and when you have village houses that are on narrow lots,
Yeah,
there's There's no, yes, is there a way? Yes. But from a practical standpoint, we can't assure every resident absolute privacy. And the fenestration here, from an architectural standpoint, seems to be well balanced, and that's our primary purview. We do listen to the neighbors. We do take that into consideration. At the end of the day, the decision is at the board, and we are also charged with allowing for reasonable development and reasonable property rights with not violating the community responsibility and being in harmony. So from out what's allowed to us by code, I look at this and I say, it's within, it's within harmony with the neighborhood, and I hear your concern. I experience it myself. I live on a flag lot, and a home was recently developed. It was a very cute 1.5 story house next to us. Now it's a 2-story house, and you know, I could wave to my neighbor when he and she go to bed, but you know, that's, and I sit on the board.
And you
So-
approved
Well,
it.
yes, but there are solutions for this before they do it. If they just do windows towards the front, I wouldn't have this problem, because I don't have windows in that room. A room without windows is not a room.
So you're asking them to have a room with
No, I'm-
windows without windows on one side?
No, I'm saying, no, the room would have maybe bigger windows looking towards their own garden. If I'm asking for this. I mean, I'm not an architect,
Right.
I'm not a lawyer, I'm just looking to see if I can have a window open in my bedroom. It would be looking directly to my bed. How am I going to sleep at night?
Right. So,
And during the day, I mean, there is
Okay,
a
so-
solution.
so
Jeff?
if they had
Yes.
wall-to-wall windows, and there were concerns about light emission and privacy to some extent, that would be understandable. Here we have 2 windows. One is in a hallway, one is in a master bedroom. It's their right to have a window. It's the same way it's your right to have a window. It's
No,
your,
I'm not saying that it's not
Right.
the right, I'm just saying
but
how
but you're willing to deny them the right.
Well,
So
they
then
could-
you
'cause
are
they could
saying that they
have-
don't have the right.
Well,
Um,
but I also have the right to have
Okay,
some
okay,
privacy.
we're gonna cut off the debate now.
Right.
We've
Yes.
heard your concerns and we
Yes.
appreciate them.
How can you help me?
I don't know that I can, but we've heard your concerns, and the board takes neighbor comments into consideration, as you've heard, and we take them as part of the deliberation. It is our job to determine whether that concern is enough to sway our decision to approve the house
Mhm.
or violates the right of a neighbor. So we have heard you, and we appreciate your
Can I
comments.
say just one more thing?
Quickly,
Just one more thing,
quickly, it's a
please?
late night.
Thank you. Yes, I know.
Quickly.
I'm so sorry.
Quickly.
In one of the photographs, you can see that the other neighbor has privacy because there is a very big tree there.
Huh?
I have nothing. I did speak with
Okay,
my
we've
neighbor,
got
he
that.
said he would put some bushes, and the
Okay.
bushes would not help in
All right,
any way.
we hear your concern and we thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Are there any other public comments? Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Board members?
I think I've said my piece. I
Said
think the
your
house
piece, right?
architecturally is well constructed. I appreciate Isabella's concerns.
I appreciate the
but,
concern. Is there any thought you have about that concern?
The homeowner is here.
Yeah.
Who can
No, just quickly, is there anything architecture you can think of that would alleviate this concern?
We can grow the hedges taller, better there, or the other solution would be some type of other hedge along the property line.
Okay.
Which I'd have to consult with the owner.
Okay.
You know, evergreen, that could go 2 or 3 feet tall. You know, you need about, I think, 4 feet.
Okay.
to-
Well, I
to
think,
actually
I think,
screen
I
the
think it's,
window
I
from
think
those
it's clear what
windows.
her concern is if we could find a solution, a landscape solution that help with that. Jane, any other comments?
Does this help you understand it all? That this is another area?
No, we're good now, thank you.
I understand both sides. It's very tricky.
Okay. I believe, here's what I think. I think that, I understand your concern. I think this house is within the code. I think if you can understand what the concerns are and work as neighbors to find a landscape solution, that would be nice. But I think the plan that's in front of us is a respect for the property, it's a respect for the code, and I think it's actually a very well-done plan. It doesn't show from the street. And I also think it's very respectful of the original structure and its massing and scale on the street in which it exists. So, from my perspective, I would vote to approve this house. But do you want us to, your question is, do you want to take a vote, or do you want to take an adjournment and think about those windows?
I will take the vote.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to move we accept the applicant's, the application for 175 Elm Street. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so next up we have 260 Hampton Road exterior alterations to the front facade.
So there's nothing that you're going,
No, we've
no
approved,
greenery, no
no,
nothing?
we've approved the house.
Beg your pardon?
We have approved the house.
Yes, I know, but I
We're-
mean,
thank you. We're
was
done
my
now.
problem what?
What?
Nothing?
I understand your
No
problem,
help?
but.
We're hoping the neighbors can work together
Yes,
to
but we have-
resolve the issue.
At this point, we have approved the house. Okay, we're gonna
Thank
move
you.
on now, okay? We are moving on. Okay, 260 Hampton Road exterior alterations.
Hi.
Yes. Yes.
And they're in order.
Yes.
Okay. Your name for the record, please?
My name is Daphne Vaughn, Surfside Environmental Planning. I'm just going to stand here for a couple seconds and then I'll
Yep.
put out my stuff. So this is a commercial property. It has 2 structures on it. This is for proposed work to update the facade to the larger of the 2 structures. It's a concrete block building that's 3,338 square feet. They're proposing to remove the existing angled porch roof overhang and the existing porch post supports and replace it in place with a flat roof overhang with 7 skylights. The skylights are 37.5 by 37.5 inch square with new post supports for the flat roof that would be in place. The roof replacement area is 497 square feet. They're also proposing to install new board and batten siding on the front and upper sides of the building with hardy white board and batten area. The front wall will be fully sided in board and batten. The lower side walls will be new hardy white lapboard siding, which will be fastened to the existing concrete block wall. The new posts will be 6x6 ACQ with 12-inch permalite square recessed columns with Tuscan caps and bases. And the
Does it-
skylights.
I'm gonna interrupt for one
Yes.
second. Do people have elevations on this or just photographs? Who has them?
I only have photographs, yeah.
What do we have here?
You should have these.
I have, yeah, I have,
You
but
have
the, I have these from a while ago.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the
There was
one,
the-
that's the one I
this-
couldn't figure out, because that came in like 2 months
there
ago.
was no new submission.
All right, all
Yeah.
right. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yes,
I was like,
that's okay.
in this week's pack of papers, I don't remember seeing it.
So the skylights are proposed basically to center over any existing windows and doors to provide light through the roof. And there's some existing fake barn doors on the front of the building that will be removed.
Do you have plans that you could
Yes,
put out?
all I have is the small ones,
Okay.
so I'm
You
going
can
to
just quickly put them up there,
bring
and then we
them
can get
over here,
comments.
so you can see.
There's a microphone there too, so.
Yes, I like podiums personally. So, let's see. This, well, here's some elevations.
Jeff, I found them. Yeah. Okay.
And this is another. And then this is the picture. So, yeah, these are basically showing the change in the angled roof
Yeah.
to the flat roof with the, these are just plain wood posts right now. They'll be a little bit more decorative. These, I think they're pilasters. I'm not an architect, I'm just gonna tell you that right now.
You're doing a good job.
And
So
what-
these will be stuccoed.
And what color are the windows?
The windows are staying as is. Wait,
Okay.
where's
So
my
they're,
photos?
so they're white then,
I think they're white trim.
Okay.
but the window.
But the windows are black.
That's the architect who I think just is showing.
Oh, you're blaming the architect, okay.
I just, we need to confirm the make of the windows, the style, the color.
Yeah, they're remaining the same. Nothing is changing with the windows or, the roof was, I believe, redone last summer with permission, which is, asphalt shingle.
Okay.
So
So this,
are you
So
remo-
the roof is remaining as it is. in
Are you
the-
are you replacing or are you painting or replacing the doors?
The doors are.
being removed.
They're.
Well, the barn doors are being
The barn
removed.
doors are being removed.
The barn doors
Those
are-
are just, they're fake, it's like a
Yeah,
facade.
yeah, but
thing.
what about the front doors?
The existing doors are staying, they're probably just being refreshed in paint.
Well, okay, because the panel is different on the rendering than the drawing,
Yeah.
okay. All right, let's quickly, board members, do you have initial comments here?
Well, I think we need the final drawings that show
Yeah.
the doors that as they exist and are remaining.
Yep.
We need the specifications of the windows, color, pane, you know,
Yep.
the light, lights
Yeah.
and so forth.
Cause the plans to my memory, from reading them this afternoon again, basically say that they're remaining as is.
And
We just wanna
That's fine, we just need it for the record,
understand that colors are. No change.
yeah, the make of the
Yeah.
windows
Here's-
that are being replaced.
Here's the only thing that I actually don't support the flat room with the skylights. Because this was a barn structure, and it presented as a barn structure, and when the roof came over and had an angle down and came to the street, it made more sense to the structure and to the street. I think suddenly fancifying the columns and flattening the roof across the front of it actually takes away from the original intent of the structure. So that's the one area that I'm struggling with. I don't know about the other board members I'm struggling with. And then you put skylights all the way across the top of it. To have
Where are
light.
the skylights?
They're on
On the
top of
flat-
the flat roof.
They'll be within the flat roof of the porch.
This is not a flat roof, because it's gone from being a barn, it's a barn structure, which is a
Right.
typical structure, a typical form that we have here in the Hamptons. And now we've come and we've taken out
The angled roof.
the angled roof and gone
Made
with a
it
flat
flat.
roof, and then we fancified the columns, which suddenly architecturally to me don't work with the original intent of the structure.
Well said, Mark.
There you have it.
Now, in your proposed east elevation, what's going on with, I guess those are brick supports, and you're proposing to cover them?
These?
Yeah, on here, you got, these look like brick supports.
Yeah, they're existing, so they're
Yeah.
planning to stucco them.
Stuck with it.
Yeah, they're gonna stucco over them and they're gonna put some trim on them.
Okay, why? Okay, again, the original intent of the building is a barn, and therefore the original intent of this structure was to support the barn, but now we're taking and we're, I guess my real word, but we're ooped and gooping the building, we're putting fancified columns on it, we're changing the roof pattern, we're stuccoing what were supports that were sort of original to the structure, and I think, you know, cleaning up the front of the building, I think, great. I think the flat roof with skylights, I don't really support. I think removing the barn doors and stuff in the front is fine. This is my opinion. I would rather the columns remain a little more similar to what they are now, to which was the original intent of it. So that would be my comment. Anybody else?
Ditto.
I concur.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any comments from the public? They're all asleep. All right. So you've heard our comments.
So you'd rather keep the angled roof?
Yes.
And can they make the posts maybe larger? I think these are kind of small.
Yes,
I
they-
know they're rotting, so I know they wanted to replace them.
I don't think a larger post would be a
No,
problem.
a larger post is fine. I think when we start covering them and boxing them and trimming them and,
It looks too fancy for
Yeah.
a barn structure. But I think a more substantial post actually would.
a more substantial post would be fine, as
Yeah.
long as, please make sure they go all the way out to the edge. And then I think a less, even if it's a thicker, less fancy post against the board and batten side of the building, is gonna make more sense.
So no skylights.
Yeah,
Is that
and
what you're
not the skylights. And then, are there any surface-facing fixtures facing the street from this building?
saying? Lights.
What?
What you saying? Yeah, lights.
Lights facing the
Not
street?
not that I see on the plans.
Okay, we'll just ask that question, because if there's any lights coming toward the street, we'll want to know the answer to that. Okay?
Excellent. Okay.
So I hear you asking for an adjournment.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna move that we accept the applicant's, I thought I did.
You did.
I did. So I'm gonna move that we accept the applicant's request for an adjournment to May 22nd for 260 Hampton Roads. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Whoops, make sure I didn't file away all my. Does this bring us up to 59 Layton Avenue?
Yes.
Okay. File the page. 59 Layton Avenue, hello.
Hi, Mark Matthews, 220 Shore Road, for the applicant.
Great.
There you go.
And here they are,
Yeah.
twins.
You guys get medals.
I think this is it's a small application that is basically a sign of the times. They're aging. They want their bedroom on the first floor.
Join the club, right?
There are a lot of us.
Oh, God, I thought you were heading for a.
No. The location of the proposed addition complies with zoning and everything.
Petula Clark tune, but go ahead. It's a sign of the times. Go
yes.
ahead.
Yeah, you're dating yourself.
I just did, completely.
He's not alone.
Okay.
The addition conforms to zoning, conforms to pyramid, and it's set back properly from the street, and it's a modest addition, a
Okay.
bedroom and a bathroom.
Take us through the elevations.
Oh, watch out for the microphone.
That square in front of you is a microphone. Yeah. Okay.
So, this is the front of the house,
Yep.
and this is the addition. This is all there, pyramid shown. Side of the side of the house, there's a door going out, and
Why does the stair have to go sideways from the door coming out? Why do you have a?
Toward the east.
it could go either way, but there's an outdoor shower that direction. It just made a lot of sense.
Okay.
And other than that, it's
Adding a window to the front.
yeah. And then we took one window from the side where the door is, and we added it to the front.
Okay. Take me through colors and materials.
Exactly as it is.
Well, take me through what is.
There's cedar shingles on the side walls.
Are they natural?
They're
White.
They're
They're
white.
painted white. Okay.
Asphalt roof,
Okay.
And 2/2 double hungs.
just
Okay.
like we're doing every.
Smells like a, gray.
So you're actually moving the one window to another location.
We're actually reusing the
Reusing.
same window.
Okay.
And I'd like to say there's more to talk about, but
What's the
Oh,
size
that's
of the
okay.
addition?
the size of the addition,
We don't mind.
13/28.
it's 13 feet by 28 feet. And there's a bedroom, walk-in closet, bathroom, and then stairs down to the basement.
Can you show me the first page rendering again?
Sure.
And talk to me about any surface-mounted light fixtures.
The light fixtures in the front of the house are exactly as they are. There'll be one light in the soffit over the new door.
Okay.
We have to have, but that's in
Down.
the soffit recess fixture.
Okay.
Yeah, so there'll be no light pollution.
Board members?
No objections from me.
No objections here.
No objections here.
Yep. Sounds like you got approval.
Thank you.
Any comments from the public? I know, they're all asleep, don't laugh at me.
I did my lean like I was gonna say.
Don't ask. All right, so I'm gonna move we accept the application for 59 Layton Avenue for a one-story addition to an existing residence. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Drink a lot of coffee.
Oh, you have no idea.
And a lot after.
All right, so that takes us to carryover issues, which is White Eagle Realty for a driveway gate at 224 North Sea Road.
Oh, I remember this one.
Hello,
Hello?
good evening, board. Hope everyone is well.
Hello?
It's very late, so I'm not sure if you guys have any rejections on the changes that we proposed.
Well, we need to see them. The
we
public,
added,
the public needs to see them, so can somebody share them?
Yep, they're right here. Oh, sorry,
Right here.
it would be nice to share the screen, eh?
There you go.
Is there a button? There's the button.
I don't think your camera's on.
Yeah, I have a share screen. Is there?
Well, no, your name is up there, so I have a feeling.
Sorry, it's easier when I do Zooms. Is there a way to share the screen?
Does he have permission to share?
Everyone did.
Okay.
Just click the share screen at the bottom of your.
But does he have to turn his camera on before he can share a screen? Because all I have is your name.
I don't think you have to.
Okay.
Turn your.
You don't have to.
Okay. Hit share screen.
Yeah, I don't see it.
We don't
Is
either.
there last?
Can we second call?
Oh, there it goes. I got it. Here it
There
is.
you go.
There we go. Okay.
So the changes, we've added the light fixture. We showed the keypad on the post. And the gate will be automatic.
And the color of the gate is?
White.
Okay.
Wood.
And the material is?
Wood.
Okay. Board members?
I think that the lanterns look out of proportion.
It's too much.
They're out of scale, they're too big.
It's way too much. The lanterns and looks good to me.
And they're 16 by 9.
It's a scale thing. The light fixtures that you have on top of the post, the scale of the light fixtures is overwhelming to the size of the post and the size of the gate. So I think what we need to, my suggestion would be to find smaller light fixtures.
Or do without.
Or do without.
Or do without.
I mean, it's a pretty gate, and actually, I think you take away from the design of the gate with those fixtures. You know, to the extent you want any lighting, maybe there's ground lighting that could be had.
My clients are concerned about the security of their home. They
Okay.
feel that the light would be a deterrent.
Well,
Okay,
but
okay.
the flip side of that is if you're gonna light up the street, that's not desirable either, and those lamps look over.
We don't look at security.
Yeah,
Right.
I mean, nor have we approved
Right.
lamps on the gate to
Yeah.
my, as far
So
as back as I can remember.
I think the lamps are out of proportion. I think they will emit too much light. So I would either do without or have some sort of soft ground lighting.
Or you could always put a light on the post, on the posts, a
Mhm.
down-facing
Yeah,
light.
yeah.
A down-facing surface layout.
We're looking for approval tonight, so
Well, that's-
whatever's gonna, at this point, if we take out the light, we take out the light.
Okay, so here's what I'm gonna say. If you remove the light, we're not in a historic district, I can approve this pending receipt of updated drawings.
Yes, conditional approval. of
Yes.
course.
Okay. I can do that. Okay,
Yeah,
so I'm
please.
gonna move, we accept the applicant's,
Any public comment?
oh, are there any public comment? Those people who are asleep? Those lucky people who are asleep. Okay.
All right, so you know,
where I am.
Make the
Okay,
motion.
so yeah, so I'm gonna move, we accept the application for 224 North Sea Road pending the receipt of updated drawings, updated drawings from the May 2nd drawing showing the white gates at the 48-inch high with no light fixtures. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So you just bring your updated drawings to the, to
the building department,
the building department, and then when I go in and sign documents, I'll stamp them and sign them in.
Thank you so much. I greatly
Thank
appreciate
you.
it.
Next up
Thank
is
you for
35
making the
Herrick Road,
changes.
driveway gates.
There we go.
Hello?
Michael Marin for East Hampton Fence and Gate. There's just one drawing, one page.
You don't have it?
You guys have it, right?
Yeah, but you didn't bring your own copy to
don't know.
present?
You can put that on the table if you'd like.
The applicant's also always supposed to come prepared to also present, so just because we have it, you
The other
should
way.
always bring a picture.
Perfect.
Okay. Okay. Take us through it.
So there's an existing sliding driveway gate there now. It was solid. I guess it was not in compliance. We didn't build the original gate. So this gate is basically making it a little bit more transparent within the rules. And essentially the rest is very similar to what's there currently.
It's 4 feet high, correct? 40?
4
48?
foot 6 inch.
Do you have a survey showing us the gate?
We submitted it.
Let's see, hold on a second, let me see. I don't know if I have it here, but let me take a look in the file, hold on a second.
When you come back, and you will, we expect the applicant to have copies of their drawings, copies of what they're presenting when we ask questions. I don't expect them to ask us to give you copies to show the public, okay?
Let's see.
Just for the future, understand?
Haven't been here It's been on Zoom lately, so it's been very different.
Okay, which is what, even on Zoom, you can present them electronically, but you should be able to present your own project.
You have a copy?
That's my copy.
35 Herrick. It looks like it's 15 feet from the road.
All right, here you go, Mark. All right, here's the site plan. There you go.
It doesn't look like it meets the setback.
And
The setbacks.
What's, Alex?
It needs to be
It
18
needs to be
feet.
18 feet from the road.
Yes.
It's
that's,
15.
What?
Changing protection, I was looking up the code provision.
Okay, so this doesn't match code.
Not if it's 15 feet.
Okay, so you're gonna have to come back, because right now your location doesn't match code.
Have you folks, has anybody been to the site?
I'm looking at your survey. Your survey tells me.
It's
your
not code compliant. We can't even hear it.
It's not, yeah, we can't even hear it.
It shouldn't be before us.
Okay.
It's a very tight front yard. There's really no other, I didn't put the original gate in, but
Code says they have to be 18 feet from the street. If it's not code compliant, we can't look at it. So that is an issue for you in the building department, not for us, but we can't look at it if it doesn't match code.
You would need a variance,
Yeah.
and so we can't hear it.
yeah, or just move it back.
And just so I
there's
understand.
no place to move it back.
Well, hear me. This doesn't match code. We can't hear it tonight. So you're gonna have to go back to the building department. You either got to figure out how to find 3 feet and get yourself 18 feet off the road, or you have to go to the zoning board and get a variance.
Okay.
Okay? Now, as for the gate itself, what size is the lot?
The lot size is 20, wait,
What size is this lot? It's 142 by 168.
So it's a quarter.
2,400 square feet.
A lot.
Yeah,
It's 20
coverage.
24,133 square feet.
right, that's,
Okay,
that's
so
the
that
lot.
it's, so then it's,
It's a half acre.
it's a little less than a half acre. No, it's over,
Okay.
but it's under our 40,000 square foot allowance for a gate
Right.
at 6 feet.
Right.
All right, two things. You're gonna have to go back to the building department and first of all, it has to be 18 feet off the street. And secondly, when you're there, read the policy, the gate
No,
policy.
that's ours. That's in the,
For the, oh, that's ours.
That's ours,
Read
yeah.
the gate policy, because our gate policy says anything under 40,000 square feet with less than 150 footage should be 4.5 feet high.
That's what we're proposing.
Pardon?
That's what it is.
Exactly what we're proposing.
Okay, so then I just need you to be 18 feet off the road. Okay? Thank you.
Thanks, Michael.
Thanks.
All right, next up is 60 Halsey Neck driveway gate.
I don't have anything in my, or maybe I do, what is this? Yep, this is Halsey.
Hello, coming in?
Good evening, Matt Horvath, landscape architect at Labordi Design.
Hello?
Yeah, that's Matt Horvath.
Pardon?
Matt Horvath.
Matt Horvath, Labordi Design.
Yes, sorry.
Share my screen. Here tonight with a revised driveway gate in response to the board's comments a couple weeks ago, focusing mostly on a reduction in the scale, which was a request, as well as an increase in transparency. So to address those concerns, we reduced the pier width here to 18 inches. We reduced the height of the pier to 7'3". The overall height of the gate was dropped 2 inches, and then for the transparency, we opened up the gaps in the woodlat. It was an 1.5 inch gap previously, and now it's 1 3/4 inches, which is a 54% transparency.
Thank you for doing the calculation. Okay. And the materials again of the gate itself?
So that's a natural mahogany left to weather
Right.
and silver out. It's a powder coated steel frame and a custom cast large format concrete for the piers.
Great.
And it's 20 feet off the street, correct?
30 feet.
30
Yeah,
feet?
it's far back.
Oh, got it, okay, yeah.
Okay,
I
board
think
members?
it's 20 from the property line.
Yeah, I'm not afraid.
It's too late to be afraid.
I'm not going to preface it by that. This is so close to Hill Street, and the houses nearby that do have gates are relatively smaller in scale, and in fact, there are much larger houses further down on the street. When I say larger houses and larger properties that don't have a gate as large as this. So I'm of the mindset that this gate should be reduced to something akin to some of the other properties, which is closer to 4 or 5 feet than this 7 feet. So it's still too much gate for where it is in relative to the other gates on the street.
John?
I did have the conversation with my client over the last couple weeks. We were trying to work with the board. I know there were a lot of requests, and the height of the gate is really important to him for his landscape deer concerns. You know, it's 6'8" right now as it's designed, which I just feel like from my experience, if we drop it much lower than that, you're just asking for deer to jump over that. And there is a very, very mature landscape
Right.
here.
Yeah, we have, in all fairness, and because it's very late,
We don't-
the
Yeah.
fact that it's deer resistant, deer not, is not, we're an architectural review board, plain and simple. Security, deer, 4 feet, 2 feet, in, letting people in or out, is not, we're an architectural review board. And in my mind, this
Okay.
is too much gate for that
John?
location.
John?
It's the design of the gate that just, it looks like a wall still, even the way it's designed. I'd like to see it a bit shorter. If you lopped another foot off the height, I think even with the posts being as is, another foot taken off the fence itself would make a big difference.
Yeah.
Jane?
Sorry.
I agree, it does not look very transparent, that may be the rendering, but it does not appear that way, and it does not seem to, be harmonious with the other gates in the neighborhood.
Yeah, in terms of design, I know. it's
Okay, so I
focused on
think what
size.
you've heard now is, I think what you've heard at this point is
Too much
is,
for me.
you've heard from all the board members that they feel like this is not a gate that they could approve. They feel like the height is not consistent and harmonious with the neighborhood,
The design.
and the design feels a little
Yeah.
contemporary for the neighborhood. So your choice right now is for us to vote, or you can ask for an adjournment, and I will ask for public comments in a minute, but those will be your choices. Do I have any public comment? Okay, so that's where we are, so what would you like us to do?
I will adjourn.
Okay, so I'm gonna move we accept the applicant's request for adjournment to May 22nd. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Where am I on this?
101 Hedges.
Okay, next,
Adjourn,
yeah.
adjourn.
So I move we accept the applicant's request for adjournment to May 22nd for 101 Hedges Lane. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Great. Next up is 161 Down Pat. You've had a long night, too. You sort of started with us. You were like, things are going so well on Little Plains. Okay.
We have affidavits and they're in
And
order.
are they in order?
Indeed.
Okay.
This is a gate application,
Okay.
singular gate,
Okay.
18 feet off the property.
Yep.
It is a white gate. The posts are 2 by 2. Given this picture, it looks something similar to this, only the bottom skirting has been raised up to create a little barrier on the bottom side.
Okay.
So it's just like this gate, only there's like a little bit of solid base below that. Same type of gate though. The gate is 14 feet wide, it's 6 feet tall. Its gate transparency is 29.5%. It's white. It has some lights on the front of it, similar to these lights. They're a wax type of light. This gate is showing you here is from 593 Flying Point Road here in the village.
Do you have did you have a survey? Is there a survey?
I do, yeah.
Okay, can I see for a second? Thank you. Look at that, 18 feet off the street, that's lovely. Okay, and you've got 159 feet of footage, and you've got 60,000 square foot lot. Great. Thank you. I'm just gonna say, I think you're below our transparency limit, because normally we look for a minimum of 40% transparent. So the transparency at 29% is gonna present it too much of a solid wall.
Okay.
So, you know, you can choose how you want to expand that, whether the skirting disappears and the gate goes down to open up the transparency, but, you know, on a lot this size, we don't look for 4.5-foot gates because you've got 150 feet of footage and that's a large lot. But we still look for the transparency. We don't like the gates to appear as a solid wall.
So 40% is the.
40% minimum is what we look for.
Okay.
And that's 40% between the posts.
Yes,
No,
the
no,
gate
yeah,
itself.
The gate itself at 40%.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's actually published on the website. Anybody else?
Nope.
Okay, so I hear you asking for an adjournment.
Can I just ask one question about
Sure.
the lights? Would these be acceptable?
Are they downward facing?
They're really not downward facing. They're.
Are they?
That would be the
Hang on.
preference
The
from a,
light is opaque, but it's not downward facing.
But wait a minute. Isn't this a dark sky compliant WAC fixture that the light fixture is actually LED in the top and it shines down?
It is.
Yeah, so the fixture itself does not project.
That's
It
correct.
shines down.
Okay, so it's
Yeah.
downward facing.
Yeah, because it's
My fault.
the WAC, it's the WAC, it's one of their new.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna suggest we accept your
Public
request
comment?
for public comment, your request for public comment. It's getting late, okay. I'm gonna move we request the applicant's, request for an adjournment for 161 Downs Path. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. And that's the next meeting, I presume, May 22nd.
Yeah.
Okay, next up, 61 Pheasant Lane driveway gate.
I don't have affidavits.
They postponed for renotice.
Alice, on this one, we heard that they did not provide the affidavits. We told them they would have to renotice, and they acknowledged that.
Great.
Okay, so we can't
That's
take
postponed for
take
renotice, is my
jurisdiction.
understanding.
Okay, so next up then is 1280 Meadow Lane driveway gate and service gate.
And on this, I just wanted to note there's a
Yes, the letter from the fire marshal.
Thank you.
Yeah, we have affidavits, so we can take jurisdiction.
Great.
Hey, good evening, I'm Patrick McGranigan from
Okay.
McGranigan Architecture.
Before you even go forward,
Certainly.
this is from the Dean McNamara, who's the fire marshal. It says, "It's come to my attention, there's a pending gate permit for 1280 Meadow Lane." Have you talked to him?
I've heard that a letter was issued, I've not seen
Okay,
the
it says,
contents
on
of
March
it.
21st, our office sent an email and subsequently met with the owner's agent, blah, 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 blah. We currently believe the driveway fails to comply with the New York City Fire Code, Section 511. Today, we attempted to contact the applicant to discuss this matter more in detail. However, at the time of this email, we have not been able to connect. And that's dated today. So the problem is the application in front of us does not have approval by the fire department.
Okay.
Therefore, we can't approve, we can't approve it because
Okay.
it's not compliant.
Could I comment?
You can.
My understanding is that the only objection that the fire marshal had was relative to the turn from the street into the driveway and not with regard to the gate whatsoever. Is
Here's-
it
you're
possible to
here, so
pursue
here's
a
what I'm gonna say.
conditional?
If you quickly want to show us the gate and quickly find out if we have an objection or two to it because you are here, that seems fair.
Right.
But just know we're not going to be able to approve anything tonight because right now it's not fire compliant.
Okay.
Okay?
And-
So if you want to quickly share your gate.
Sure. Okay, do you want me to touch on the site plan as well, or just the gate itself?
How far up the street is it?
It's greater than 18 feet.
Okay?
So just the gate?
Yeah, it's
And
two
this-
gates, actually. There's a service drive and a main drive.
Okay.
The design of each gate is identical. They're just opposing motion. They're sliding, but in opposite directions. But otherwise, they're identical in design.
Okay.
The design of the gate as proposed is 6 feet high. It is composed of a powder-coated aluminum frame, structural frame, and then cedar slats, horizontal cedar slats with some vertical cedar trim behind the slats and to hide the alternating vertical posts within the gate. The openness that's proposed, as I understood the rule to be, is 50%. I didn't realize until this meeting that it was 40% is allowed
It's a
for
minimum-
transparency.
Minimum of 40.
Okay.
We like 50.
50 is
Minimum.
50 is great, yeah.
Okay.
So I've included the calculations. I am just including the portion of the gate that is visible within the drive between the posts, and I've calculated the open and closed relationships therein.
Yeah.
And what's the size of
The driveway is the gate between the posts is 15 feet 6 inches. The post is 12 inches square.
And how big is this lot?
This is 60,000 minimum.
Yeah.
It's over 60,000.
It's over 60, it's over
Yep.
40,000 minimum, yeah, okay, and your frontage, do you know, on your survey, the frontage on Meadow?
Let me see. In a couple different segments, so I have 107, I have 149.
You're fine.
And then there's a small section at the end.
Okay. All right, board members.
No objections, and, you know, this gate, this design makes sense
In this
in this
location.
location.
Yeah,
Right.
I think it's appropriate to the house, and it's actually appropriate to what's happening on Meadow. John?
I agree, I'm fine.
Jane?
And just to
Okay.
clarify, if I may, is you're not able to take action on a conditional approval of the gate itself
No.
tonight?
No, because you're
Okay.
not compliant.
Okay.
Yep.
Even though understood his objection to be not related to the gate whatsoever.
But
We need
haven't-
to
but
hear it
until
from
you're
him.
compliant, we
I
can't
see.
actually hear it.
I was hoping
So-
he would make that
so
clear
do
in the
I-
letter, so I understand.
But wait, we technically have taken jurisdiction, so now adjourn it.
Mhm.
Okay, so I'm gonna move public comment. They're all asleep. I'm gonna move we accept the request for adjournment for, what's your address? 1280 Meadow Lane, do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you,
Okay.
118 Harvest
Thank you for your
Lane.
time, I appreciate it.
Now,
Thank
am-
you.
Thank you
am
for
I
sticking around for
correct?
5
You
hours.
you came from quite a distance, right?
6 hours.
From Maine, actually. But
Okay.
You came
So
down from
you
Maine?
can-
Oh,
You
come-
can next visit
come
us
via
by
Zoom.
Zoom.
Come via Zoom.
I wanted to respect the group and be here
Oh
in
my
person.
God.
Very appreciated.
I chaired a group that was very similar, Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee for many years, and I know the hard work you put in, and I thought it'd be better to be here in person.
Oh my
Thank you,
God.
thank you very much.
And do you have the turning radius from the fire marshal? I believe he provided that.
Yes, he did. He showed us an example of a property nearby
In
that
all
was
honesty,
of
I'm
a
gonna let
similar
you guys
design.
go figure that out with the fire marshal.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
we could approve this on motion next time. He doesn't even have to show up via Zoom.
Okay.
I-
What'd she
If,
say?
if the fire marshal approves it,
Okay, great.
yeah.
Yeah.
And
Very
we'll
good.
just, we'll
Yeah.
just have a motion to approve it.
And is there specific documentation you would require for a resubmission in that regard?
No.
No,
Okay.
because actually the mission's fine. The problem is we would need a survey, an updated survey showing whatever was agreed to with the fire marshal.
Understood.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, the fire marshal wants to see the turning radius of the apparatus shown on the survey, that there's no obstructions.
Okay.
Great. And we'll be in touch with them. Thank you.
Great,
Okay.
thank you. 118 Harvest Lane, driveway gate.
We don't have affidavits.
Okay, oh, I think those are the people who didn't get them signed. Okay, so we can't take jurisdiction, so we're gonna move on to 785 Hill Street, review of construction protocol.
765.
765, what are we doing here?
So, when this application was approved, it was a condition of approval that the board approve the construction methodology.
Okay,
That's it. That's what you're supposed to do. Approve or deny this construction methodology.
are we supposed to look at it and approve it or deny it?
Or make comments and they can revise it.
Oh, okay.
You know, we can just have a resolution to approve it, or we can follow up with the applicant if you have comments.
Okay,
Is there,
I don't have anything that speaks to it.
I have,
It's one page, and there are, they did provide the photographs of the existing conditions.
right.
wait a minute.
I remember this, I remember the existing condition, okay, I think my.
That was
slightly
also one of
befuddled-
our requirements.
My slightly befuddled face is I wasn't sure what we were supposed to do with this tonight, or its purpose on the agenda, so I'm probably not as prepared as I should.
Okay, well, I think that's okay.
Can we move this to next
we
meeting and
adjourn?
discuss it? Yes. So I will make it everybody's job, including mine, to read through and understand, now we understand why it's on the agenda, so we can discuss it next week. So I'm gonna move with that, or that we close the now, is it the 9th yet? The now May 8th meeting of the Architectural Review Board for the Village of Southampton. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.